A civil aviation plane was flying at high altitude. Just before landing, he told Rose that there seemed to be something in the cargo hold. Rose was puzzled as there was no indication of live animals on the airway bill. Then, the two opened the cargo door, but found nothing. But as they were about to close the door, suddenly something violently crashed into the door. Rose was frightened and immediately stood up. In the next second, the door was hit and twisted. At this moment, the airfield controller noticed that the plane had not landed at the designated location and that the lights and radar were turned off. He quickly reported the situation to Bishop. Bishop immediately contacted Redfern via radio, but there was no response. The airport personnel who sensed trouble immediately called the police, and soon many government agencies arrived at the scene. F, a leader at the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, was in the midst of a divorce due to long working hours causing family breakdown. Just as the two were preparing to allocate their assets with the help of lawyers, F received a call from his colleague. After a brief explanation of the situation, he rushed to the scene immediately. Jimbo told F that the plane had been motionless for an hour and that no signs of life could be detected even with life detectors. It could kill 210 passengers within 10 minutes, and there was no other possibility except for the spread of a virus. So F and Nora put on level D protective suits and entered the plane. As soon as they entered the plane, the scene in front of them shocked them. They saw all the passengers sitting quietly in their seats, without any struggle or expression of pain. Soon, they made a discovery. Ammonia was permeating in the air. However, this wouldn't instantly kill the passengers. Then, F examined the body of a little girl, but found no clues. Nora took out a UV light. They saw green secretions all over the plane, presumably left by some kind of organism. After discussing, they decided to split up. Nora went to the front of the plane, while F went to the back to investigate. F quickly arrived at the cargo door and shone a flashlight down, discovering that it was filled with green liquid. It seemed that something in the cargo hold attacked the plane, so F quickly asked his colleague to investigate the airline's cargo manifest. On the other side, Nora arrived at the cockpit and found that the cockpit door was open. She immediately reported it to her colleague. Upon hearing this, her colleague felt uneasy and asked Nora to leave immediately. But Nora, eager to find the truth, did not heed her colleague's advice. Just as Nora was about to examine Redfern's body, she found that Redfern and a few others were still alive. F told them that medical personnel were urgently needed. On the other side, Abraham saw the news about the plane and immediately sensed something was wrong. He then entered the basement and picked up a long sword made of pure silver. Slowly, he sat down in a chair with a jar containing a heart next to him. Meanwhile, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention isolated the survivors and questioned them about what happened on the plane. Redfern mentioned that his head was buzzing during landing, and then he couldn't remember anything. The same answer was given by other survivors. Unable to find answers, F had no choice but to investigate the cargo. To his surprise, there was a 3-meter-tall, 1,500-pound coffin in the cargo hold. The coffin was carved with extremely strange patterns. What's even stranger is that this item was not listed on the airway bill. F instructed the staff to lay the coffin down, and then they all worked together to open the coffin lid. Inside, they found a pile of soil. This left F unsure of what to do, so he decided to have the soil analyzed. On the other side, Eichhorst arrived at Stoneheart Group. During the conversation between the two men, it was revealed that they were the ones who planned the incident. Their goal was to assemble a vampire army. The only thing left to do now is to get the coffins out. So, Eichhorst found Gus and asked him to drive a truck out of the airport. Following a specific route, they needed to reach Manhattan before sunrise. If anyone tried to stop them, they just needed to hand over the black card. As a reward, Gus's brother's criminal record would be cleared, and his mother's immigration status would be taken care of. Faced with such a generous reward, Gus agreed to participate. On the other side, a group of relatives of the deceased plane passengers had gathered at the airport. As the first person to enter the plane, F stepped forward to explain. At that moment, one of the relatives became very agitated and showed a photo, saying he wanted to see his daughter immediately. However, the cause of death of these victims was still unclear, and there were still some safety concerns. F could only promise to provide everyone with an answer within 48 hours. In the autopsy department of the CDC, Bennett reported clues to F. He discovered that all the victims had a 3-centimeter incision on their necks, precisely at a depth that would not cause the rupture of the carotid artery. Currently, no medical instruments could achieve such precision. What's even stranger is that there was no trace of blood in any of the bodies. but instead, a white liquid flowed out. These were the clues found so far. Abraham found F and claimed to know what this disease was. To stop this disaster, all the deceased must be beheaded, and then their bodies must be burned with fire. F was taken aback by Abraham's words and thought he was not mentally stable. He instructed the airport security personnel to take him away. However, Abraham refused to give up and shouted at F, "The coffin is the key. Don't let the coffin cross the river." Nora was puzzled by how Abraham knew about the coffin. The coffin had already been sealed. Suddenly, a mysterious voice kept echoing in his mind. He asked his colleague next to him, but the colleague said they didn't hear any voice. Unconsciously, he walked towards an abyss and found himself in a tunnel. There was a creature crawling ahead. Just as he was puzzled, a poisonous stinger pierced his major artery and started to suck his blood. In a matter of seconds, he was drained and turned into a lifeless corpse. But suddenly, the monster twisted his neck and smashed his head on the ground until it was completely crushed. After the event, the monster quickly fled the scene. Bennett found the recently removed heart still beating in the autopsy room. He held the heart in his hand and examined it carefully. Found a lot of nematode-like things on it. Feeling nauseous, he dropped the heart on the ground, but by now his gloves were crawling with nematodes. Bennett quickly slaps the nematodes off his hand, but it's still too late. The nematodes have already burrowed into his skin. Using surgical forceps, Bennett managed to pull them out. However, at that moment, all the passengers who had died earlier suddenly woke up. He was overwhelmed by a group of corpses, who began to bite and devour him. On the other side, F and Nora arrived at the plane's cargo hold, where they also found clues. Several nematodes were found entangled in the dirt at the bottom of the cargo hold. F immediately realized that this was the soil from the coffin. They quickly ran to where the coffin was supposed to be, but upon arrival, they discovered that the coffin was missing. F hurriedly went to the surveillance room to investigate. He found out that just 7 minutes ago, a shadow quickly lifted the coffin away. This left everyone stunned and bewildered. At that moment, Nora remembered Abraham's words, "Don't let the coffin cross the river." F had an uneasy feeling upon hearing this. He quickly called Jimbo and ordered a strict prohibition on any vehicles entering or leaving the airport. On the other side, Gus had already arrived at the underground parking garage of the airport. Following Eichhorst's instructions, he found a truck. After getting in, he noticed a strange large box, but he didn't think much of it. Just as he approached the checkpoint, he was stopped by SWAT officers. Then, Gus promptly showed them the black card given to him by Eichhorst, but the officers didn't know what it was for. At that moment, a police dog started barking furiously, and the officers immediately asked Gus to step out of the vehicle for inspection. Just as he was about to be exposed, Jimbo arrived in time. The officers handed the black card to him. Upon seeing it, Jimbo quickly told the officers that Gus was on their side. The officers, reassured by Jimbo's words, immediately allowed Gus to proceed. Jimbo approached Gus and asked him to relay a message to Eichhorst, saying that this would be the last time he does things for him. Gus drove towards Manhattan, unaware of what was being transported in the vehicle. On the other side, he was deeply saddened by the sudden loss of his daughter. But suddenly, his daughter opened the door and walked in. He couldn't believe his eyes. Immediately, he hugged her with excitement. Unaware that his daughter was no longer human, the two celebrated that the plan was progressing smoothly. This city would soon be occupied by the vampire army. Gus arrived at his destination before dawn. After parking the car, he got out and realized that there was no one there to receive the delivery, so he opened the trunk to see what he was transporting. Suddenly, the coffin started shaking violently, frightening Gus, who quickly left the scene. It is not known how long it had been, but someone discovered his body. F received orders to investigate. F asked his colleagues various details. Upon learning that he was killed investigating the coffin, F immediately felt that the matter was not simple. Then he brought a UV light. After turning it on, he indeed discovered green slime similar to what was inside the plane. Just then, F received a phone call, a command from above to release 4 survivors. Since the source of the infection was not identified, F rushed to stop He hoped everyone would stay and continue the quarantine. Some viruses have an incubation period, and if they spread to the outside world, it would be uncontrollable. Several survivors insisted on going home. Because of the orders from above, F had to let them leave. Then F went to the CDC and found his boss, wanting to persuade her to continue isolating the survivors until the source of the infection was identified. Unexpectedly, The airline declared the incident as a mechanical failure to protect its stock price. All passengers were said to have died due to carbon monoxide leakage, which made F furious, and he directly scolded the leader. He was forced to take a leave of absence as a result. After returning home, found out his wife's next had moved in. He and his son were renovating the house, and to make matters worse, he had to pay the mortgage himself. But F did not lose his temper. Due to his long working hours, his relationship with his wife had already broken down, but what he couldn't accept was that his son chose to live with his wife during the trial. This made F very sad, so he decided to give up his family and fully devote himself to work. Since he was forced to take leave, F decided to secretly investigate on his own. He made an appointment with one of the survivors, Redfern. Redfern felt guilty about the deaths of the other 206 passengers, so he decided to cooperate with F. First, F took Redfern to the hospital for an examination, then F used UV light to search for clues. He also found a 2-centimeter incision on Redfern's neck. The next moment, F found many worms under his skin. This made F feel that something was very wrong. He quickly contacted Bennett from the autopsy department, but the call was not answered. F quickly drove to the autopsy department, and on the way, he received a call from a family member of a plane crash victim. The person expressed gratitude to F and said that his daughter had safely arrived home. F was stunned upon hearing this. The first thing he saw on the plane was his daughter's body. Before F could say anything, the call was hung up. Then F arrived at the autopsy department and found it empty. Bennett was nowhere to be seen in the laboratory. The body bags were open, and the bodies were gone. After the father put down the phone, he was preparing to bathe his daughter. He touched his daughter's head, but unexpectedly, a large clump of hair stuck to his hand. Before he could figure out what was happening, the next moment, he was killed by his daughter, who had turned into a vampire. In the bathtub, on the other side, they arrived at the location of the coffin. At this moment, the coffin was open, and he began to welcome the arrival of the blood ancestor. When Gabe was intimate with 3 women, one of the women accidentally pulled out a strand of his hair. He didn't pay much attention to it and thought it was due to staying up late recently. Then Gabe saw the veins on the woman's neck and uncontrollably bit down on them. After the woman broke free, Gabe angrily told them to leave. The 3 women quickly escaped and cursed him as a madman. Later, Gabe was deeply attracted to the smell of blood and started licking the blood on the ground without realizing that he had become a vampire. On the other side, Eichhorst was sitting in front of a mirror, and it turned out that he was also a vampire. He then began to dress himself up and put on makeup to cover up his pale skin. Eichhorst went to the Stoneheart group and wanted Jim to continue serving them. Jim says he's here to see Greg, but Eichhorst tells him Greg can't see him right now. As Jim was about to leave, Eichhorst mentioned the box on the plane. Jim said he only made a deal with Greg and allowed medical goods to pass through customs. After hearing this, Eichhorst took out a package and gave it to Jim, telling him that it was the payment promised by Greg. However, Jim didn't accept it and asked Eichhorst what was in the box and where the bodies from the plane crash went. Eichhorst didn't answer, and then Jim said he was going to the police. At that moment, Eichhorst mentioned Jim's wife. He said they invested in a company that treats cancer, and if they continued to cooperate, he would approve Sylvia's entry into the monoclonal antibody clinical trial. Jim hesitated for a moment, but for the sake of his wife, he compromised. On the other side, Nora found Satrakian, who was causing trouble at the airport, but Satrakian ignored her. He knew Nora came to him because all the bodies had disappeared. Satrakian told her that he knew where the bodies went, but now it was too late. Nora asked him what was in the coffin, and Satrakian told her that there was a powerful monster inside whose goal was to destroy the world and consume the light. Nora refused to give up and asked Satrakian how to prevent the disaster. Satrakian said the only way to stop the disaster is to find all the missing bodies and destroy them along with anyone who has come into contact with them. Meanwhile, F went to the home of the little girl who died in the plane crash to investigate the reason for the missing bodies. Strangely, the door was not locked and no one answered when he called out. At that moment, something in the corner was watching him silently. F went to the bathroom and found a lot of hair scattered in the bathtub. Then he continued to search for clues. At that moment, F received a call from the hospital, so he rushed there directly. When he arrived at the hospital, he found Redfern's condition was abnormal and immediate surgery was necessary. Then F began to check Redfern's physical condition and found that nematodes began to reproduce crazily. They had to be removed to save his life, and F began to anxiously await the results of the operation. Just then, Jim suddenly walked over. F was angry when he saw him and asked where he had been for the past few days. Jim told him that during that time, he had been struggling to secure a spot for his wife's cancer surgery. F didn't suspect him too much after hearing that. At that moment, F heard a broadcast saying that Redfern was missing, so they quickly returned to the ward. The nurse said they had just finished preparing the things for the surgery when Redfern disappeared. F immediately asked everyone to search separately, and Jim eventually found him in the kitchen. At that moment, Redfern was holding a bag of blood and drinking it. The next second, Redfern attacked Jim. He pinned Jim against the wall, and then a stinger slowly emerged from Redfern's mouth. Just then, Nora arrives just in time, and Redfern shakes Nora off. Jim tried to subdue him, but Redfern's strength was terrifying. He easily threw Jim out, and then walked towards Nora. At this point, F rushed over, and he inquired what had happened. Nora quickly reminded F to stay away from Redfern. Nora then grabbed an iron rod and started fighting back, but it didn't do any harm to Redfern. F picked up a nearby fire extinguisher and smashed it on Redfern, finally subduing him. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Redfern grabbed Nora's leg. F saw this and smashed the fire extinguisher into his head again. Everyone was shocked to see the mutated Redfern. To understand this creature, they immediately performed an autopsy on the body. Nora discovered that he had evolved a new circulatory system. F then removes the 2-meter-long stinger from Redfern's mouth. After research, F has generally confirmed that the creature sucks human blood and infects and parasitizes others. After that, they disposed of the body and discussed how to solve this matter. If they report it, the government will definitely cover up the news. There must be someone powerful pushing for this to happen, seeing how serious the situation was. Jim told F the truth. He said he was the one who allowed the van with the casket to pass after F closed the airport. He did all this to treat his wife's cancer. F, angered by this revelation, punched Jim on the other side. Gabe was looking in the mirror and noticed that his body was feeling uncomfortable. Not only did his pupils change color, but his hair also fell out in large areas. At the same time, Ansel also showed the same symptoms, and his dog kept barking at him. Ansel then opened the refrigerator and took out a raw steak. There was a voice in his head guiding him to eat it. He hesitated for a moment but couldn't resist the temptation. The scene was just in time for his wife to see it. And when he saw Marie, he didn't explain, but walked straight up the stairs. That night, Marie knocked on Ansel's door, ready to talk to him. Ansel said he needed rest and asked Marie to take the children to their parents' house for a while. Marie sensed something was wrong with Ansel, so she had no choice but to take the children and leave. When Marie returned home again, she found the dog lying in a pool of blood. This left her at a loss for what to do. And then she heard a noise coming from the warehouse, so she opened the warehouse door, and as soon as she did, a strong smell hit her. The next second, Ansel rushed out.
Run. Go away. Please, Annie. Go! Don't come near me. Never come back.
Marie did not leave. She buried the dog. She did not know what had happened to her husband, and now she can only pray silently that Ansel can recover. At this moment, the voice of a neighbor came from not far away. She was afraid that the neighbor would notice something unusual, so she hurried over, faced with the neighbor's verbal insults. Marie had a bold idea. Later, Tavler was taken to the warehouse. When Marie opened the door, he felt that something was wrong, and he was pushed in by Marie. Vasily saw a mouse, and then he followed the mouse to the riverside, only to see groups of mice fleeing from the sewer. Vasily, as an expert in catching mice, saw this scene for the first time. There must be something in the sewer that made these mice feel fearful, so Vasily curiously opened the manhole cover and went down alone. The sewer was pitch black, and after turning on the light, he found that the mice were still fleeing. Then Vasily found a lot of sticky secretion on the wall, emitting an extremely foul smell. At this moment, a group of zombie-like creatures suddenly appeared in front of him. They all made animal-like roars at Vasily. Seeing this, Vasily quickly escaped. Fortunately, he wasn't too far from the wellhead, so he managed to escape. After escaping, he discovered the weakness of the monsters. On the other side, F and Nora sat in the car, not knowing how to solve the problem in front of them. These creatures that exceed human cognition are preparing to invade the city. If they report this to the government, they will definitely cover it up. So after discussing, the two of them decided to go to the families of the plane crash victims to find answers. Soon, the two of them arrived at Emma's house. Upon entering, F realized that someone was playing music, and then the two followed the sound to the basement. There they found the deceased Emma listening to music. F approached slowly and called out Emma's name. Fortunately, Citrakian arrived in time. Under Nora's shock, Emma's father also rushed out. Citrakian severed his stinger and then ended his life. It turned out that Citrakian found Emma's house based on the passenger list provided by Nora. Nora can't accept Citrakian's handling of the situation, and she then leaves in a huff. Only F understood the situation of these people. If they didn't kill these creatures, they would continue to slaughter humans. F quickly found Nora and she questioned F. Their goal is to cure these people, so why kill them? F calmly explained that they are already dead, and something else has taken over their bodies. For the safety of others, they must do this. Nora still couldn't understand and left resolutely. On the other hand, Gabe's agent brought in a doctor to examine Gabe's body. Then she started preparing for the concert. Just then, the agent heard screams coming from upstairs. She quickly ran upstairs, and when she saw what was in front of her, she immediately fled in fear. But the agent didn't choose to call the police. Instead, she contacted her boss. The boss told her not to panic, and he would handle the rest. On the other hand, F asked Citrakian if they should call the police. Citrakian said the government acts in its own interest. He has never believed in those people from the beginning. To kill these evil creatures, they can only rely on themselves. The disappearance of the 206 bodies is definitely not an accident. Someone must be manipulating everything behind the scenes. Their ultimate goal is to build a vampire army to rule humanity. The only way to prevent tragedy now is to find these survivors and decapitate them one by one. After dinner, Citrakian gave F a weapon. The silver needle inside can cause great damage to the vampires. The man walks into Gabe's room and doesn't panic for a second when he sees the body. It turns out that he is the person hired by the record company owner to destroy the body as a way to eliminate the negative information about the artist. Jack then opened his backpack and prepared to clean up the crime scene. When he noticed something unusual, he immediately drew his gun. Seeing it was Gabe, Jack explained why he was there, and prepared an alibi for Gabe. Then he started cleaning up the crime scene, and Gabe looks at Jack, and the next thing he knows, he's attacking him. Jack beats Gabe in a couple of moves, and he's pissed off about it, so Jack shoots Gabe several times. Jack realized that what was coming out of his body was not blood, but a milky white liquid. While he was confused, Stinger stabbed him in the neck and Gabe drained his blood. On the other hand, F and Citrakian arrive at Ansel's house. When they enter the house, they find Ansel's wife has hanged herself. F goes to put her down, but Citrakian stops him. He took out a silver mirror and shined it at Marie. It turns out it's a test to see if she's infected by the bloods, and if she is, her mirror image will tremble. Marie was found to be uninfected. Just then, they heard a strange sound. The sound was coming from the warehouse in the backyard. They opened the door to the warehouse, and when they entered, they found a figure hiding in the corner. Ansel saw the two of them and immediately rushed at them, but luckily he was chained up. Citrakian tells F to use the silver nail gun, and then Citrakian spots the infected Tavler. He didn't hesitate for a second and just chopped his head off. Citrakian then filled the warehouse with gasoline and burned the body. F also videotaped the monster. Enough evidence to tell the whole world. On the other side, Joan, the last survivor, began to show symptoms. She had no appetite for human food, but seeing her daughter's throbbing veins, she had an urge to bite into them, so she rushed the nanny to take the children away. The nanny returned to the room to check Joan's condition and hoped that she could go to the hospital for examination, but Joan didn't think so. Suddenly Joan felt something in her eyes. The nanny went to check Joan's condition, but the next moment she was shocked. The nanny left the room and quickly went downstairs to pack her bags. She took the kids and left, but Joan found her. She had to lie and say she was taking the kids to the movies. Joan didn't answer, but started to approach the children. Luckily, the nanny interrupted him in time and told him that the movie was about to start. Joan snapped out of it and told them to go home early. That's how the nanny saved the children's lives. Eichhorst entered a room in which a man was imprisoned. He would be his dinner. Then, Eichhorst slowly turned the gears. Tightening the man little by little, the restrained man shouted for help while Eichhorst enjoyed the fear of his food. In the man's despair, Eichhorst began to feed. After finishing, Eichhorst went to Stoneheart Group. They discussed launching an attack on humans during the solar eclipse. Vampires are terrified of sunlight, so the eclipse is the perfect time for the attack. By then, humans will become like lambs to be slaughtered. On the other side, F showed his superior the recorded video of the vampires, indicating that these creatures have started infecting people nearby. If they don't stop them, humanity will be doomed. His superior asked F to wait in the office while he went to report to the government. After his superior left, Jim told F to leave quickly as they wanted to arrest him. F sensed something was wrong when he saw his superior's expression while making a phone call, so immediately, he headed for the back door, but F's pass was revoked. Jim quickly swiped his own pass and successfully escorted F safely out of the building. Nora went to the nursing home to chat with her mother. Suddenly, a vampire appeared nearby. Looking for food, the staff tried to help but got bitten by the vampire's stinger. Nora quickly took her mother and fled from there. The next day, Nora couldn't find any news reports about the incident. It seemed that F was telling the truth. Someone was manipulating things behind the scenes. Hiding this event, she quickly packed her belongings, preparing to leave the city with her mother. On the other side, F rushed to his ex-wife's house. He claimed that a very dangerous epidemic was spreading in the city and wanted his ex-wife to leave with their son immediately. His ex-wife found it absurd and they had a heated argument. Matt secretly called the police upon witnessing the situation. Soon, the police arrived and arrested F. Eichhorst once again found Gus and asked him to steal a corpse from the hospital. Gus, infuriated, punched Eichhorst in the face. To his surprise, Eichhorst was unharmed. He then punched his abdomen, but it had no effect. Instead, Eichhorst threw him several meters away with a single strike. Helpless, Gus reluctantly agreed to do one more task for him. On the other side, F was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. He was accused of killing Redfern. F, realizing the situation, revealed everything about the virus and the vampires, but the detective thought F was insane and planned to send him directly to prison. F immediately mentioned that he knew where the body was and promised that everything would become clear once they saw it. Meanwhile, with Jim's help, Gus and two others successfully stole the Redfern body. During the process, Felix, out of curiosity, opened the body bag and a stinger protruded from it. Felix was terrified and, to avoid complications, he cooperated with Jim to throw the body into the river. Abraham had been fighting against the vampires for years, knowing that the government officials protected their own interests, so he silently slaughtered vampires. Carrying a passenger list from the plane, Abraham arrived at the next location. Upon entering the house, he found no one inside, confirming that the vampires were hiding there. Since they feared sunlight, the basement became their gathering place. As Abraham entered the basement, a strong smell of blood hit him. Slowly, Abraham walked forward and discovered a group of vampires sleeping. Just then, a vampire rushed towards him. Abraham first uses a silver spike gun to restrict his movement, then cuts his head off with a single stroke of his sword. Hearing the commotion, the other vampires woke up. But suddenly, Abraham's heart condition acted up, and he quickly took out his medication from his pocket. However, the vampires had already surrounded him. Accidentally, he dropped the medication on the ground. Helpless, Abraham could only fight with his silver spike gun while retreating. Luckily, it was daytime, and Abraham managed to escape unharmed. After a short rest, he placed candles on the stove and turned on the gas valve, intending to burn the vampires alive. On the other side, Vasily was discussing the creatures he saw in the sewer with his colleagues. His co-workers started laughing at him. Seeing that they don't believe it, Vasily drew a picture of the creature's appearance and urged everyone to leave the city immediately. Then, Vasily returned to his company and found the entire place empty. This confused him, He went to the manager's office and noticed that the lights seemed to be broken. Carrying a flashlight, he prepared to fix it, but suddenly he saw the manager sitting in the bathroom. The manager lunged at him as soon as he saw him. Then, his stinger slowly powered up. Luckily, Vasily dodged in time and punched the manager, knocking him down. Vasily knew the weak point of these monsters, so he quickly pulled open the curtains. As expected, the vampires exposed to sunlight started to burn. In just a few seconds, he was charred. Given the severity of the situation, Vasily rushed home to urge his parents to leave the city immediately. However, Vasily's father never approved of his career. That's why their relationship has been on ice. When Vasily mentioned the invasion of monsters, his father thought he must be crazy. Vasily was deeply saddened by his father's response. Soon, a solar eclipse phenomenon occurred, and everyone gathered on the streets to witness this rare spectacle. Meanwhile, F was being taken by the police to identify the crime scene. Suddenly, F spotted Bennett, the coroner who had turned into a vampire, searching for prey on the street. The police officer immediately moved forward to arrest him, but in the next moment, the monster had finished feasting and quickly left the scene. Only then did F get out of the car and approach the detective, requesting the handcuff keys. After the detective handed over the keys and asked for help, F simply said, "I'm sorry." After unlocking the handcuffs, he knew all too well that the detective had already been infected and was beyond saving. On another side, Gus and Felix were walking home when they encountered two panicked individuals running past them. It was Bennett, the vampire. Bennett approached and knocked Gus to the ground, then turned his attention to Felix. Just as it seemed critical, Gus struck Bennett on the head with a bat. A nematode from Bennett's brain accidentally splattered on Felix's hand. Gus immediately rushed to help, but the police suddenly appeared and pinned them both to the ground. The solar eclipse ended quickly. The police station received numerous reports of terrifying attacks. Meanwhile, F arrived at Abraham's antique shop. Abraham opened the door and let F inside, and they both entered a secret room. To F's surprise, he encountered Nora and her mother in the room. Thus, the team to fight against the demonic forces officially formed. On the other side, Lus returned home after work. Just as he got out of the car and was about to enter his house, a vampire targeted him. Seeing bloodstains all over the vampire's mouth, Lus immediately turned around and ran. He quickly took refuge in a taxi and urged the driver to drive away. The driver got out of the car with a gun, ready to fend off the monster, but unsurprisingly, he got killed by the creature. Then, Lus took the opportunity while the monster was feasting on the driver and quickly ran into his house. But to his astonishment, he found out that his wife had also turned into one of these creatures. F and the others crafted numerous bullets made of silver to effectively eliminate the monsters. At this point, F expressed doubts, questioning how they could possibly kill all the vampires by themselves. He suggested broadcasting a video to unite all of humanity in resistance. After hearing this, Abraham advised him to give up on that idea. The man behind the curtain has gone to a lot of trouble to fight him at all. The only way to stop this disaster now is to find the source of the virus, the blood ancestor, and the only way to stop it is to kill him. They also needed to recruit more teammates to join the fight. Gus came to the station desperately trying to argue that Bennett wasn't even human. Not only was his blood white, but he also had a 2-meter-long spike in his mouth. The police didn't take it seriously. Subsequently, Gus and Felix were locked up. By this time, Felix had already been infected by the virus. He had a high fever and difficulty breathing. It's a symptom that the nematodes are multiplying inside him. Gus immediately found a prison guard, hoping to have a doctor examine Felix, but the guards don't care about him. On the other side, Jim was well aware that the city was infested with vampires, so he planned to escape with his wife. But just then, F and the others arrived. After entering the house, F revealed their purpose for coming. He wanted Jim to join the team and lure Eichhorst out. If they didn't stop their plans, all of humanity would be wiped out. Jim decided to team up with F and take action. Before that, he sent his wife away. Now with no ties holding him back, Jim officially joined the team. Abraham also gave Jim a small self-defense knife. Soon Eichhorst got a message from Jim. Jim threatened with all sorts of things for him to do, and told Eichhorst to come to the subway station in person with $100,000 or else he'd expose him for everything he'd been up to. Eichhorst knew this was a trap. He planned to take this opportunity to eliminate the people opposing him. Soon Eichhorst arrived at the subway station for his appointment. He was furious about Jim's betrayal. Fortunately, they chose to meet at the subway station. Otherwise, Jim would not have survived. Then, Eichhorst turned and left the scene. F and the others, who were lying in wait, prepared to take action. They followed Eichhorst to the platform, but suddenly, he disappeared into the crowd. In another instant, Abraham encountered Eichhorst at another subway entrance. The two had been in a long-standing battle without a clear winner. Abraham made a direct sword attack, but Eichhorst easily dodged it. Abraham launched another attack, but Eichhorst swiftly gained control over him. Then Eichhorst's flesh thorn began to accumulate strength. At that moment, Eichhorst's lower leg was shot. It turned out that F and the others had arrived just in time. Eichhorst saw that there were many of them and that they had silver pistols, so he fled in a hurry. The plan to capture Eichhorst failed. He would surely be more cautious next time. On the other side, the nanny brought the children to the house for shelter. Her daughter returned home from work and asked why the children weren't sent back. The nanny explained that it was dangerous there, but her daughter didn't believe her. She insisted on taking the children to their parents' place. Little did she know that this decision would cost her life. Soon the group arrived at Joan's house and the kids excitedly got out of the car and ran towards the house. The nanny immediately called out to Mr. and Mrs. Joan, but there was no response. Just then, the little daughter let out a scream. The nanny quickly ran over and entered the living room, only to find that Lus was already dead. Nanny urged her daughter to leave quickly, but her daughter wanted to take Lus to the hospital. Little did they know, the vampire clan had quietly approached them from behind. The nanny's daughter defended against the vampire's attack with her hands. Faced with the mutated monster, Joan, everyone was scared and immediately started running away. The vampires began to chase after them, but luckily, a beam of sunlight blocked their attack. Then, in a hurry, the nanny and the others hid in the study and tightly blocked the door with a desk.
What's wrong with my mama?
The nanny was so scared that she hid under the table and started praying, hoping that God could help them. At this moment, the vampires started using a baseball bat to violently break the glass. After the door was destroyed, the vampires slowly entered. When she saw her daughter, she began to build up her strength. At this moment, the vampire was shot. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. The nanny's daughter looked and discovered that the person who saved them was a mysterious figure dressed in black. Seeing that this person had no ill intentions, the nanny led the children out, but the black-clad person asked them to stay where they were, and asked if the monster hurt them, and the nanny said only her daughter had been accidentally scratched. Seeing this, the black-clad person approached and examined the wound, confirming that it was a blood scratch. He told a few people to get up first. After the nanny led the children away, the black-clad person separately stopped the nanny's daughter, just as the nanny turned around to look. On the other hand, Abraham came to a medical equipment store to fight the Bloods. Since it was closed at night, F started breaking the window. After entering the store, they began searching for UV lamps because it had the same effect as sunlight. While searching, they encountered Vasily. Through conversation, they learned that he had also battled the vampires and knew their weakness was UV light. By this time, he had collected all the UV lamps in the store. Nora hoped that Vasily could share some with them. In response to Nora's request, Vasily agreed. After they came out, they went to the gas station across the street to buy some food. At this time, Abraham greatly admired Vasily. He hoped that Vasily could join their team to fight against the vampires, but Vasily had always been a lone wolf and refused Abraham's invitation. Just then, Abraham saw a vampire heading towards the gas station, so he grabbed his sword and walked over. At the same time, F, who was shopping, also noticed the vampire. As he was about to go out to fight, Abraham directly beheaded him with his sword. Soon, another vampire approached upon hearing the noise. Abraham restrained him with a silver spike gun, and then beheaded him with his sword. At this moment, another vampire prepared to ambush them. Luckily, Vasily appeared in time and attacked him. Then, more vampires gathered around. F immediately went out to help upon seeing this. Silver bullets caused greater damage to the vampires, so everyone fought against the vampires' attack together. An old man was unfortunately bitten on the neck while trying to escape. Jim saw this and quickly ran back into the store. Then, he charged the UV lamp and took it outside, facing the approaching vampires. Jim directly turned on the UV lamp. One vampire launched a surprise attack. Fortunately, Abraham provided timely support and managed to kill that vampire. Seeing more vampires gathering and their numbers increasing, everyone had to quickly retreat into the house to avoid their aggression. Once inside, they looked at the growing vampire army outside, feeling at a loss. Now it was difficult to break through and escape. At this point Jim ran to the restroom alone to clean up his freshly scratched face. It was just a minor cut, so Jim didn't pay much attention to it. There were still other customers in the store, and they were asking F what had happened. Upon hearing F's explanation about vampires, one woman had a breakdown. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she opened the door and ran out. This shocked everyone on the spot, but unexpectedly, the woman managed to run out of the vampire encirclement. Even more strangely, the vampires didn't continue pursuing her. Abraham explained the situation. Those vampires were under control, and their mission was to kill themselves. The store clerk and customers were furious upon hearing this. Ignoring F's attempts to stop them, the two of them rushed out without hesitation. Dutch was frightened and fell to the ground, and F quickly rushed out with the UV lamp. With the tacit cooperation of Nora, Dutch finally managed to be rescued into the house. F was angry about this and told everyone not to sacrifice themselves anymore. Then everyone stood still in place again. At this moment, Nora noticed something on Jim's face. Using the UV lamp, she discovered a nematode worm on his face. F immediately started searching for tools and took Jim to the warehouse for surgery. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the roof, and Vasily and the others quickly went out to investigate. They found the vampires trying to find a breakthrough at the gas station. Meanwhile, F had already started the surgery. He made a large incision on Jim's face and used forceps to remove the nematode. Then F placed it on the table, and Nora used the UV lamp to kill it completely. Just then, the door was smashed open by a vampire. F and Abraham came to deal with him. At that moment, Abraham noticed something was wrong. He immediately rushed out of the store and indeed found a vampire trying to sabotage the power supply. Abraham aimed at him, but was ultimately a step too late. The power system was destroyed, and the whole gas station plunged into darkness. Now they could only rely on the remaining UV lamps to fend off the vampires outside. At the same time, cries for help came from behind. F immediately went to support them. By now, the vampires had already rushed in through the back door. Everyone had to retreat again and use the shelves to block the vampires' attack. Now they were caught in a dilemma, and the UV lamps could only last for another 20 minutes at most. Their only hope was the van outside, but it was too far away. They needed to make thorough preparations to have a chance to escape. Then everyone searched the supermarket for any useful items. They used alcohol to make Molotov cocktails, as fire was also a weakness of the vampires. However, F noticed another nematodes on Jim's forehead. He approached and removed Jim's clothes, and under the UV light, they saw hundreds of nematodes wriggling inside him. This shocked everyone present, and Jim fell into despair. He knew he would definitely turn into a vampire, so Jim hoped F would kill him. But F didn't want to give up on his longtime friend and said they would go to the hospital for treatment later. However, the Redfern-less fate in the hospital haunted Jim. This kind of virus was incurable, and the group began to argue fiercely. Just then, there was a noise from above, and Abraham says it's too late if we don't get going. Vasily directly shot Jim, which was met with condemnation. But the most important thing now was to leave this place quickly, otherwise, they would all be buried here. As they started to move, the vampires broke through the last line of defense. Everyone formed a circle with the UV lamps, blocking the vampires' attack. But the battery was running out and they had to get into the car quickly. Then Vasily threw the incendiary bomb he had just made, and the fire indeed stopped the vampires' attack. The crowd just fought and retreated. And then a few people came to the gas pumps. They're going to blow up every single Strigoi in the gas station. Vasily poured gasoline on the ground to start the fire. F took the opportunity to run over to the supermarket delivery man who had just been killed and found the car keys. The others were still fighting against the vampire army. The UV lamp quickly ran out of power. At this moment, F opened the door of the truck, and everyone quickly climbed inside upon seeing the situation. After throwing the last Molotov cocktail, Vasily also got into the car. At this moment, a vampire tried to stop the car but ended up being turned into a pile of flesh after being hit. The gas station exploded in the next second, and everyone successfully escaped from the vampire's siege. On the other side, Zach returned home to find it in a mess. Just as he called out for his mother, Matt, who had turned into a vampire, walked out.
Oh my God!
At this time, F and the others also arrived at the house by car, and he planned to take his son to a safer place. But as soon as they entered the house, they discovered vampire attacking Zach. F immediately rushed forward and stabbed him with a knife. Nora and the others who were waiting outside heard the sound of the fight and quickly ran to support. F picked up a shovel and knocked the vampire down to the ground, and then shoveled his head off. After finishing, F quickly checked if his son was hurt. Fortunately, there were no bite marks on him, and the others outside hurriedly came over. F quickly calmed his son's emotions. Abraham asked F where the basement was at this time. He wanted to check if there were any other vampires. After hearing this, F approached and said that if they found Kelly infected, he hoped they wouldn't do anything in front of his son. Abraham agreed, and then F came back to Zach to ask where Kelly was. Zach said he didn't know, but that his mom had a fight with Matt this morning and left. F was relieved to hear that. Soon after Abraham finished checking the house, there was no other blood here. Upon seeing this, F asked Abraham to take Zach to the antique store. F stayed here with Nora to deal with the bodies. Abraham told F to burn them. Felix was accidentally invaded by the bloodworms and slowly began to feel unwell in the prison. Gus immediately found a prison guard and hoped that a doctor could examine Felix's condition. However, the guard was impatient and said that there would be a dedicated doctor to check after they were transferred to another prison. Soon, Gus and several inmates were squeezed into a car. During the journey, Felix's condition worsened, and Gus asked about his health. Unfortunately, the driver was bitten by a flesh spike and lost control of the car instantly. The car crashed to a stop by the roadside. Then a prison guard quickly got out of the car and opened the back door, but as soon as he entered, he was bitten in the neck by the vampire Felix. Gus took the opportunity to find the handcuff key on the guard and quickly freed himself. However, he also caught Felix's attention at this point, so Gus grabbed the gun from the prison guard and threw the key to the other inmates before swiftly escaping from there. On the other side, Abraham led the group into his secret base. He knew well that the vampires would nest in the sewers, so let's hope that Vasily, with his years of experience as a rat hunter. Upon hearing this, Vasily immediately agreed without hesitation, but he needed to make a trip back home to get some tools. Meanwhile, F and Nora took care of the vampire bodies and performed a cremation outside. Afterward, they entered the house, feeling mentally exhausted from recent events. Under the four eyes, the two seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding. The two of them lay exhausted on the ground, but at that moment, someone barged in. It turned out to be Diane. She came here because she couldn't contact Kelly. F asked Diane to leave the city quickly. On the other hand, Dutch learns from talking to Abraham that the man behind all this is Palmer, which shocks Dutch on the spot. It turns out that just a few days ago, Palmer hired her specifically to sabotage the city's servers. As a result, the entire city's information cannot be spread. She realized how foolish her actions were. Abraham, upon hearing this, didn't get angry. He knew that human weakness was greed, but it was important to acknowledge and correct one's mistakes. The next day, F found his wife's car on the street, strangely with the doors unlocked. Upon entering the car, he discovered a pool of blood on the passenger seat, which immediately filled F with unease. 32 hours ago, Kelly came home from work to find Matt looking at she evilly. In the next moment, the mutated Matt attacked Kelly directly. This frightened Kelly to the point of being dumbfounded, and she grabbed something nearby and threw it at him. Unfortunately, a worm accidentally splashed onto her face and directly entered her eye. Before Kelly could react, Matt attacked her again. She grabbed something else and threw it at him. Taking advantage of Matt's momentary distraction, she quickly ran outside. At the last moment, she successfully escaped from the house. Kelly got into the car and looked at her eyes. Nematodes had already started reproducing inside her eyeballs. It turns out that everything F said before was true. Shortly after, Kelly began to lie on the steering wheel and cry in pain. The discomfort of her body made Kelly faint on the spot. It was soon nightfall when Kelly woke up from her coma. At that moment, she remembers that she hasn't picked up Zach yet. So Kelly immediately rushes over there. After arriving at the cram school, the teacher told her that Zach had been sent home by someone she had sent. Kelly was shocked to hear this because the mutated Matt was still at home. Immediately after, Kelly rushed home. Halfway through, she discovers someone who's as mutated as Matt. The two of them looked at each other, but the vampires did not attack Kelly because she had turned into a vampire herself. On the other hand, Vasily brought a tunnel layout map from home. After his investigation, there were several locations that were likely vampire nests. To further confirm, they needed to search the traffic archives online, but now the network is paralyzed, and they can't go online at all. At this time, Dutch said that the network can still be restored, but they need to enter the Stoneheart group. After hearing this, Vasily said that he had a way. He could use his identity as a mouse catcher to sneak in, and Dutch would act as his assistant. There's no time to waste, and the two immediately started their actions. After entering the Stoneheart group, they were stopped by the front desk because they did not have an appointment. Vasily started negotiating with the front desk. Surprisingly, he succeeded, and they both got on the elevator. But when the door opened, A group of bodyguards was waiting for them at the elevator entrance. Soon, Dutch was brought in front of Palmer. It turned out that their identity was exposed the moment they entered the Stoneheart group. Then, Dutch questioned Palmer why he wanted to destroy humanity. His explanation was that human life is too short, and he is now in the twilight of his life. If he dies, everything he has will no longer exist, so he wants to change the human genes to achieve immortality. After hearing this, Dutch angrily slapped Palmer because his selfishness would harm the whole world. Palmer was very angry about this and had his assistant take her away. Then the two of them were taken away by the bodyguards. Halfway through, Fitzwilliam said he would let them go because he didn't agree with Palmer's approach either. After hearing this, the two wanted them to join the demon hunting team, but Fitzwilliam said that he could not disobey Palmer's orders. Then they can only escape from here quickly. On the other side, mutated Kelly came to Diane and asked where Zach was after entering the house. Diane was heartbroken when she saw the injuries on Kelly's body, and she asked if Matt had caused them. At this moment, Diane's son came down from upstairs. By now, Kelly had turned into a vampire. Diane immediately tried to stop Kelly, but Kelly pushed her aside. In Diane's astonished gaze, she also became Kelly's prey. Kelly came to the street, where normal people saw a couple, but in Kelly's eyes, they were fresh food. Then, a voice echoed in Kelly's ears, and upon careful listening, she realized that someone was calling her. Following the voice, Kelly followed the guidance and walked to an abandoned subway station. Soon, she arrived at the deepest part, and suddenly a dark figure flashed by.
Rejoice, embrace your glorious fate.
On the other side, F arrived at Diane's house. He noticed that the door was unlocked, so he cautiously took out his gun. There was no response after calling out. So F went to the living room. He found signs of a struggle there, so F concluded that something must have happened to Diane. The vampires like to hide in dark places. So F came to the basement. He took a flashlight and shone it into the depths, and indeed found Diane and her son. At this moment, Diane heard the noise and woke up, preparing to attack F. F had no choice but to shoot her to end her suffering, and then Diane's son was also awakened. Although he didn't want to, he had to shoot him too. Afterwards, F saw something in Diane's hand. He was very familiar with this thing. It was the necklace he gave to Kelly when they got married. F couldn't bear it anymore. He started crying like a child. Soon, F returned to the antique shop. He couldn't accept that Kelly had become a vampire. At this time, Vasily and the others also came back. When F saw Dutch, she started to curse. It was all because of her that the network was paralyzed. If he had contacted Kelly earlier, she wouldn't have had an accident. Dutch was very sad about this, so she left the vampire hunting team. On the other hand, Gus escaped and returned home. When he entered the house, he smelled a pungent odor. Then Gus went to the living room and found Crispin watching a football game. Gus asked where his mother was, and the next second, Crispin slowly turned his head. Seeing that Crispin had also become a vampire, Gus slowly picked up the baseball bat next to him. Then Crispin started attacking him, and the two fought each other. Gus searched for his mother in the room and heard a sound coming from the closet. When Gus opened the closet, he found his mom lying in the closet, already turned into a vampire. Gus broke down when he saw this. Within a day, all his loved ones had turned into vampires. At this moment, he had nothing to lose, so he decided to hunt down the vampires. He encountered his vampire neighbor as soon as he reached the door, so he rushed up with an axe. Many people in this city have been transformed into vampires. If the Exorcist team wants to eliminate them completely, they must kill the Blood Ancestor. This mission is very difficult, so they must be fully prepared. Vasily even made a UV bomb, which can instantly harm a group of vampires. After everything is ready, the exorcism team is ready to set out to find the Blood Ancestor. Before that, F left Zach and Nora's mother in the antique shop. The group drove on the road and found that the streets were already in chaos. Citrakian said that this is what the Blood Ancestor wants to see. The more chaotic humans are, the easier it will be for him to rule the world. Soon everyone came to a subway station. As soon as they arrived, they smelled an unpleasant smell. It seems that Vasily's intelligence is accurate. After entering the tunnel, the surrounding area is very dark and damp, and vampires like to gather in places like this. Sure enough, Citrakian's words were quickly verified, and there were many items scattered on the ground. On the other side, Martinez stood outside the house seeking help, and Zach heard it and came over. Martinez suffers from Alzheimer's and irritability, and she ran out of cigarettes and wanted to go out and buy some. Zach asked Martinez to wait in the basement, and he went out to get some cigarettes. Soon Zach arrived at a nearby supermarket and found that there was no one inside. Then Zach came to the checkout counter and found a person lying inside, and the cigarettes were next to him. Just when Zach was about to reach out and grab it, another couple came into the supermarket. Zach quickly hid when he saw them and followed the conveyor belt to the warehouse. At this moment, Zach found a vampire sitting in the warehouse and resting. He felt scared and desperately climbed up, but his phone accidentally fell to the ground halfway. There were photos of his mother in the phone, so Zach decided to take the risk and retrieve the phone. He carefully jumped down from the conveyor belt and proceeded cautiously. When Zach got the phone, it was already broken. What was even more frightening was that he found that the vampire had disappeared. Zach started climbing desperately upwards, and he finally climbed out of the warehouse safely. Then Zach immediately ran outside. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into the couple who had just entered. The man thought Zach was hiding something good, so he curiously walked into the warehouse. Just when Zach thought he couldn't escape, he unexpectedly met Gus. Gus heard the screams coming from the warehouse and went there with an axe. Zach immediately fled the scene, not forgetting to take the cigarettes for Martinez. On the other side, Citrakian came to the depths of the tunnel, where they found hundreds of resting vampires. Upon seeing this, Vasily wanted to step forward and kill them all, but Citrakian stopped him. He said that if they alerted them, the blood ancestor would notice, so they needed to walk past slowly. Because these vampires are newly mutated, they need to rest to restore their physical strength. As long as there wasn't too much noise, they wouldn't wake up, and in the end, they passed by without incident. Then the group continued to walk deeper, but suddenly a vampire came slowly from the front. Vasily took out a silver nail gun, but Citrakian stopped him, saying that they couldn't expose themselves yet. Just when everyone didn't know what to do, the vampire accidentally stepped on a high-voltage wire. They found a new weakness of the vampires. Then the group continued to walk inside and found a lot of green sticky substance on the ground. But the strange thing is that there is no road ahead at all. F shone his flashlight over and found that the vampires had dug a passage. Citrakian said it might be a trap. After hearing this, F put the ultraviolet lamp aside and crawled into the hole. The hole was very narrow, and F quickly crawled out of the hole. He then signaled that everyone could come over, but at that moment, a couple of bloods came from the back. Vasily tells the two of them to crawl through while he holds them off. Citrakian starts to go through the cave, and just as he's about to exit, F hears Kelly's voice. Even though Citrakian says it's a trap, F follows the voice. Nora's side is fighting off the Strigoi, but they're getting outnumbered. Vasily tells Nora to crawl over to him while he cleans up the rest of the Strigoi. When he was done, Vasily quickly went into the hole. At first it went well, but when he reached the entrance of the hole, Vasily got stuck because of his size. At that moment, the Strigoi were already crawling over. Nora saw this and dragged Vasily out. Just in the nick of time, Vasily was successfully pulled out. The two of them could not see F, so they could only go inside first. At this moment, F had already arrived at the blood ancestor's lair. Then he lifted the lid of the coffin as if he was crazy, but there was nothing inside. At that moment, F realized that he was surrounded by hordes of bloods. Suddenly a huge figure fell from the sky. This was the first time he saw the true face of blood ancestor. F saw this and launched an attack directly, but he was no match for the blood ancestor. Even if he uses weapons, it will have no effect. Then the blood ancestor slowly spit out the stinger. At this time, Citrakian appeared in time and interrupted the blood ancestor. Then Vasily and Nora came over, and he threw a UV bomb. After pressing the switch, all vampires began to be exposed to ultraviolet rays. The blood ancestor also took advantage of the chaos to escape from here. It was only then that everyone realized that this was all a trap for the blood ancestor. He had lured them here, but Citrakian has lost his mind at this point, and he questions Vasily about why he dropped the UV bomb, thus allowing the blood ancestor to escape. Citrakian then took a hammer and started smashing the coffin relentlessly. He swore to kill every last vampire. After venting his anger, Citrakian continued leading everyone further inside. Nora tried to persuade him not to act impulsively, but Citrakian had clearly lost his sanity. Soon, they discovered an extremely deep cave. Vasily threw an illumination flare inside. What they saw next was beyond belief. Countless vampires were gathered inside, but Satrakian showed no fear. He grabbed his sword and prepared to charge, but Vasily immediately stopped him. He pointed out that facing so many vampires, going in would mean death. They quickly pulled Satrakian away. After returning to the antique shop, the group began discussing strategies. They realized that they couldn't possibly fight against the vampire army with just a few of them. Furthermore, the others had no idea about the existence of vampires, putting the group in a difficult situation. Just then, Dutch returned to the antique shop with good news. She informed everyone that there was a way to broadcast the information about the viral outbreak in the city to the world. They could use the emergency alert system to interrupt television broadcasts. The purpose of the emergency alert system was to allow the president to make announcements to the entire nation during times of war or crisis. The advantage of the emergency alert system was that it didn't require any filtering or approval. Dutch could use it to broadcast F's video on television and radio. Although they only had 30 seconds, it would be enough for them. Dutch quickly adjusted the equipment. When the countdown ended, F appeared on the television program. After a brief introduction, F began informing the national audience about the infectious disease spreading in the city. F said that this virus invades the host's body through rough corrosion, and the carrier of this parasitic worm is transmitted to the victim through the stinger. If they are infected by the virus, they will hunt down ordinary people, and their nemesis is the sun. As soon as the time was up, the television returned to normal programming. Although humans might initially be skeptical upon hearing the news, at least they would become more vigilant. Just as the group was about to celebrate, they heard a scream from upstairs. When they rushed to the scene, they discovered that Gabe had barged in. He was in the process of feeding on Martinez. Vasily charged at him, but Gabe managed to dodge. F joined the fight immediately. At that moment, more vampires rushed in. F quickly instructed everyone to take cover in the basement. Meanwhile, Eichhorst arrived at the antique shop with a few vampires. The actions of the vampire hunting team had completely enraged the master. Once everyone was hiding in the basement, Satrakian revealed that he had anticipated this day and had purposely left an escape route. This gave the group newfound hope, and they began preparing to retreat and gather their equipment. However, before leaving, they needed to deal with Nora's mother. F approached Martinez with a silver sword and asked Nora to leave first. Nora knew that being bitten by a vampire was incurable. After intense internal struggle, Nora took the silver sword and prepared to take matters into her own hands. Facing her own mother, Nora ultimately killed her. Satrakian then led Nora away from the scene. By the time Eichhorst entered the basement, the vampire hunting team had already left. On the other side, in order to fight against the vampires, Gus found the arms dealer Cream. Faced with Gus's threat, Cream had no choice but to take him to the docks.
Got an AR-15, MP5, and a couple of pistols.
Just as Gus was about to leave, they suddenly heard a car approaching. Cream claimed it was his client and that it would only take 2 minutes to deal with them. Soon a man came in. He put the bag on the table, told him that the goods must be delivered on time tomorrow, and then left. Gus asked Cream to get the bag, and it turned out that there was $100,000 in it. Cream advised Gus to stop meddling in other people's business and leave as soon as he got the gun, but Gus was curious about what was in the box, and it was worth $100,000. Cream had no choice but to take him to check. When they opened the cargo box, all of them were vampires. There were so many vampires that Gus and Cream had to fight their way out while retreating. Soon, they ran out of bullets. Just then, a group of armed individuals dressed in black appeared. They began hunting down the vampires. Quinlan appeared, and their mission this time was not only to eliminate the vampires but also to take Gus with them. Palmer was on the brink of death when suddenly a mysterious figure flashed by. He looked towards the door, but no one entered. When he turned his head, he found that the blood ancestor had come to his bedside. Palmer was very excited after seeing the blood ancestor. He asked the blood ancestor to save him. After hearing this, the blood ancestor also abided by the agreement. He grabbed Palmer's face, and then slowly stretched out his hand.
Thank you.
Fitzwilliam entered the office, intending to change Palmer's medicine, but Palmer was nowhere to be found on the sickbed. Instead, Fitzwilliam saw Palmer standing outside in the rain. At this moment, Palmer has been completely transformed, and all the diseases on his body have disappeared. On the other side, Gus was taken underground by Vaughn. Vaughn took off his hat, and Gus realized that he wasn't human. Curious, Gus asked him what he wanted. Instead of answering, Vaughn untied Gus first. Gus's sneak attack failed. Vaughn was not angry, but took Gus to a place. On the other side, Palmer, who had regained his new life, arrived at Satrakian's antique shop. He ordered his men to take everything away. Then Eichhorst came over, and Palmer happily shared with him the joy of rebirth and asked when he could have a stinger. Eichhorst smiled and explained that Palmer was not yet a vampire. The master had only fed him blood, not the worms. Palmer questioned why so many people in the city had been turned into vampires, while he hadn't. Upon seeing this, Eichhorst quickly stepped forward to comfort him. He said that the blood ancestor chose Palmer, so as long as he was loyal enough, he would be recognized by the blood ancestor one day. On the other hand, F and the others escaped from the antique shop and arrived at Vasily's home. They found Gabe's bar on the passenger manifest of the plane. They believed that it could be a gathering place for vampires, so F and Vasily decided to investigate. They quickly arrived at the destination, only to find the front gate tightly closed. However, with Vasily's familiarity with the area, he soon found the back door of the bar. They quietly made their way to the basement, but found no signs of vampires. Then, Vasily discovered a hidden room behind a shelf. They entered the room cautiously. After passing through the passage, they found the coffin of the blood ancestor, and judged that the blood ancestor must be nearby. They found a group of resting vampires, who were the master's bodyguards. They quickly left the area. Before leaving, Vasily lifted the manhole cover. He wanted to trap the vampires in that area using sunlight. On the other side, Palmer was saddened by not becoming a vampire. But now, there was a new problem. Maggie from the CDC wanted to quarantine the entire city to prevent the virus from spreading. It seemed that F's news had an impact. Locking down the city will control the speed of infection, so Palmer must talk to Maggie in person. Palmer instructed Fitzwilliam to prepare the car, but Fitzwilliam defied Palmer's orders. In the end, Fitzwilliam resigned and left. Left with no choice, Palmer took Eichhorst to the CDC. Although Maggie and Palmer had been working together, she only realized the severity of the situation after seeing F's news. Despite Palmer's repeated pleas, Maggie insisted on quarantining the city. Unable to persuade her, Palmer forcefully threw her downstairs. Barnes was shocked by the sight before him. He knew that Palmer had immense power and had no choice but to submit. The three vampires before them were the progenitors of the vampires. Gus asked Vaughn if they were still alive. Vaughn explained that they were in a state of meditation. The words of the patriarchs will be conveyed by him. Soon, Vaughn revealed the purpose of bringing Gus here. The vampires had been wreaking havoc on human society, breaking the truce agreement, so they need a brave human warrior. Due to Gus's exceptional abilities, the three elders unanimously voted for Gus to participate in the vampire power struggle. On the other side, F returned home and found Zach. Knowing that it wasn't safe for him to be alone, he decided to take Zach with him to the vampire lair. Additionally, he gave Zach a silver sword to protect himself. With everything prepared, they once again arrived at the vampire lair. Vasily found that the manhole cover he lifted worked, and a group of vampires were blocked by the sun. Then, Vasily instructed everyone to retreat for the time being.
Fire in the hole, vermin!
After a loud explosion, the tunnel fell silent. Following that, the group continued towards the master's lair. Upon reaching the bar, they encountered a large gathering of vampires. Satrakian and the others were prepared for a fierce battle, using various silver weapons to dominate the fight. The ordinary vampires were no match for them. Satrakian and F then proceeded to the second floor to search for the master. Vasily and the remaining three stayed behind to deal with the vampires. Just then Gabe and Eichhorst joined the battle, and everyone fell into passivity again. At this time Satrakian came upstairs, and the blood ancestor came to him again. F knew that Satrakian was no match for him, so he directly broke the window above his head, and the sunlight instantly burned the blood ancestor. Then F broke other glasses one after another, trying to let all the sunlight in. The blood ancestor was forced into a corner by sunshine at this time. When F took the knife and prepared to fight him to the death, the blood ancestor chose to jump out of the window. The sunlight immediately engulfed him. Meanwhile, Eichhorst prepared to kill Vasily. Suddenly, he felt that the blood ancestor was threatened by his life, so Eichhorst quickly took the vampires to support him. At this time, the blood ancestor who was exposed to the sun was in great pain, and Satrakian was ready to take his life when he saw this. But the next second, the blood ancestor actually stood up in the sun, roared and fled from here. Then Vasily and others came upstairs and were shocked to learn that the blood ancestor had escaped. This reduced everyone's morale to the extreme. On their way back, Zach suddenly had an asthma attack. Unable to do anything, F had to take Zach back home to get his medication. Finally, F found it, and when Zach came out, he saw Zach holding Kelly's photo album. It turned out that Zach had been pretending to have asthma, which infuriated F. Knowing that Kelly, now a vampire, would surely be searching for Zach everywhere, a dark figure suddenly flashed by the window. F sensed trouble and slowly picked up his handgun. As F and Zach reached the back door, they noticed a figure standing in the backyard. Upon closer inspection, it was Kelly. Zach wanted to rush over to her. Luckily, F grabbed Zach in time and shot Kelly in the shoulder. Kelly silently left, and the vampire hunting team arrived shortly after hearing the gunshot. After learning that Kelly appeared, Satrakian said that this was a method used by the blood ancestor. He manipulated human emotions to set traps, and even in failure, he would not give up. Soon, the group was driving on the highway, looking at the devastated city. They didn't know who would ultimately emerge victorious. Although everyone failed in this mission, the blood ancestor also suffered heavy losses. He used his last strength to summon Eichhorst and told him two things. Firstly, he needed Eichhorst to find him a new body, as his current one had been burned by sunlight and was beyond repair. Secondly, he ordered Eichhorst to gather an army of vampires for a furious retaliation against the vampire hunting team. Satrakian's lifelong pursuit of the blood ancestor was due to the ongoing Holocaust of the Jews in Germany during World War II. As a Jewish person himself, Satrakian couldn't escape the capture. He and his mother were taken to a concentration camp, where Eichhorst was their commanding officer. Due to Satrakian's carpentry skills, he was spared, but his mother wasn't as fortunate. One night, while Satrakian was sleeping, he noticed a dark figure flash by. A creature stopped at the head of a man's bed, then began to thin his blood and twisted the man's head off on the spot. The sight horrified Satrakian. The next day he talked to his companions about it, but they scoffed. And then Eichhorst came along. He was so pleased with Satrakian's work that Eichhorst took him to his office. He took out a drawing and asked Satrakian Lahan to make him something. While Eichhorst was out, he took a knife and hid it. After several days and nights of work, Satrakian made the object, and it was the coffin for the blood ancestor. He just didn't know it at the time. After completing his mission, Satrakian went back to the camp. At night he saw the monster again. Satrakian took out his dagger and tried to stop the monster, but the monster found him in the middle of it, and Satrakian was instantly captured by the monster. Just when he thought he was going to die, the monster let him go. It may have been Satrakian who built the coffin for him, but he still had his hands broken by the monster. The next day, Eichhorst gathered all the Jews outside. He was going to kill them all. Just as the execution was about to take place, a shot rang out in the distance, and Satrakian Rahan escaped from the camp. On the other side, Eichhorst's army was defeated, and he fled into the secret base he had previously built. Blood Ancestor also found him at this time, because he was helped by Eichhorst. The Blood Ancestor decided to give him the power of a vampire. 5 years later, Satrakian married his lifelong love and had a child, but he never gave up hunting down the Blood Ancestor, and his mother's revenge has yet to be avenged. Soon, Satrakian discovered clues in a deep well. As he passed through a narrow passage, the sky grew dark. The Blood Ancestor, who was sleeping in the darkness, woke up. Only then did Satrakian realize that he had been trapped. When he came to the mouth of the well, he found that the climbing rope had long disappeared. He roared and asked Eichhorst to have a life and death duel with him, but to no avail. He attempted to climb out but failed each time. After countless attempts, he finally managed to escape. When he emerged, he found that his horse had been slain. Hurrying home, Satrakian was met with his wife and daughter, now turned into vampires. In his sorrow, Satrakian beheaded them both. then took his wife's heart and placed it in a jar. He swore to make the vampires pay. And so, 50 years later, the time for his revenge had come. Citrakian, along with F and others, formed a vampire hunting team to fight against the bloodthirsty creatures. This episode explains the origin of the blood ancestors. It starts with a story Abraham's grandmother told him when he was a child. There was once a nobleman named Sardu who suffered from gigantism. The bones in his body were bent out of shape and he had to walk with a cane. The cane he held is now the Sardu sword that Abraham carries. Although Sardu looks like an otherness, he was very kind to the villagers. His brother was heartbroken at the sight of his ill brother. Legend had it that there was the blood of a great gray wolf in the forest that could cure Sardu's condition, so his brother formed a hunting team and ventured into the forest. While resting in place, they suddenly came across a strange creature. Thinking it was the gray wolf, his brother and the others chased after it, and left Sardu where he was. However, a long time passed, and his brother and the others did not return. Sardu followed their footprints and discovered his comrades' bodies near a cave entrance. He then ventured into the cave. Inside the cave, Sardu found that the creature before him was not the gray wolf they sought. This monster was feasting on his brother's blood. Upon seeing Sardu, the monster attacked him. Sardu was thrown by the monster to the side of a coffin, and then the monster pinned him down. The monster expressed its admiration for Sardu's massive body. The monster picked up a handful of soil filled with infected nematodes and fed it to Sardu. Afterward, the monster lost its life and fell to the ground, while Sardu successfully inherited its vampire powers. A week later, Sardu returned to the village and locked himself inside his house, never appearing during the day, only at night. From that point on, children in the village started to go missing one by one. Although it was a story told by his grandmother, it was indeed a real occurrence. Abraham's back at the place where we rounded up the blood ancestor yesterday. He chased after the blood ancestor along the route he took to escape at that time, hoping to find some clues to continue hunting them down. At that moment, Vaughn suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Abraham could react, he was quickly subdued by two vampire warriors. Soon Abraham was brought before the patriarch. During their conversation, Abraham learned that there were a total of 7 patriarchs. Abraham chased to kill down the 7th oldest blood ancestor, and the originals are the most powerful of all vampires. They also had some connection with each other. Abraham's heavy hit on the blood ancestor yesterday was seen by the rest of the 6 patriarchs. They hoped they can work together to deal with the blood ancestor. Abraham asked if there was a way to completely kill the Strigoi. The patriarch didn't say anything when they heard it. After all, they have the same weakness as the blood ancestor. Abraham remembered a book that documented how to eliminate the vampires. The book is called Falling Light. Patriarchs hearing this, the ancients became extremely angry and asked Abraham how much he knew about the contents of the book. Although Abraham was aware of the existence of the book, he had no knowledge of its contents. The patriarchs then started whispering and Abraham asked Vaughn what they were talking about. Vaughn said they were discussing whether or not to kill him. After their discussion, the patriarchs decided to spare him but asked him to contact them if he found any trace of. Abraham agreed to their request, and the patriarch began to slowly awaken. They then gave Vaughn the order to feed. At Vaughn's command, a man was brought forth and bound in front of the 3 patriarchs. Under Abraham's shocked gaze, the patriarchs began to feed around the men. On the other side, F and Nora arrived at the CDC, intending to bring back some items for experimentation. Strangely, there was not a single staff member present. Suddenly, a Bloods rushed out. F immediately retaliated upon seeing this. Nora swiftly drew her gun and shot the Bloods on the spot. Another Bloods prepared to attack, but thankfully F noticed and saved Nora's life. On the other side, Palmer and Eichhorst arrived at an abandoned factory in the suburbs. They're going to buy this place as the blood ancestors' lair. Then Marchand, who they were talking to about working with, came on the scene. After a conversation, Palmer eventually purchased the place for $20 million. Palmer wanted to offer her triple the salary to join his company. Without hesitation, Marchand accepted Palmer's high salary offer. They're trying to come up with a vaccine to inhibit the Bloods. Only by breaking the infection chain would their chances of winning increase. While discussing, Vasily and Dutch came down from upstairs. They hadn't seen Abraham for a day, so Vasily decided to go out and search for him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Vasily opened it and found Abraham had returned. He was still immersed in the horrifying scene and hadn't recovered yet. Later, Vasily found Abraham in the room. Abraham mentioned the next mission. He kept a lot of equipment against the Bloods in one of the warehouses, just to deal with this kind of situation today. Abraham had a premonition that another major battle would soon begin. On the other side, Zach was playing with throwing knives alone in his room, frightening F when he saw it. It turned out that Zach refused to believe that his mother had turned into a Bloods. F felt extremely guilty upon hearing this and could only comfort Zach's emotions. However, Zach now only wanted to see his mother as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the principal of the blind school announced that they were relocating to the outskirts. Soon, they arrived at their destination by school bus, only to be greeted by Eichhorst. The next day, Eichhorst went to the Blood's lair and awakened Kelly. The Blood ancestor has restored Kelly's sanity, intending for her to become one of his generals. Then, Eichhorst brought Kelly to the factory, where there was a large pit filled with dirt. Eichhorst mentioned that inside, a new type of Bloods was being nurtured. The Blood ancestors call them feelers. Kelly's job is to nurture them. Kelly, as the Blood ancestors' right-hand woman, will specialize in nurturing and screening feelers. If she encounters individuals who do not meet the requirements, Kelly will break their necks on the spot. On the other side, Abraham led a few people to a warehouse. He had stored many weapons there to fight against the Bloods. Soon, they found the place where the weapons were stored. Strangely, the rolling shutter door was not locked. Abraham distinctly remembered that he personally locked the warehouse. So, everyone took out their weapons and prepared for battle. However, upon opening the door, they found an elderly couple hiding inside the warehouse. After questioning, they learned that the couple lived upstairs and had sought refuge here to escape the Bloods. After resolving the misunderstanding, everyone started moving the equipment to fight against the Bloods. But at that moment, the lights suddenly went off. When F turned the lights back on, they were already surrounded by Bloods. F immediately began to fight back upon seeing this. However, the sound of gunfire attracted more Bloods, forcing them to fight and retreat at the same time. After F and the others escaped, they encountered even more Bloods outside. Unfortunately, they ran out of pistol bullets. F and the others had no choice but to draw their silver swords and face the Bloods head-on. However, a vampire managed to sneak attack the elderly couple from behind due to their negligence. By the time Nora noticed, it was already too late. After beheading the remaining Bloods, Nora took out the ultraviolet lamp. The elderly couple had already been invaded by the nematodes. Upon seeing this, Vasily directly drew his gun to kill them, but F stopped him, because these two people could serve as their research subjects. Inside the Manhattan City Hall, the governor and some legislators were discussing the recent virus outbreak. They had also encountered these creatures one after another. Justine was curious about where the military had gone, and the governor was also puzzled. At this moment, the minister spoke, saying that they had dispatched 1,000 doctors and set up quarantine stations on various streets, detaining anyone who might be infected. Justine was puzzled by this. The spread of these creatures was extremely fast, and they had to be killed to prevent further spread. Then, the two engaged in a heated argument. Eventually Justine stops bickering, and she's off to Staten Island to build up defenses to stop more people from getting infected. On the other side, F brought the infected elderly couple to the laboratory. By now, their bodies were filled with nematodes, and F explained everything to them. The couple became angry after hearing this, and decided to leave. F did not stop them, as they feared infecting their son after turning into monsters. The couple panicked and decided to stay as subjects for F's experiments. The experiment began, and F took some blood samples from the couple for research. After dropping the blood into a petri dish, within a few seconds, all the bacteria were instantly killed. This was something currently impossible in the medical field, indicating that creating a vaccine would be very challenging. Soon, the woman began to feel unwell. Upon seeing this, F had no choice but to administer a sedative to her. The husband, witnessing his wife's suffering, pleaded with F to end her suffering. However, F did not want to do so. He first comforted the man and then deceived him onto the operating table. Immediately after, he tied the man up. For the sake of all humanity, F was willing to bear the burden of infamy to successfully develop a cure. On the other side, Vasily and Dutch arrived at an apartment building. Their plan was to clear the Bloods from nearby buildings in order to establish a defensive line. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of blood hit them. Blood splatters were everywhere on the walls. The two followed the blood trail to the restroom, where Vasily found the resting Bloods. So, the two of them began discussing their plan. They split up and took separate actions. Vasily hid behind the Bloods, while Dutch created noise to attract the vampires' attention. The Bloods woke up one after another. They slowly approached Dutch. Just as the Bloods were about to get close, Dutch took out a hand grenade and threw it. In the next second, silver shards fell on the Bloods, causing them to lose their fighting ability due to the burning sensation. Dutch immediately drew her silver sword and killed them. Vasily rushed out from the entrance and began to encircle the Bloods. After finishing their task, the two of them arrived by the swimming pool, discussing which neighborhood to clear the vampires from next. Vasily was extremely familiar with every building in the city. While Vasily was speaking, Dutch had already undressed and entered the pool. Then, Dutch invited Vasily to swim together, but Vasily declined Dutch's invitation. After a few more invitations from Dutch, Vasily took off her clothes and got in the pool. Then, the two of them began to play in the water, and the atmosphere became ambiguous. On the other side, Nora found Abraham and told him that the elderly couple was about to transform into Bloods, because Abraham said the ancestor could see through the eyes of the blood. Therefore, Nora was worried that their location would be exposed after the couple transformed into Bloods. Abraham reassured Nora that there was nothing to worry about, since the couple had been in the trunk when they came back. They didn't know where this place was, so their location wouldn't be revealed. Once Nora confirmed the safety of the situation, she quickly returned to the laboratory and encountered an angry F. F had tried dozens of methods but couldn't break the virus. Nora had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. She found a breakthrough, a leucine nutritional defector that destroys amino acids in the human body. If applied to Bloods, their amino acids would be destroyed, causing the bacteria inside them to starve to death. They immediately started the experiment and, with great effort, finally succeeded in developing it. Indeed, leucine is really eating up the cells of the strigoi. Every day, F would feed them with blood, and then he injected the developed antidote into the Bloods' bodies. The next moment, the raging Bloods unexpectedly calmed down gradually. As Nora and F were preparing to celebrate, suddenly the Bloods began to convulse violently, and then there was no movement. Then F looked at the pustules on Blood's neck. The failure of the antidote experiment caused F to break down again. Nora immediately comforted him upon seeing this. Kelly returned home and took out the clothes Zach had worn before. Throwing them on the ground, the feelers gathered around and began to sniff the scent on the clothes. Then Kelly ordered the feelers to find her son at all costs. Meanwhile, Abraham was by the river when a Blood suddenly emerged from behind him. Abraham sees this and immediately pulls out a silver nail gun to fight back. Abraham takes the silver sword and cuts off Blood's head. Abraham pulled a small bottle out of his pocket, then used a spoon to scoop the nematodes from Blood's body into the bottle. Soon, Abraham returned home and put the captured nematodes into a beaker. Immediately after that, he boiled the water, cooking the nematodes alive. Abraham timed it and then poured the boiled nematodes water into a small bottle. After it cooled down, Abraham dripped it into his own eyes. On the other side, F didn't see Zach in the house. He asked around, but no one had seen him, which made F feel uneasy. Zach's clothes and boots were also missing. Everyone immediately ran out to search for him. Luckily, F found Zach on a bus and quickly went to stop it. It was only after questioning that the ticket agent realized that the two men were father and son. She rushed Zach out of the car. F then asked Zach where he wanted to go. Zach wanted to find Kelly. Upon hearing that Zach wanted to find his ex-wife, F softened. On the other side, Nora noticed that Abraham hadn't left the house for a long time. She came to knock on the door to inquire about the situation, but there was no response from inside. Nora saw Abraham lying on the ground through the crack and immediately broke in. Upon examination, Abraham's pulse was very weak. Nora quickly performed artificial respiration on him. Luckily, Nora's timely discovery saved Abraham. Then Nora helped him up and asked what had happened, but Abraham insisted that there was nothing wrong with him, which Nora naturally didn't believe. No matter how much Nora questioned him, Abraham refused to speak. When Nora returned to the room again, Abraham had already regained his composure. Nora saw this and started pressing him on what he'd done. Seeing Nora's firm attitude, Abraham had no choice but to confess the truth. He was already in his 90s now. and in order to continue hunting the blood ancestors, he extracted the essence of the nematodes and dripped it into his eyes. This way, he could prolong his life. He knew that he might go to hell because of this, but he was willing to do anything to kill the blood ancestors. Gabe, with an extremely eerie makeup, caught the attention of the police. The police then pulled out their guns and asked Gabe to cooperate with the inspection. When they opened his backpack, they found a lot of soil inside, which left the police baffled. After getting a clear look at Gabe's face, the police recognized him as a singer. They then prepared to examine the soil in the backpack. Gabe intervened and warned them that they would regret touching it. The police didn't take it seriously and directly grabbed a handful of soil. The next moment, nematodes from the soil crawled into the police officer's hand, frightening him. Another officer quickly approached to check, and Gabe took the opportunity to kick him. Just as Gabe turned his head to run away, his wig was pulled off unexpectedly, so Gabe reached out to Stinger and started to fight back. The police drew their guns and shot at Gabe. Gabe leans back and starts calling out to the nearby blood humble. In the next moment, a group of bloods surrounded the police officers. One officer quickly hid in the police car and called for backup from headquarters but was pulled up by Gabe. On the other side, Gus was undergoing training to kill bloods. Just as he killed one, another one appeared. Gus aimed and prepared to shoot, but his gun was out of bullets. Vaughn instructed Gus to engage the bloods in close combat. Gus obediently approached, ready to confront the bloods head-on. Bloods meat spikes can't even hit him. However, Vaughn was dissatisfied with Gus's defensive approach and advised him not to rely solely on defense. Gus found the blood's weakness and then subdued him on the ground. He exerted all his strength to pull out the blood stinger. Vaughn was pleased with what he saw and gave Gus his first mission to kidnap Palmer. Gus was startled by the task. On the other side, Fitzwilliam left the Stoneheart group and took a cruise to Staten Island. As soon as Fitzwilliam arrived at the port, he had to undergo a series of checks. Thanks to Justine's efforts, this safe, uninfected island was established. Stoneheart Group. Eichhorst brought Gabe here. The purpose of this visit was to ensure Palmer's safety, so the master specifically sent Gabe. Palmer doesn't want to see it. It's obvious that the blood ancestor sent Gabe to spy on him. However, Eichhorst was firm in his attitude, leaving Palmer with no choice but to reluctantly agree. On another side, F locked Zack in the laboratory to prevent him from wandering around, but when Zack learned that F had killed a vampire, he started to cause havoc in the lab. F was furious and dragged Zack out. He then brought him in front of a Bloods. Wanting Zack to see the reality, he explained that Kelly had turned into such a monster, and they would mercilessly drain his blood. Nora quickly intervened to stop F's actions, but F did everything for the sake of his son. This Bloods is about to die because he injected a cure. He now carries a virus that can kill Bloods, and the next step is to experiment with its contagiousness. So F decides to release him at night. If successful, he will spread like a plague to other Bloods. On the other hand, Gus disguises himself as a maintenance worker and successfully infiltrates the Stoneheart building using a fake identity. Vaughn leads the vampire warriors in action from the back door. By this time, Gus has successfully entered the elevator. Suddenly, the elevator shakes violently, and Gus starts his move. He knocks down the security personnel and covers the camera with spray paint. After finishing, Gus presses the top floor button. At this point, the vampire warriors were all hanging below the elevator as they followed it up to the top floor. The security department sees the elevator heading to the top floor and senses trouble, so they immediately find Palmer and take him to a safe room. Soon, the elevator reaches the top floor, and Gus opens the bottom of the elevator, pulling Vaughn and the others up one by one. After everyone prepares their equipment, they open the elevator doors, but Palmer is nowhere to be found. While the group is searching around, Palmer activates a defense system. In the next second, ultraviolet lights appear overhead, burned a member of the team on the spot. Seeing this, Vaughn shoots at the ultraviolet lights, but this thing is bulletproof. Then the ultraviolet lights surround the vampire warriors. Gus wants to save them, but Vaughn tells him to run. After hearing this, Gus quickly leaves the Stoneheart building. In an underground fighting arena, two wrestlers are engaged in a life-or-death duel. The one wearing a white headgear is the Silver Angel. During the fight, the Silver Angel overpowers his opponent and removes his mask. Unexpectedly, a vampire is revealed beneath the mask. Seeing this, the Silver Angel attacks him with a silver cross. The vampire instantly transforms into a bat and escapes from the arena. The Silver Angel quickly follows. He follows the footprints and arrives at the vampire's castle. As a result, he is ambushed by the vampire, resulting in a permanent disability in his right leg. Angel silently turns off the TV. He is the Silver Angel from the movie. Due to a broken leg during filming, he had to work at a restaurant. F and the others are preparing to send this dying Bloods back to Lair to spread the virus to other Bloods. Soon, Vasily drove to a nearby subway station. With the tacit cooperation of the crowd, the Bloods managed to be thrown out of the car. But what surprises everyone is that this Bloods does not head towards the subway station, so the group immediately follows him, only to find that he arrives at a mental hospital. While the group is chatting and laughing, a group of Bloods surrounds them from behind. Seeing this, the group immediately starts fighting and quickly kills them. Then F and the others enter the mental hospital and discover the Bloods' lair. All they have to do now is wait for the Bloods to spread the virus to other companions. After returning home, the group saw an exciting news. Councilman Justine went on TV and announced a citywide curfew and that peacekeepers would be sent door to door to clean up the mutated monsters. This is the best news Vasily and the others have heard during this time. On the other hand, Gus escaped from the Stoneheart building and returned home. His brother was lying on the floor emitting a strong odor. As Gus started packing his things, his mother suddenly walked out of the room. Although his mother had turned into a Bloods, Gus couldn't bring himself to harm her, but she no longer had any human consciousness. And upon seeing Gus, his mother immediately attacked. Fortunately, Gus reacted quickly and managed to evade the attack. Despite his mother's aggressive behavior, Gus couldn't bear to harm her. He called out, hoping his mother would recognize him. But in the next second, the Blood Ancestor suddenly took control of her body.
You failed.
I know who you are.
The ancients are the past. I am the future.
Guess what? I'm not fighting for the ancients. I'm not fighting for nobody but myself.
Cowardice. Ignorance. I said both as you ferried my coffin across the bridge into this city.
After the vampire finished speaking, it launched another attack on Gus, but Gus didn't want to kill his mother, so he could only lock her up in the apartment again. On the other side, F found Zach and expressed his deep apologies for what happened to Kelly. Father and son began to have a calm conversation. After F's words, the two temporarily put aside their differences. Then F took Zach to the baseball field, Zach's favorite sport. F thought that spending more time together would help Zach forget about Kelly, but while playing ball, Zach remembered his mother, and that moment was his happiest. In the end, Zach left sadly. Dutch found Abraham and discovered that Fitzwilliam, who was with Palmer before, was missing. Previously, Fitzwilliam spared her and Vasily's lives when they were caught in the Stoneheart building. After some investigation, she found out that Fitzwilliam had a brother who worked as a firefighter on Staten Island, so they can go get Fitzwilliam on board to fight the Blood Ancestor. Abraham thought it was a good idea and went to Staten Island with Dutch. Soon, they found Fitzwilliam's brother's house based on the address, and Fitzwilliam was indeed hiding there. Dutch persuaded Fitzwilliam to join them in saving the city, but Fitzwilliam insisted that even if Palmer did bad things, he would not betray him. Seeing Fitzwilliam's firm stance, Abraham left a business card for him to consider. On the other side, Palmer gathered bosses from various industries. He's come up with a bailout plan and reopened the doors of the stock market with everyone's collective effort. With the support of the richest person, everyone agreed to this proposal. After the meeting, the bosses walked out of the Stoneheart building. Journalists were already stationed at the entrance, reporting the news to everyone. However, suddenly, a group of Bloods rushed out and started attacking people frantically, plunging the scene into panic. At that moment, Palmer was in his car, observing everything. They seemed to be plotting some kind of plan again. On the other side, F and his companions arrived at the psychiatric hospital, but the Bloods carrying the virus had already disappeared, so they quickly ran out to search for them. F found the body of a Strigoi near one of the cages. He showed symptoms of being infected with the virus. To verify the virus's contagiousness, F continued searching for other Bloods. In the next moment, F discovered that the Bloods were all gathering on the rooftop, and then they began jumping off in a suicide-like manner.
Look out!
Vasily, in order to stop the Strigoi, prepares to blow up the subway tunnel. Just as Vasily starts to retreat, a peacekeeping unit suddenly enters the subway and begins to move towards the explosion site. For their safety, Vasily called out to them. Afterwards, the group starts questioning Vasily about why is the curfew still out there. To lead them away from the blast range, Vasily begins to provoke as he retreats. Soon, Vasily is subdued by the group and arrested on charges of terrorism. On the other side, feelers trained by Kelly discover Zach's trail. This is exactly where F and Zach played together yesterday. Back at home, F starts discussing the plan to eradicate the Strigoi with Nora in order to spread the virus on a large scale. F is preparing to go to Washington. He has good connections there with friends who can help contact manufacturing plants or the military. And when you're done, bring them the virus to make a weapon, making it much easier to eliminate the Strigoi. Before that, F goes to the black market. He is currently wanted and needs to obtain a fake ID first. After that, the hacker suggests that F change his appearance. Upon returning home, F directly shaves his hair off. He then puts the virus into an urn to pass through security checks. Subsequently, F arrives at the train station and successfully deceives the security with his fake ID. In this way, F embarks on the journey to Washington. As night falls, a group of heavily armed special police enter a residential building. Their mission is to clear the building of hidden Strigoi. The trained special police easily deal with the Strigoi. However, when they reach the last floor, one special police officer discovers a little girl alone at home, but when he puts down her gun, an accident occurs. His teammate immediately opens fire upon seeing this, and the feelers directly take cover. Then the teammate immediately calls for backup. When he was done, he helped the wounded out. Another team of special police also arrives to provide support at this time. The two of them are shooting at feelers. Meanwhile, the injured special police officer reaches the staircase and unexpectedly gets ambushed by another feeler. One of the team members is knocked down the stairs. At this moment, another special police officer rushes over upon hearing the noise and drives the feelers away. In this operation, one special police officer dies and another is injured. The injured special police officer's eyes have turned red. Unaware that he has been infected, Justine set up a quarantine point and started isolating individuals who appeared to be infected. However, people were strongly resistant to this and expressed their desire to go home. This left Justine feeling helpless, but at that moment, Nora and Dutch arrived. They came to secure Vasily's release on bail. So, the two of them found Justine and suggested a method to quickly identify the infected individuals. But before that, they needed to release Vasily. That's how Vasily was successfully brought out of the detention center. Afterwards, Nora began assisting Justine in testing for infections. The first two individuals showed no signs of infection. However, when it came to the last person, they discovered wriggling nematode all over his body. Through these actions, Justine greatly admired Nora's professionalism. She hoped that Nora could examine her nephew. Subsequently, the two of them entered a ward, where Nora used a UV lamp to examine the patient. They found out that he was already infected. Upon seeing this, Justine hoped that Nora could save her nephew, but Nora expressed her apologies. She explained to Justine that there was no cure for this type of virus. Justine, upon hearing this, instantly broke down and sadly left the ward. Abraham went to the black market and found cream in order to find the falling light. They could find anything as long as the price was right. So, Abraham presented a Patek Philippe watch. Upon seeing such a generous reward, Krim agreed to help. That night, when Abraham returned, he noticed a mysterious figure in black following him. When the figure removed their disguise, Abraham realized it was Fitzwilliam. He's here to help the exorcism team. The next day, the special police invited Vasily to join the mission of clearing out the Strigoi. Vasily never hesitated when it came to eradicating Strigoi. Soon after, the group entered a residential building and quickly discovered a large number of Strigoi. To demonstrate the Strigoi weakness, Vasily pulled out a silver nail gun. Afterwards, the group entered a residence and found no one inside after inspecting it. Just then, Vasily heard a noise coming from the bathroom. The three of them cautiously entered and found no trace of Strigoi there. That's when Vasily noticed that the ventilation duct had been opened, leading him to conclude that the Strigoi were hiding inside. Suddenly, there was a commotion from within the wall. Vasily then found a good spot and then stuck the rebar straight in. Despite stabbing multiple times, Vasily still didn't hit the target. So, he used the steel rod to pry open a small opening and carefully looked inside. After clearing out the strigoi in the house, the group gathered in the hallway. Vasily firmly believed that there were still many strigoi hiding in the building. He pried open the elevator doors and shone a light down, discovering strigoi resting there. Dutch took out a silver bomb and dropped it. Quinlan, upon learning of Vaughn's death, sought out the Elder and began to blame the originals for their inaction. Since the last century, they have allowed the blood ancestors to roam freely, leading to the current uncontrollable situation. When he was out there, he sensed that the blood ancestor had been seriously injured. Therefore, he would now go all out to hunt down the wounded blood ancestor. F ran into Barnes, his former leader, on the train, in order to avoid exposing his identity. F engaged in a fight with him directly. After knocking Barnes unconscious, F approached the train door. He wanted to jump off to evade pursuit, but the train was moving too fast. Even if he jumped, he would either die or be severely injured. While F was hesitating, Barnes woke up and chased after him. The two of them immediately started fighting again. Accidentally, F threw Barnes out of the train, and F panicked and locked the train door immediately. On the other side, Gus, who had nowhere else to go, arrived at a restaurant near his home. Angel was very annoyed with Gus, but the boss's daughter was friendly towards him. Just then, the boss walked over and asked his daughter to deliver a takeout order. Knowing that there were strigoi everywhere outside, Gus offered to accompany her. Upon hearing this, Angel also wanted to go along to prevent Gus from having any ulterior motives. Subsequently, the three of them went to the delivery location together. After finishing their task, as they were about to leave, a strigoi suddenly appeared. Gus took out a silver axe and attacked it. After suppressing the strigoi, Gus killed it with a single shot. But at that moment, another strigoi came from behind. Angel immediately pounced on it and pinned it against the wall. Gus quickly dealt with it with an axe. Due to intense activity, Angel's old injury resurfaced. So, Gus and the others quickly helped him out of the building. Fitzwilliam joins the exorcism squad and begins to explain to the group what Palmer did. In a short period of time, Palmer had bought 7 factories in the suburbs. Whenever Eichhorst came, Palmer would let him go out, so he didn't know the purpose of these factories. But one thing was certain, these factories must have some issues. So, after discussing, they decided to investigate further. On the other hand, F arrived in Washington. As soon as he got off the train, he immediately found his friend Rob. F then showed him his research results, and Rob asked how he could help. F said he needed to contact Chemerol, a pharmaceutical company, and have them produce a counteragent using the virus, then take it to the Department of Defense and spread it around. Upon hearing this, Rob said he knew a good friend of Chemerol. Quickly, Rob arranged a meeting, and Lee is a secretary at a pharmaceutical company. F immediately presented his report. Although F's virus data was perfect, Lee said they would still need to wait some more time before mass production could begin, but F wanted to develop the medicine as soon as possible, so he did not hesitate to sell his body. At night, Lee told F that the pharmaceutical factory would mass produce this reagent within 72 hours. Then F went to the Ross house, preparing to tell him the good news, but when he arrived in the room, he found Rob lying in a pool of blood. Shortly after, an assassin walked out. After comparing F's photo, the assassin killed the Lee. After dealing with the assassin, F picked up his phone. On the phone, he found the logo of Stoneheart Group. It seems that his plan has been discovered by the blood ancestor. A hand reached out from the coffin, and the blood ancestor has been resting here for a month. After the last battle with Abraham, his body is now severely damaged. A new body is urgently needed to transfer the soul. Today is the day he is going to change bodies, and Eichhorst is very excited to see this. He knelt in front of the blood ancestor, ready to receive his infinite power. Then Eichhorst slowly closes his eyes, but he waited for a long time, and the blood ancestor showed no sign of movement. Confused, Eichhorst opens his eyes and finds Gabe standing in front of the blood ancestor. The master has chosen Gabe as his new body. Eichhorst is saddened by all of this. He devoted himself to the blood ancestor, only to transfer the great power to someone else in the end. But now he can't do anything to stop it. He can only watch as the blood ancestor transfers his soul into Gabe's body.
Master!
After the ritual is completed, the blood ancestor collapses. At this moment, the blood ancestor soul is gradually taking over Gabe's body. In a few seconds, the blood ancestor adapts to this new body. Then toward Eichhorst he said,
Eichhorst, prove to me no matter what form I take you shall serve me. Mir, du bist mein besonderes Kind. Wir werden für alle Zeit zusammen sein.
Forever, Master.
On the other side, Nora finishes her work at the quarantine station and prepares to go home. Justine specially assigns a police officer to escort her, but while driving, they suddenly hit something. The police officer immediately gets out of the car to check and finds a child lying in front of the car. Next thing you know, he's getting his neck snapped by one of the feelers. It turns out to be Kelly who has arrived. The feelers begin attacking the police car, and Nora tells Zach to run to the church. Kelly takes out a handgun and shoots at the feelers. While the feelers are running away, Nora rushes to open the car door for Zach to run toward the church. In the end, Nora and Zach successfully hide inside the church and use an iron rod to block the door. Abraham is explaining the weaknesses of the Strigoi to Fitzwilliam when the phone suddenly rings. It's Nora asking for help, so the exorcism team set out to rescue Nora. After hanging up the phone, Nora quickly runs upstairs with Zach. Kelly is blocked at the entrance gate, so she controls the feelers to climb up. Nora sees the scene and quickly takes Zach into the house to hide. The feelers have already broken through the window and opened the door to let Kelly in. With the help of the feelers, Kelly quickly finds this room. In the wardrobe, only found the scarf Zach was carrying, which made Kelly extremely angry. At this moment, Nora and Zach are hiding in the church. Kelly, accompanied by the feelers, has already arrived at the church. Just as the two are about to be discovered, the vampire hunting team appears in time. They directly attack the feelers, causing them to scatter around, and finally the group manages to reunite safely. One feeler launches a surprise attack, and Nora misses her shot, but luckily Fitzwilliam manages to finish it off in time. However, he didn't pay attention and got bitten on the leg by the feeler. Abraham immediately beheads the feeler upon seeing this. Kelly still wants to take Zach away, but she is driven away by Vasily's gunfire. Fitzwilliam, realizing that he has been infected beyond hope, asks Abraham to kill him. After giving his last words, Abraham himself beheaded Fitzwilliam. Quinlan was born in ancient Rome. Quinlan possesses only half of human bloodline because his mother was infected by the Master while she was pregnant. He doesn't have nematodes in his body, so he can freely move in sunlight. Due to his extremely peculiar appearance, he has been constantly hunted by humans. As a last resort, he came to the arena, where none of his opponents survived for more than 3 minutes in front of him.
It's not I who wants this outcome. Your own kind demands it.
Humans love watching him fight. With the protection of the nobles, Quinlan managed to establish himself in the human world. After Vasily and Dutch became intimate, Dutch went home to get some things. Concerned for her safety, Vasily accompanied her. Strangely, Dutch couldn't open the door with her key, as if it was locked from the inside. Vasily forcefully broke in, and behind the curtain, they discovered a woman. Dutch immediately recognized her as Nikki, the one who had left Dutch behind at the gas station. Seeing Nikki in such a pitiful state, Dutch chose to forgive her, and they returned to the base together. At this time, Citrakian asked Vasily to go to the factory with him. When they arrived, Vasily cut the fence, and just as they reached the entrance, they saw a school bus. Citrakian instantly understood where the feelers were coming from. The factory security noticed them, but before he could call for backup, Quinlan appeared and killed him. Inside the factory, they discovered a massive pit, which must be the breeding ground for feelers. They found several dead feelers on the ground, indicating that they didn't meet the standards of the Strigoi. Suddenly, they heard a roar from all around and found themselves surrounded by a horde of feelers. However, the feelers were too fast, and their attacks couldn't reach them. Just then, the feelers seemed to sense something terrifying and began to retreat. Citrakian realized that Quinlan had followed them and proceeded to eliminate all the feelers. Satrakian looked at the man who resembled the master and was at a loss. Quinlan expressed his respect for Satrakian, as he was the only one in the past 100 years who managed to severely injure the master and find his lair. Learning that the master was here, Satrakian quickly asked Vasily to blow up the building while he followed Quinlan upstairs. While passing through a room, Satrakian discovered the decaying body of the master's former vessel. By then, Vasily had finished installing the bomb. Quinlan found the master on the rooftop, and the master mocked Quinlan's lineage. Enraged, Quinlan charged towards the master. Suddenly, the building started shaking violently as the bomb installed by Vasily exploded. Massive rocks fell in front of the master, blocking Quinlan, who was unable to capture the master. Quinlan was very angry about this. It will definitely be more difficult to catch the blood ancestor in the future, as all of this was caused by Satrakian. Quinlan told him to stay out of it and let him handle the rest. Eichhorst is applying makeup to Kelly, who has just been transformed into a vampire. This way, she could blend into the human world without drawing attention. With his makeover, Kelly started to resemble a human. Eichhorst then gave Kelly the master's task of bringing Zack back as soon as possible. Kelly quickly arrived at Red Hook. It is heavily guarded, making it difficult for Strigoi to infiltrate because they need to be exposed to ultraviolet light. Just as Kelly was about to be exposed, a Strigoi suddenly emerged from a vehicle behind her. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kelly quickly entered Red Hook. She parked the car in the underground garage and released the feelers. On the other side, injured F returned to the base and Nora quickly bandaged his wounds. F told her that Palmer had sent someone to kill his best friend, and he was determined to seek revenge. So, he found Vasily and asked where he could buy a sniper rifle because he wanted to kill Palmer. Soon, F arrived at a shipyard following the address. When he entered the house, a woman with a gun intercepted him. After learning F's identity as a doctor, the woman took him to her injured father. F immediately approached to examine his injuries and discovered that his abdomen had been pierced by a bullet. Since all the nearby hospitals were closed, F prepared to perform the surgery himself. 2 hours later, F completed the surgery. To thank F for saving him, Jimmy Woo agreed to his request and gave him a sniper rifle. On the other side, based on the clues given by Quinlan, Satrakian arrived at a church where the oxydolumen was said to be in the possession of the bishop. They successfully met the bishop, who thought they didn't look like wealthy people.
Well, the price is now $750,000 in gold.
However, Satrakian knew the importance of the oxydolumen and agreed to his conditions, promising to pay the money within 24 hours. After they left, Vasily questioned Satrakian about where they would get so much money. Satrakian explained that they came today to confirm if the book was really there. If the book was in the bishop's hands, they could forcefully take it. Vasily laughed upon hearing this. On the other side, after witnessing the horrors of the Strigoi, Raya planned to convince her father to leave the restaurant. However, the restaurant was Narain's 26-year endeavor, and he was unable to let it go. But for the safety of their family, he eventually decided to leave. When Gus and Raya were packing things in the kitchen, they kissed each other. It was at that moment that Quinlan appeared and asked Gus to meet with him alone.
We need to talk.
He learned from the ancestor that Vaughn had trained a human warrior. He came to request Gus to join him in the fight against the master. After hearing this, Gus said that he no longer wanted to fight and kill, but just wanted to live an ordinary life. He then pulled out a gun and asked Quinlan to leave.
It's okay, baby. It's okay, baby.
After Gus calmed down, Quinlan released him and revealed that the master already knew that Gus was opposing him, so the master will attack the people Gus loves first, and then make Gus submit. Quinlan states that if Gus wants to protect the people he cares about, he should stay away from them until they kill the Strigoi, and only then can they truly be together. After hearing this, Gus decided to fight side by side with Quinlan to kill the blood ancestor for the sake of the woman he loved. Meanwhile, Eichhorst receives information and finds the bishop. Upon learning that so many people want the book, the bishop raises the price. In order to obtain the oxydolumen, Eichhorst turns the bishop into a Strigoi, so that the clues of the oxydolumen will be known by the Strigoi. This book contains the means to destroy the master and the patriarchs. At this time, Satrakian and Vasily arrive at the church, and as soon as they walk in, they discover a body on the ground. By now, the bishop's body has been invaded by nematodes, and he will soon turn into a strigoi. The whereabouts of the oxydolumen will also be known by the strigoi. Just then, Vasily appears with a gun, but Eichhorst quickly dodges. Vasily throws a silver grenade at Eichhorst, and after the explosion, Eichhorst quickly escapes through the window. Then Citrakian begins to question the bishop about the whereabouts of the oxydolumen. He tells the bishop that if he turns into a strigoi, the master will take the oxydolumen, and then all humans will become strigoi. After hearing this,
Rodger Finescu.
the bishop reveals a name, and Citrakian decapitates him. On the other side, Kelly uses the feelers to track down Zach's whereabouts. Kelly follows them all the way to the base of the vampire hunters. Zach is currently sitting inside the house, which has been reinforced by Vasily, making it impossible to force entry. Kelly knocks on the glass and calls for Zach to open the door. However, Zach refuses because he knows that Kelly has been infected by the Blood Clan, but Kelly lies to Zach, telling him that she has been cured and urges him to open the door quickly. Zach believes her and F seems to sense something. He saw Kelly standing in front of the window, and F quickly spoke up to stop Zach. He rushes downstairs but is still a step too late. Kelly successfully breaks in, but Nora appears just in time. Then, F grabs a knife and prepares to fight Kelly to the death. Nora also grabs a gun and starts looking for Kelly. At this moment, two feelers quietly enter the room and ambush Nora. After dealing with the feelers, F continues to search for Kelly. Suddenly, Kelly descends from above, knocking F to the ground and throwing Nora aside.
No! Stop!
Kelly sees F preparing to grab a knife, so she extends her stinger to kill him. At this time, Nora stood up and threw the iron hook towards Kelly. Zach realizes that he has been deceived. Just as F is about to kill Kelly, a feeler suddenly appears and blocks the bullets. Kelly escapes again. At this moment, Kelly is very sad because she was only a few meters away from Zach. Eichhorst saw this and started comforting her. He told Kelly that failure is inevitable, but at least she found the hiding place of the vampire hunting team. Just now, the master told him a plan that has a high chance of rescuing Kelly's son, and then he asked Kelly to prepare. The next day, everyone gathered together to discuss what to do because the master now knows their location. If they stay here any longer, the master will definitely come and attack. After hearing this, Nora suggested going to Red Hook, where the security is tight and Justine leads a small army. Everyone agreed that it is the safest place. The vampires are killing humans everywhere in the city, and the government's inaction has made the situation uncontrollable. Fortunately, Justine has sealed off Red Hook, making it an infection-free zone. At this time, F found Justine and told her that a group of vampires disguised as normal people had infiltrated Red Hook yesterday. Although the vampires were driven away, they will launch another attack. Citrakian hopes that Justine can strengthen the defense because vampires will still try to infiltrate Red Hook. Justine didn't believe that any vampire could get past her layers of defense, so she drove F and others out. However, as F predicted, a group of vampires smuggled in from the sea. They were led by Eichhorst and Kelly. The boat owner started asking Eichhorst for money. Soon, the security guard heard a distress call on the walkie-talkie, saying that the area was being attacked by a large number of creatures. Just as they finished speaking, there was no sound on the other end of the walkie-talkie, so the two security guards immediately got up and went to check. The staff in the power room also wanted to help, but just as they opened the door, Eichhorst led the vampires to the entrance. At this time, F and the others were outside and didn't know what to do. At that moment, the entire Red Holocaust power and the surrounding area was plunged into darkness. It was only then that Lena realized something was wrong, and she quickly found F and the others. Citrakian said that this was definitely the work of the vampires, and without the protection of the ultraviolet lights, they would attack in full force. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Red Hook immediately ordered his men to prepare a car to escape from here. However, Justine was prepared to fight the vampires to the end, and she then led all the police officers to the entrance. They vowed to protect the residents of Red Hook, lined up in a row, and started throwing flares outside to provide visibility. Sure enough, not long after, the vampires launched their attack. At Lena's command, everyone started firing at the vampires. With everyone's determined resistance, the attacking vampires were quickly cleared out. Citrakian warned everyone not to celebrate too soon, because this was just a test by the vampires, and they would soon launch a full-scale attack. Justine felt desperate after hearing this. As the police force in Red Hook was only a few dozen people, they would not be able to withstand a large-scale vampire attack. Now, the only option was to restore power to the ultraviolet lights, which would be able to stop the vampire army. Due to the lack of defense at the main gate, the task of restoring power fell on the vampire hunting team. Just as they were about to get in the car and go to the power plant, Citrakian went straight to the base. Upon seeing this, F immediately followed and asked him what he was going to do. Citrakian said he was going to confront Eichhorst in a final battle because this was a rare opportunity. Seeing his determined attitude, F could only let him go. At this time, the sounds of vampire roars kept coming from outside Red Hook, sending chills down people's spines. Lena went to the elevated highway to check the situation outside. The scene in front of her instantly filled Justine with fear. Countless vampires were already outside, ready to attack, and they had no way to resist such a large number of vampires. In the distance, there are countless Strigoi gathering their strength. Justine collapsed after seeing this. She had promised to protect every resident of Red Hook, but now their police force is insufficient to resist these Strigoi. Upon seeing this, Sheriff Frank suggests that Justine go to Staten Island and leave the defense to them. However, Justine doesn't want to abandon her people. She would rather die here than escape alone. Seeing Justine's determined attitude, Frank suggests another solution. Soon, Justine arrives at the residential area and starts a speech, confessing the Strigoi attacks to everyone. She hopes that everyone can take up arms and fight against the Strigoi invasion together, protecting their homeland. On the other side, F and the others successfully enter the power plant. What catches their eyes are corpses lying all over the place. They continue to move forward when suddenly a group of Strigoi launches a surprise attack. The group can only hastily respond. Suddenly, a Strigoi sits up and stares at Zack. It turns out he was transmitting information to Kelly. F quickly kills him, but it doesn't stop the transmission. After obtaining Zack's location, Kelly prepares to go alone. Eichhorst goes to find Abraham for a duel. Nora finds a way to restore power plant in this book. Seeing that they can handle it, F prepares to help Abraham fight against Eichhorst. The Strigoi launch a full-scale attack, with hundreds and thousands of them charging towards the Red Hook neighborhood. At Frank's command, everyone starts shooting frantically. The Strigoi at the forefront are killed one after another, but their numbers exceed the bullets. The Strigoi withstand the barrage from dozens of rifles and tear a large hole in the iron barricade. Realizing the situation is unfavorable, Frank immediately orders the team members to retreat to the next defensive line. Some slow-running officers are knocked down by the Strigoi on the spot. Just when everyone is in despair, Justine leads all the residents and rushes out. To protect their homeland, they pick up weapons and fight desperately against the Strigoi. However, these residents lack combat experience, and humans are still at a disadvantage. On the other side, following the instructions, Nora successfully restores the power in the power plant. At this moment, people feel deep despair as the Strigoi keep coming endlessly. After the power is restored, UV lights turn on one after another. The Strigoi exposed to the lights are instantly burned. In this battle, humans finally achieve the ultimate victory. While Vasily and Nora are celebrating, Zack discovers that Kelly has come. Kelly grabs a stick and starts hitting the glass. Vasily goes out and fires at Kelly, but unfortunately, only one shot hits. However, she manages to escape, leaving behind a pool of white blood. On the other side, Abraham finally confronts Eichhorst. Just as the two begin their duel, F, who was lying in ambush, suddenly fires a shot. This angers Eichhorst, who pushes Abraham aside and goes straight for F. Seeing the unfavorable situation, F runs upstairs but eventually gets trapped on the rooftop. Just as Eichhorst is about to kill F, Abraham arrived in time and hit Eichhorst. Eichhorst, with bullets raining down on him, jumps off the building. The group enters someone's house, but suddenly a Strigoi launches a surprise attack. Abraham dodges it and then beheads him. Immediately after, another Strigoi emerges from the room, and Vasily shoots him in the head. All of their efforts were for a book called the Oxydolumen, which contains methods to destroy Strigoi. Abraham found 3 households based on the names provided by the bishop. After verifying the information, it was clear that this was not the place they were looking for. On the other side, F was spying on Palmer from the building across. He was planning to assassinate Palmer to avenge his friend. At around 3 o'clock, Palmer was scheduled to have a press interview downstairs, so F started staking out on the rooftop in advance. Soon, Palmer appeared, and F immediately aimed his gun at him. However, there were too many people at the scene, making it impossible to hit the target. Just as Palmer was about to enter the building, a journalist suddenly stopped him. This exposed Palmer completely under the muzzle. At this moment, F took a crucial shot. Then F looked through the scope again, confirming Palmer lying on the ground and the blood on the wall. Before quickly leaving the scene, Palmer was not hit by F. It was Marchand who was shot. Dutch and he just came down from upstairs. A plainclothes agent discovered the clues. Seeing this, F and Dutch immediately ran into an alley. The plainclothes agent were in hot pursuit of the two men. Suddenly, an iron gate appeared in front of him, and F successfully climbed over it. But when Dutch was climbing, the officer caught up and subdued her. F hesitated for a moment, then decided to turn and escape. However, at that moment, several police cars arrived from all directions, and F and Dutch were apprehended. On the other side, Vasily and the others followed the clues to a bookstore. There were tens of thousands of books displayed, but they couldn't find any clues about the oxydolumen. Just then, they heard the news of Palmer's assassination on the radio, mentioning that a man and a woman involved in the crime had been arrested. Upon hearing this, they felt uneasy. It must be F and Dutch. If the charges were confirmed, the two of them would likely face execution, so Vasily and Nora prepared to go and rescue them. On the other side, Palmer's private doctor was trying to save Marchand's life. Then he asked Eichhorst to find the blood ancestor to save Marchand, saying that if the blood ancestor did not come to save her, he would terminate his cooperation with the blood ancestor from now on. Eichhorst had no choice but to inform the blood ancestor. After a long wait, Marchand's surgery was completed. Although rescue efforts saved her life, it is still unclear whether she can be revived after the bullet hit her nervous system. Palmer fell into deep despair upon hearing this. Meanwhile, F and Dutch were locked up in the police station. Suddenly, a few police officers came and took Dutch away separately. F tried to intervene and immediately explained that she had nothing to do with it. The police officer hit F in response. At this moment, Abraham was still searching for the oxydolumen in the bookstore. Suddenly, a Strigoi appeared behind him. Fortunately, Abraham escaped the attack through the reflection of the mirror, and then turned around and cut off the Strigoi head directly. Immediately after, Abraham turned the severed Strigoi head around and realized that it was not the person he was looking for. Now, only one place remains. Marchand was about to die, and suddenly a shadow flashed from behind. Palmer quickly got up to check, but found no one around. However, when he turned back, he saw the blood ancestor already by Marchand's bedside. The blood ancestor did not respond, but opened Marchand's mouth directly. A milky white liquid dripped into her mouth. In an instant, her pale skin regained its color, and Marchand slowly opened her eyes. She was startled by the strange-looking man in front of her and quickly asked Palmer what had happened. Upon seeing this, Palmer began to confess to her that in order to achieve the goal of immortality, he had been cooperating with the blood ancestor. Marchand couldn't believe what she heard. On the other side, F has been kept in detention. Suddenly, strange noises came from outside, and in the next second, a group of Strigoi stormed into the police station. The officers pulled out their guns in response, but the Strigoi flooded in like a raging river. Under the fierce assault of the Strigoi, the entire police station had begun to fall. Seeing the situation, the officers ran into F's cell and quickly locked the door. Just then, a Strigoi leaped over. F quickly pulled the police officers to stand against the wall, because this way the Strigoi flesh thorns could not bite them. The officer then shot and killed the Strigoi, but the gunshot attracted the attention of all the Strigoi. All the Strigoi rushed towards the prison cell and spat at the two of them. The officers started killing the Strigoi one by one, but they soon ran out of bullets. Just as he was about to change the magazine, he was suddenly bitten on his arm by a flesh thorn. In F's despair, Vasily and Nora arrived in time. They carried out silverware and massacred wildly, and soon all the Strigoi in the police station were slaughtered. It was only then that Vasily noticed Dutch was not there. F said she was taken away a few hours ago. Just then, a surviving officer walked in. He was dumbfounded at the sight of the Strigoi corpses all over the place. The group then asked him about Dutch's whereabouts, and the frightened officer immediately revealed her location. She was taken to the Mayfield Hotel, 5 kilometers away. On the other side, Abraham found the address of the last house. He searched through every nook and cranny but found no clues, which caused Abraham to break down on the spot. he started slashing around with his sword, but then he noticed something strange about the sound of the floor beneath his feet, so he kicked aside the carpet and indeed found a hidden compartment. After opening it, he saw an object wrapped in cloth. Abraham uncovered the cloth and found a silver book. Upon opening the book, the words "the Oxydo Lumen" were prominently written on it. It seemed to be the thing he had been searching for. Then Abraham continued to look through it, and sure enough, all the things recorded in it were about the Strigoi. Suddenly someone attacked him from behind. Obviously, that person was also after this book. In the hotel, Dutch was tightly bound by iron chains. Eichhorst is bringing her to the table little by little. Afterward, Eichhorst left the secret room. However, he soon returned, this time bringing a police officer with him. Right in front of Dutch, Eichhorst extended his fangs and directly bit the police officer. Seeing Dutch's terrified gaze, Eichhorst was quite satisfied. On the other side, Abraham woke up from unconsciousness and found himself tied to a chair. It turned out that the owner of the book, Rudyard, was the one who knocked him out. Abraham said he now wanted the book and asked Rudyard to name a price. But upon hearing this, Rudyard didn't want to make a deal with Abraham, stating that there were others interested in buying the book. So Rudyard prepared to auction it off, and the highest bidder would get it. After hearing this, Abraham advised him not to do it. If this book falls into Palmer's hands, humanity will face a catastrophic disaster. Ignoring Abraham's advice, Rudyard insisted on auctioning the book. Vasily and the others found the Mayfield Hotel based on the clues. Downstairs, they found a police car with its doors open. After searching, Nora found Dutch's hat in the back seat. Dutch suddenly noticed the spray on the policeman's body. In order to escape from Eichhorst, Dutch had to reach for it desperately. Just then, Eichhorst, who had finished resting, prepared to go back to the secret room. After opening the door, Dutch was sitting on the floor eating something, seemingly unaware of anything suspicious. But suddenly, Eichhorst ordered Dutch to take off his pants, leaving Dutch completely bewildered. Under Eichhorst's order, Dutch could only do it. Then, Eichhorst applied lipstick to Dutch's lips. Next, Eichhorst ordered Dutch to turn around, while he himself sat directly on the floor.
Spread your legs. Bend over.
At that moment, Dutch suddenly turned around and took out the spray she had hidden in advance, spraying it in his face. The burning sensation from the spray caused Eichhorst to fall to the ground and struggle in pain. Dutch took advantage of the situation to search his body and quickly unlocked the iron chains. But when she escaped from the secret room, she realized that all the exits in the hotel had been sealed off. The elevators had also stopped running. As Dutch continued to search for a way out, Eichhorst's voice came from ahead. In a panic, Dutch ran around, but luckily, she eventually found a safe passage. Meanwhile, Vasily and the others started going up the stairs. At this moment, Eichhorst chased after them, and Dutch stepped forward to fight him but was slapped down by Eichhorst. Then Eichhorst grabbed Dutch's legs and dragged her upstairs. On the other side, Vasily and others heard Dutch's cry for help. They immediately sped up and rushed upstairs, and soon came to the wall. Vasily took a steel rod and started smashing the wall, but only managed to create a small hole. Later, Vasily took out a detonator and stuffed it in. F and the two immediately retreated upon seeing this. Vasily quickly ignited the detonator, and after a loud explosion, the wall collapsed. They immediately started running upstairs. At this time, Eichhorst was dragging Dutch back. When a silver hand grenade landed next to him, Dutch was successfully rescued in this way, while Eichhorst managed to escape during the chaos. Gus made a deal with Quinlan and he will continue to work for the ancestors, but the premise is that Raya and her family must be safely sent out of the city. Just after Gus sent Raya off, Angel turned back. The movies he made have always been about fighting vampires, and now he has to fight them in real life too. Angel successfully joined Quinlan's team. The next day, F and Nora found Councilwoman Justine and informed her that they had developed a serum that can kill the Strigoi. They needed a set of bioreactor equipment to mass produce it and promised to hand it over to her once it was completed. Justine agreed to the plan and offered her assistance. F then asked Justine for 3 tickets and passes. He wanted to send Zach to his grandparents in Washington, and Justine agreed to his request. On the other side, Satrakian received information that Cream got hold of the oxydolumin, so he hurried over with Vasily. After meeting, Satrakian wanted to check the authenticity of the book first. Seeing this, Cream handed him the book, and when he opened it, it was indeed the same book he had seen before. Then Satrakian flipped through the oxydolumin, confirmed that it was genuine, and immediately Cream's men snatched the book away. Satrakian also followed the agreement and took out his watch to exchange for the book, but Cream refused him, saying that Palmer also wanted the book. Satrakian told him that he needed the book to end the spread of the virus. If this book falls into the hands of Palmer, this place will become a world of vampires. Cream didn't care and said he would give the book to whoever paid more money. Satrakian asked Cream for 24 hours, and he would offer a higher price than Palmer. Cream agreed and said that after 24 hours, he would auction off the oxydolumin here, and Satrakian just needed to have the money ready. In order to raise a large sum of money, Satrakian and the others found Quinlan. Although he is a vampire, they have a huge financial chain behind them. After meeting Quinlan, Satrakian told him that they needed the support of the vampires' funds to buy the oxydolumin. Quinlan said that money is not a problem, but how can he guarantee that after getting the oxydolumin, he will not use it to deal with the ancestors? Satrakian says that if this book falls into the hands of the blood ancestor, they will all die. Quinlan had no choice but to agree to Satrakian's request. Vampires are extremely afraid of sunlight, so they have specifically trained a human warrior to act during the day. Gus' first task is to find some followers to fight against the Strigoi, so he and Angel drove to the prison. Since he used to be a street thug, he has many friends in prison. As soon as they entered the prison, a strong smell of blood hit them. There were dozens of resting Strigoi lying at the entrance, so the two of them had to proceed with caution. Just as they were approaching, Gus noticed movement in the prison cell ahead. When he got closer, he realized it was a prison guard. Gus immediately called out his name. The guard immediately asked for Gus's help because he had been locked up there for 3 days. Gus asked for his work card. Then Gus got the card and left directly. It turns out that this prison guard was famous for beating prisoners, and Gus was taken to the surveillance blind area and beaten up by him. They came to the control room. After seeing the prisoners on the surveillance screen, Gus used the prison guard's work card to open the permissions.
Perez, you alive? Elizalde? What the hell are you doing here? Here to get you out. Best idea I heard all day.
Gus prepared a large number of weapons for everyone and told them to start working for Quinlan from now on. After hearing this, Perez asked what benefits they would get from working for Quinlan.
Why we gotta take orders?
Because he knows how to win against these things. He made us a deal. We work with him, we can own this city. I don't want us to have to fight on the way out. I don't want to lose anybody that we don't have to.
Gus reminded them to be careful when they leave to avoid unnecessary losses. After briefing everyone, Gus led them to escape from the prison. When passing the prison guard, Gus released him anyway. As soon as the prison guard came out, he met Perez. When Perez was about to kill him, Gus stopped him. He said that shooting now would wake up the vampires, but Perez ignored the obstruction and shot the prison guard. Then another prisoner took a knife and started slashing at the prison guard crazily. This commotion woke up the sleeping Strigoi. The group had no choice but to fight and retreat. With the weapons, the Strigoi posed no threat to them. Soon, they escaped from the prison, and Gus told everyone to get in the car. Just then, Perez suddenly said he didn't want to work for Quinlan. After saying that, he pointed his gun at Gus.
Thanks for the weapons, but... Anyone else?
After completing the mission, Gus reported the situation to Quinlan. Quinlan was very satisfied after hearing this, so he asked Gus to track Satrakian. He tells Gus that Satrakian will get a book, and Gus's mission is to make Satrakian give up the book. Gus asks him what if Satrakian doesn't give up the book, and Quinlan tells him to kill him and take the book. On the other hand, Eichhorst arrived at the Stoneheart group. He came to bid on the oxydolumin on behalf of Palmer. Palmer was angry after hearing this. To obtain immortality, Palmer had no choice but to agree to Eichhorst's demands. She told him that he could not continue to be controlled by Eichhorst and that he needed to make them understand his importance. Seeing Coco, who was always thinking about him, Palmer felt a little more comfortable. In a factory on the outskirts, Eichhorst directed the workers in the renovation. They thought they were installing equipment for slaughtering animals, but in reality, its true purpose was to slaughter humans. These workers were deceived by Eichhorst, unaware that they were creating a slaughterhouse for themselves. On the other side, F packed his luggage to prepare to send Zack to Washington, while Satrakian was going to attend the auction for the Oxydolumen that night. Before that, Vasily reinforced the truck to prevent a major battle from happening later. Soon, F arrived at the high-speed rail station with Zack, surrounded by people who wanted to escape the city. This train was the last one, and after that, the city would be completely sealed off. F and the others waited for the high-speed train, which was seen by Kelly. She saw Zack about to be taken away. Igniting her anger, Gus gathered the people he had brought out of prison and began to introduce Quinlan to them. When Quinlan took off his hat, the prisoners started to discuss among themselves. At this moment, an ignorant prisoner questioned Quinlan's identity and then pulled out a gun to threaten him. Quinlan's handling of the matter made no one dare to resist.
Are you with me? Then let us fight.
On the other hand, the auction for the Oxydolumen is approaching, and Satrakian and the other person entered the venue early. Before that, all their weapons were confiscated. Then, Cream asked Satrakian to provide his account information for asset verification. At that moment, Eichhorst also arrived at the auction site. After the routine body search, Eichhorst also handed over his account for verification. Soon, the asset verification of the two individuals was completed, and now they started bidding for the Oxydolumen. Satrakian was the first to bid. The bidding of the two shocked Cream, seeing that both of them were willing to do whatever it takes to obtain the book. Cream made a suggestion. He proposed that whoever has a higher limit on their bank account will own the book. Both of them agreed to this method, and their subordinates began to check their accounts. When they heard that Satrakian's account had $323 million, Vasily laughed. But when it was Eichhorst's turn, his bank account limit was higher than Satrakian's. Eichhorst won the victory, and then Cream handed the book to Eichhorst. After seeing the book, Eichhorst took a step back. He expressed that he hoped that Cream would put the book in a canvas bag before giving it to him, because vampires cannot touch silver objects. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Eichhorst's bank account was suddenly cancelled. In the end, the book belonged to Satrakian, which made Eichhorst furious. Faced with countless guns pointed at his head, Eichhorst could only leave. Afterward, Satrakian prepared to leave with the book. At that moment, a truck crashed into him, followed by a large number of vampires rushing towards him. It seems that Eichhorst wanted to snatch the book.
Here we go. Hang on.
Vasily quickly started the truck again, while Satrakian held a gun to confront the approaching vampires. Fortunately, the vehicle quickly started, but when Vasily was about to escape, another truck appeared in front, blocking his way. In desperation, the two of them could only hide in the reinforced cargo box of the truck. Just then, Eichhorst's voice came.
As always, your victory was fleeting. Bring me the book and the professor.
A large group of vampires surged like a flood, launching a full-scale attack on the truck in front of them. Eichhorst was willing to do anything to obtain the Oxydolumen. Luckily, Vasily had modified the truck in advance, temporarily resisting the vampires' attack. Vasily opened a gap on the side of the truck with a submachine gun, followed by a frenzy of shooting at the vampires. At that moment, several cars quickly approached, and it was Gus and the others. They directly fired at the vampire horde. Seeing this, Eichhorst immediately sneaked in to seize the Oxydolumen. When he opened the door, he felt a terrifying sense of fear. Turning around, he found that Quinlan had already appeared by his side. Then the blood ancestor took control of Eichhorst's body.
You were wise not to come here tonight.
I fear no one.
Eichhorst ran away again. Quinlan couldn't catch up with him even if he teleported. At this moment, a fierce battle was still taking place ahead. After they fired with silver bullets, there were not many vampires left. Gus took the opportunity to quietly approach the truck. After entering, Gus found that they were nowhere to be found. At that moment, he noticed a hidden door ahead. It turns out they had already escaped through the sewer. Just then, Gus heard a ticking sound in his ear. On the other side, F and the others had boarded the train bound for Washington, but just before departure, the conductor realized that there were many people standing in front of him. He immediately pulled off the emergency stop. It turned out that these were vampires controlled by Kelly. Countless vampires formed a human wall to block the train. Soon, the train derailed and slowly came to a stop in a tunnel. Nora quickly took Zack and ran out of the train. Meanwhile, F and the others were blocked by feelers on their way. As the feelers were about to charge at them, F managed to find a handgun in the last moment. F then started chasing after Zack, but halfway through, he was intercepted by two feelers. F had no choice but to eliminate them first. At that moment, Nora and the others encountered Kelly in the tunnel. Nora instructed Zack to find an opportunity to run to the station. The battle between Nora and Kelly was about to commence. Nora's attacks were all dodged by Kelly. So Nora pulled out her silver sword to fight against her. Then Nora asked Zack to take the opportunity to leave quickly, but Zack stopped halfway. He looked at his injured mother with great concern. When Nora was about to kill Kelly, Zack asked her to stop. Distracted by Zack's repeated requests, Nora was caught off guard, and Kelly took the opportunity to spit out a stinger and bit Nora's arm. Because of Zack's constant requests, Kelly let go of Nora, but she was still infected. Kelly then approached Zack, who jumped into her arms upon seeing his mother. Shortly after, Zack left with Kelly. After some time, F found his way there and learned that Zack had been taken away, which made him furious. Then F discovered that Nora's body was already filled with nematodes, which made F collapse even more.
You're always late.
I can figure something out.
Well, gripping into mine. I don't want him to hear your words, to see you through my eyes. I would come for you. I would come for you and Zack.
Please don't leave me.
It's done.
Palmer did not obey the Blood Ancestor command, and tragedy struck in the next second. Because Palmer caused the Blood Ancestor to lose the oxydolumen, the Blood Ancestor killed Marchand as a punishment. On the other side, Vasily and the others successfully escaped from the Blood Horde. Just as they were preparing to go home, unexpectedly, Gus chased after them. Both sides immediately raised their guns, and Gus urged them to fulfill their agreement and hand over the oxydolumen to the Blood Ancestor. Abraham stated that he would not surrender the book. Once the Blood Ancestor obtained it, they would surely destroy it. At that moment, Quinlan and Angel also arrived, making the situation even more unfavorable for the two. Abraham proposed a suggestion to use the oxydolumen to lure the Blood Ancestor. As long as they killed the Blood Ancestor, the book would be useless to them. After considering it, Quinlan agreed to his plan, recognizing the formidable power of the extermination squad and the effectiveness of their cooperation. Later, Abraham went to Quinlan's residence. He first began deciphering the contents of the book, but Quinlan felt it was a waste of time. The blood army that the Blood Ancestor were building would soon take shape. Abraham listened and silenced Quinlan. This battle was crucial for humanity's future, and they had to prepare for victory. Having lost Nora, F spends his days drinking at home. One day, when Justine came to deliver materials to F, she delivered some bad news. The mortality rate from the virus last week was 100%, but it had dropped to 70% this week. F didn't know what caused this change either. Justine valued Vasily's ability to exterminate pests and appointed him to lead the Navy SEALs. After discovering the Blood's nest, the group began their extermination plan. These SEALs are very well equipped. With heat sensors too, they could detect and kill Bloods hiding in the darkness immediately. The Navy SEALs continued to move deeper into the nest. Just as they arrived at a corridor, a group of ambushing Bloods suddenly rushed towards them. Under the captain's command, everyone opened fire. The clearing mission was completed, but they still couldn't find the Blood ancestor whereabouts. At night, F returned to his former home and started drinking again. Suddenly, strange noises came from outside. F immediately went to the door to check, but a feeler jumped out. Then another one appeared at the door, and the two feelers surrounded F. Strangely, they didn't attack, but seemed to be waiting for something. At that moment, F sensed someone entering, and saw that it was Kelly. F immediately asked about Zach. Kelly said Zach hadn't been turned into a Blood and was living with her. Then Kelly began relaying the Blood ancestor words.
We want the lumen.
Book? You kept Zach alive to trade him for a book?
You have a choice to make. The lumen or Zach.
Gus plunged the needle into a major artery and then dripped his own fresh blood into a basin. Soon, the basin was filled with blood. Afterwards, Gus carried the bowl to the living room, where a Blood was present. It turned out she was Gus's mother. Gus had killed many Bloods, even his own brother without hesitation, but he could never bring himself to harm his mother. When Blood saw the food, she extended her meat spike directly. Blood quickly drank up the blood and then looked at Gus again, but Gus was already too weak and unable to continue drawing blood. Seeing this, his mother angrily knocked the bowl away. Gus was devastated by this, promising his mother that he would avenge her by killing Blood ancestor. On the other side, the primogenitors called for Quinlan and questioned him about the whereabouts of the Oxida Lumen. Quinlan listened with disdain, and gave the patriarchs another scolding. Later, Quinlan stated that the Oxida Lumen was indeed in his possession and he wouldn't hand it over. He planned to use the book to lure out the Blood ancestor. When the patriarchs learned that Abraham was deciphering the Oxida Lumen, they became furious and warned and threatened Quinlan. Quinlan replied, stating that they were only allies. After speaking, Quinlan left the place directly. At night, Vasily led the Navy SEAL team in continuing the extermination plan. Through a thermal reactor, Vasily discovered a large gathering of Bloods beneath their feet. The more there were, the higher the chance of the Blood ancestor being present. Subsequently, the Navy SEAL team arrived at an underground tunnel. They quickly encountered two Bloods, which Vasily referred to as vampire sentinels. They aimed to kill them with a single strike, as otherwise they would alert nearby Bloods. After dealing with the sentinels, the team continued to advance inside. At that moment, the captain suddenly spotted a person, which made Vasily feel uneasy. He quickly brought up the playback and discovered that the person was Eichhorst. Vasily saw this and immediately gave the SEALs a capture mission, explaining that the man was one of Blood ancestor's men. Upon hearing this, the Navy SEAL team immediately pursued and followed until they reached a church. Vasily was concerned that they might not be a match for Eichhorst, so he also drove to the scene. By this time, the soldiers had already entered the interior of the church. The captain signaled for them to split into two teams to search the church. Shortly after they separated, their night vision goggles began to malfunction frequently. The next second, a piercing sound erupted, causing the soldiers intense headaches. Meanwhile, Vasily saw the video feeds being interrupted one by one. He immediately contacted the captain and urged them to retreat quickly. Subsequently, Vasily grabbed his rifle from the trunk and rushed into the church. While the Navy SEAL team was retreating, a dark figure suddenly flashed by. As the captain went to investigate, screams were heard from behind. When the captain returned, he found that the team members had been torn in half. At that moment, Vasily arrived. The captain instructed Vasily to quickly rescue their team members while he prepared to confront the monster with the thermal sensor. As he fired at the position of the shadow, suddenly a figure appeared behind him. It was the Blood ancestor himself. On the other side, Vasily successfully found the injured team members. After examining them, it was determined that they were not infected. Vasily helped them out, but as soon as they came out, they encountered Eichhorst.
Lovely evening!
In a secret laboratory that Palmer invested in, they captured a group of vampires for research, aiming to uncover the secret of their immortality. The staff extracted a vaccine from the nematode worm inside the vampires' bodies. Immediately, they began human experiments. They brought in an elderly person who was on the verge of death and injected the developed vaccine into her body. Suddenly, the old person's blood pressure skyrocketed, and she started convulsing violently. Seeing the alarming situation, the experimenters immediately started resuscitating the elderly person. However, she couldn't withstand the virus in the vaccine, foaming at the mouth and her eyes turning red. Seeing that the elderly person was about to mutate into a vampire, the experimenters had no choice but to shoot her. Later, the doctor reported the experimental results to Palmer, who was infuriated upon hearing them. He had invested a huge amount of money and received no good news so far. The doctor explained that the white blood in the vampires was lethal poison. There's no way to extract a vaccine for immortality. Faced with such inhumane experiments, the doctor offered Palmer his resignation. Palmer had gone to such great lengths because since the last time he caused the blood ancestor to lose the oxytolumin, he hadn't obtained any white blood from the blood ancestor, which resulted in Palmer's deteriorating health. He was in urgent need of white blood to prolong his life. Icor's stated that only when they retrieve the oxytolumin can they offset the previous betrayal. F arrived at Quinlan's residence and bumped into him in the corridor. Luckily, Vasily arrived in time and saved F's life. F was a bit stunned seeing Quinlan, who resembled the blood ancestor. Subsequently, Vasily led F inside the house. Upon meeting Abraham, F recounted the events of the past few days. They both fell into sadness upon learning about Nora's death. Later, F sat outside drinking alone, and Quinlan approached him, because he sensed that something was wrong with F.
A long time, Doctor. I saw Emperor Domitian slain by his own court. I witnessed Giuliano Medici's murder during Easter services and watched the Borgias strangle their own. Over the centuries, I've developed a keen nose for treachery, so I must wonder, what's the real reason you're here?
F didn't offer much explanation in response to Quinlan's doubts. On the other hand, Dutch and her friends arrived at a building. Since she broke up with Vasily, she had been with them. They were running out of supplies, so they decided to take a risk and search for resources. Soon, they arrived at a wealthy household. After surveying the area and finding no one, they immediately started searching for supplies. Then, cautiously, they entered the bedroom to find useful tools. However, as the man checked under the bed, the woman noticed something unusual and walked over, unaware that a blood had silently approached from behind. Hearing the screams, Dutch and the others immediately ran to the bedroom. Dutch shot and killed one blood, then shot another one. Following that, Dutch stood on the bed and started shooting under it. Just then, another blood emerged from behind the two. The man blocked the attack with his hand before retaliating and escaping the house. Dutch turned around and killed the blood under the bed, but when she prepared to deal with the other one, she realized her gun was out of bullets. At this moment, the man who had escaped the room immediately called their companions to flee, paying no heed to Dutch's well-being. Soon, Dutch returned to the meeting point with her companions. She decided to part ways with these heartless friends. Just then, Dutch noticed that something was off with her companion. She used a UV light on him and discovered hundreds of wriggling nematode worm on his body. Initially, Dutch didn't want to deal with him, but one sentence from the man completely enraged her. Zach was imprisoned in a secret room and witnessed a horrifying scene while fumbling. Zach was immediately frightened and ran away. Although Kelly retained her human form, she still needed to regularly feed on fresh blood. Soon, Zach reached a dead end. Kelly chased after him at that moment. Due to the intense movement, Zach's asthma flared up again. His breathing became extremely rapid, and he asked his mother to get his medicine for him. Kelly didn't respond to his request but instead knelt in front of Zach. Because she hadn't fed enough, Kelly uncontrollably extended her flesh stinger once again. However, Kelly suddenly stopped. It turned out that the blood ancestor managed to regain control over Kelly's body in time. This saved Zach's life. The blood ancestor slowly approached Zach and once again controlled Kelly to forcefully open Zach's mouth. Blood ancestor then fed white blood to Zach. In the next moment, Zach's asthma was completely cured. Vasily suddenly approached and conveyed that the owner of the Oxedo Lumen wanted to meet him. Abraham, upon hearing this, decided to make a trip, as he had possessed the Oxedo Lumen for 40 years and might know the contents of the book. After Abraham left, F prepared to steal the Oxedo Lumen. He searched Abraham's room but found no trace of the book. Later, F discovered a strange room. When he pulled back the curtains, he found a cabinet illuminated by several ultraviolet lights. These ultraviolet lights were there to prevent the blood ancestor from stealing it. Just as F was about to open the cabinet, Quinlan suddenly appeared behind him. Clearly, both of them had similar intentions, so they temporarily formed a partnership. Abraham and F arrived at the agreed location, only to find that Palmer was the person who came. Vasily immediately drew his gun upon seeing Palmer. Upon realizing that Palmer had no ill intentions, Abraham asked Vasily to put the gun down. He wanted to hear what Palmer wanted from them. Palmer came to propose a trade. He could withdraw all support for the blood ancestor, but Abraham had to give him the secret of longevity, because Abraham was over 10 years older than him, yet still full of vitality, so the only thing he could think of was to extract white blood to renew his life. Abraham, without concealing anything, admitted that he knew the method of extracting white blood. However, Abraham didn't believe Palmer at all. He stated that with the Oxedo Lumen and white blood in his hands, he was certain they would defeat the blood ancestor. After saying that, he left immediately. Vasily and F returned to Quinlan's residence. At that moment, Abraham discovered that the Oxedo Lumen was missing. They speculated that Quinlan took it to lure the blood ancestor. Fortunately, Vasily had installed a tracker on the book in advance to prevent anyone from stealing it. In the market where human trafficking took place during the ancient Roman era, it wasn't ordinary people being sold, but rather some deformed monsters. Quinlan was also captured by the merchants and found himself encountering a woman who would change his life. The merchant then begins to show Ancaria how Quinlan eats. They drove a goat into an iron cage, and Quinlan extended his stinger to bite the goat's neck upon seeing the food. Ancaria was excited by what she saw, stating that Quinlan was not a cursed monster, a prince born of the forest of darkness. Ancaria wanted to buy Quinlan, but the boss refused to sell. The boss considered this leech to be their money-making machine. Ancaria immediately countered, saying that he was not a leech but a vampire prince. This instantly frightened the boss because vampires were considered ominous creatures at the time and could potentially be cursed. To save his own life, the boss immediately sold Quinlan to Ancaria. After Ancaria purchased Quinlan, she took him to a jungle hut. Facing the bloodthirsty Quinlan, Ancaria was not afraid. As she watched Ancaria's pulsing blood vessels, Quinlan uncontrollably extended his stinger. Fortunately, Ancaria managed to bring back Quinlan's humanity in time. Ancaria begins to tell Quinlan about Quinlan's life. There were a total of 7 vampire progenitors in the world, and his father was the 7th-ranked blood ancestor. He was undoubtedly being pursued by his father. Ancaria's purpose was to train Quinlan in order to kill the blood ancestor in the future. And so, Quinlan and Ancaria secluded themselves in the jungle for 2 years, until one day, when Quinlan sensed someone tracking him after returning home from an outing. Quinlan quickly took cover in a tent, and soon a group of vampires barged in. Quietly, they approached the bed, preparing to attack Ancaria. Quinlan took him out just in time. Trained by Ancaria, Quinlan had become incredibly formidable in combat, making these small vampires no match for him. Ancaria woke up to the sound of the fight and immediately realized that they were sent by the blood ancestor. So, Ancaria prepared to take Quinlan to a new place to live. However, Quinlan wanted to wait for the blood ancestor to come, as it would allow him to fulfill his mission, but Ancaria says Quinlan's no match for him yet. Thus, Quinlan and Ancaria continued their search for a new dwelling together. After crossing several snow-capped mountains, the two finally settled in a cave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the blood ancestor arrived. Based on the intelligence, Quinlan immediately grabbed his sword upon seeing him, but the blood ancestor did not attack. Instead, he tried to persuade Quinlan to join his blood army. However, influenced by Ancaria, as a vampire prince, Quinlan vowed to fight for humanity in his lifetime. Seeing that Quinlan was stubborn, the blood ancestor broke the entrance of the cave. Soon, a large number of boulders piled up at the entrance, blocking the way out. The blood ancestor's goal was to make the hungry Quinlan drink Ancaria's blood to unleash his wild instincts. And so, the two were trapped for 3 days and 3 nights. Ancaria, now weak, was barely hanging on. She hoped that Quinlan could drink her blood to store strength, or else he would be powerless when the blood ancestor returned. To give Quinlan the strength to fight the blood ancestor block, Ancaria cut her own neck. As she watched the blood gush out, the hungry Quinlan extended his stinger and bit into her. After an unknown amount of time, the blood ancestor returned to the cave once again. Ancaria, by now, was already a lifeless corpse. Seeing that Quinlan had consumed human blood, the blood ancestor invited him to join once more, but Quinlan decisively refused the blood ancestor's invitation. Quinlan launched an attack directly, but the blood ancestor easily evaded it. Ancaria had told him that he was not yet a match for the blood ancestor. He would wait until he grew stronger before seeking revenge against the blood ancestor. Thus, Quinlan instantly left the cave. Quinlan and F, carrying the oxydolumen, are preparing to lure out the blood ancestor. F first goes to a supermarket and finds a blood. Everything the blood sees or hears will be known by the blood ancestor. Quinlan then approaches and controls the blood, and after finishing, F takes out the oxydolumen and presents a few requests to the blood ancestor.
You're gonna have to come through on your end. Here are the terms. You will show up yourself, not your Nazi butler. You will bring my son. You will show him to me before I give you the book. He will be unharmed. He will be human. The exchange will occur just after sundown. The location, a favorite fishing spot of Zach and mine. He knows it. Not Kelly. No one else. If you don't bring him, we'll know that he is dead or turned, and you will never get the book. Blink if you understand. I'm hanging up now.
Quinlan asks F to rescue Zach and leave the rest to him. Abraham and the others track the oxydolumen based on its location. To successfully complete the mission, Vasily brings 2 silver grenades. At this moment, Abraham realizes something is wrong because the bloods cannot cross the river, yet the oxydolumen is located in the middle of the river. F arrives at the agreed-upon location, Brighton Beach, by boat. After landing, he anxiously waits, from dusk until evening. At this time, as promised, the blood ancestor arrives at the destination. F takes the oxydolumen out of his backpack. He demands that the blood ancestor only let Kelly and Zach come over. After obtaining the blood's consent, Kelly takes Zach and walks over. When they approach, he signals Kelly to stop. He wants to make sure that Zach has not been turned into a blood. Kelly takes off her mask, only to find that she is a feeler. The feeler quickly rushes towards F and knocks him down. In a dangerous moment, F uses the silver oxydolumen to strike the feeler's face, pressing him against the wall and burning his face with the oxydolumen. Kelly immediately comes to help, but F blocks her stinger. Then, the two engage in a fight. The feelers attacks F again, and the oxydolumen accidentally falls to the ground. Kelly picks up the oxydolumen and runs towards the blood ancestor. While fighting the feelers, F pulls out a silver sword. By this time, the blood ancestor has already put the oxydolumen into his bag. At that moment, blood ancestor's men were suddenly fired upon, so it was Quinlan who came out of ambush. At the same time, Abraham and the others have also arrived at the beach based on the location. After getting off the car, Vasily notices a Navy SEAL team up ahead. He starts shouting, but when they turn around, Vasily realizes that they have all been turned into bloods. However, they ignored Vasily and started shooting at Quinlan. Despite Quinlan's formidable combat skills, he couldn't withstand the onslaught of bullets. Abraham immediately threw a silver grenade, completely eliminating the blood soldiers. Then, Vasily threw another grenade at the blood ancestor. Caught off guard, the blood ancestor was instantly burned by the silver grenade, causing him to struggle in pain. Seeing this, Quinlan approached with a bone sword and decapitated the blood ancestor. Afterwards, Quinlan, heavily injured, collapsed on the ground, and everyone immediately rushed to check on him. At that moment, a red bloodworm wriggled out of the blood ancestor body and started moving towards the sewer. Abraham happened to witness this, but he didn't know what it was. Upon returning, F immediately performed surgery on Quinlan. After removing the bullets from Quinlan's body, F proceeded to stitch up the wounds. Meanwhile, Vasily was happy that they had finally defeated the blood after months of confrontation. However, Abraham wore a worried expression, concerned that the blood might not be completely eradicated. After completing the surgery, F emerged from the room. Vasily questioned why F was with Quinlan, holding the oxydolumen, searching for the blood ancestor. F didn't hide anything and revealed the details of his deal with the blood ancestor. Abraham and the others were furious upon hearing this betrayal. Abraham didn't hesitate to kick F out of the team. Disheartened, F left the place. However, at that moment, he was targeted by a blood. Ever since the beheading of the blood ancestor, the blood lost control. Fortunately, F noticed in time and successfully killed the blood. On the other side, Zach was still confined in a small dark room when sudden knocking was heard. Thinking it was his mother Kelly returning, but outside the door was a hungry Bloods. Upon hearing the human voice, he started violently pounding on the door. Unexpectedly, the Blood managed to open the door and invade Zach's room. Kelly arrived just in time to save Zach. Meanwhile, when Quinlan regained consciousness, Abraham immediately approached him. According to the logic, Quinlan, being the Blood ancestor's son, should have died along with him. However, the other Blood, except for their lack of discipline, remained the same as before. Abraham believed that the Blood ancestor hadn't truly died, so he wanted Quinlan to take him to the patriarchs to find the truth. Quinlan listened and took Abraham to the originals. Quinlan then took Abraham to the originals and began to tell them about his beheading of Blood ancestor. The conversation revealed that Blood ancestor wasn't really dead, just without the carcass. Abraham mentioned seeing a red bloodworm and hoped the originals could provide an explanation.
If you did not kill the Crimson Worm, you did not slay the Master.
What worm is this?
The essence of his being. He has not yet taken another host, but when he does, he will be just as powerful as before.
Quinlan was angry. Quinlan drew his sword and pointed it at the originals. The vampire warriors began to draw their guns and take aim. There were so many of them that Quinlan had no choice but to put away his bone sword. Quinlan calmed down and said goodbye to the originals. He was going to join Abraham on the Oxedo Lumen to find a way to kill the Blood ancestor. Gus has to draw 300 milliliters of blood every day, and he does this for his mother's sake. Taking advantage of his mother's mealtime, he quickly takes control of her. Then, he puts a helmet on her head. Drawing blood every day has made Gus very weak, so he needs to ensure his own safety. If he turns into a Bloods, his mother will also not be able to survive. At that moment, there is a hurried knocking at the door. After questioning, it is revealed that Angel has arrived. In order to avoid exposing his mother, Gus can only come up with an excuse to send him away. However, just as Gus collapses heavily due to excessive blood loss, Angel senses that something is wrong and forcefully breaks into the house. Upon entering, he sees Gus lying on the floor and immediately helps him up. But when they reach the living room, the sight of the blood still startles Angel. After a short rest, Gus slowly recovers and then tells Angel about how he has been feeding his blood mother. Angel is shocked to hear this. He has never seen such a filial son, but Gus's body cannot sustain this situation for long, so Angel proposes to kill her, and Gus is reluctant to hear it. However, Gus is reluctant, stating that his mother is still his mother even if she becomes a Blood, maybe even develop an antidote for the virus. Helpless, Angel engages in a heated argument with Gus. Angel prepares to kill Gus's mother forcefully. Seeing this, Gus stands in front of him and picks up an axe from the table. The two start grappling, driven by his desperate desire to save his mother. Gus unleashes all his strength and pins Angel against the wall, warning him not to have any intentions towards his mother again. Just then, a siren is heard from downstairs. Gus immediately goes to the window to check. The police have come to search the building, and if his mother is discovered, she will be shot on the spot. So, Gus quickly brings in a wheelchair, preparing to escape with his mother. Angel, deeply moved by Gus's filial love, decides to help him. They take the elevator to the ground floor, but the first floor is full of cops. Gus pushed his mother toward the door while the police searched the room. However, just as success seems imminent, they unexpectedly collide with a police officer who has just entered the door. Despite their desperate attempts to explain, the cloth-covered mother is just too weird. The police insisted on checking it out, so Gus had no choice but to lift the cloth. The police officer then asks them to remove their helmets. Angel comes up with a plan and cuts the rope that restrains the blood. Just at this moment, two police officers came in. Gus and the other person immediately turned their heads and ran. A couple more cops came from behind, and that's how the two were beaten up. Then they were arrested. Soon, the two of them were taken to prison, where the police did not take their fingerprints or collect their blood. Instead, the criminals were placed in a basketball court. It was during dinner that Gus finally understood the situation. It turned out that the government lacked manpower to fight against the blood, so they forcibly prisoners for combat. Soon, Gus and the other person were given their first mission. The police gave them some cold weapons and asked them to clean up a tunnel infested with blood. Gus, of course, didn't want to go. but the cops said if he didn't, he'd be shot on the spot. Unable to face the police's tyranny, Gus could only temporarily yield. The prison guard drove several criminals into a tunnel, with Gus leading the way. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road. While discussing which way to go, a blood suddenly dropped from the sky. Gus quickly took down the bloods, but suddenly, another one jumped out. An angel killed it with a strike. He suggested that everyone should quickly escape back. Just as he finished speaking, a bloods pounced on him and stung his neck with a stinger. Gus once again dealt with the bloods, and the others started to flee. Shortly after, a group of bloods surrounded Gus and Angel. Seeing the situation, the two could only retreat. Only Gus and Angel managed to escape from this clearance operation. On the other side, during an interview, Justine was asked about the forcible conscription of prisoners. Justine looked confused, clearly unaware of this matter. Shortly after, Justine went to the scene and found the police chief, but she was shocked to find out they had really done such a thing behind her back. This made Justine very angry, but after some thought, they did indeed need manpower to eliminate the bloods, so Justine reluctantly accepted this matter. Eichhorst gathered several bloods and prepared to launch a fierce counterattack against humans. These people were either police officers or Justine's assistants, making it easier for them to infiltrate the government building. Eichhorst made a police officer lie on an operating table, then used a surgical knife to cut open his abdomen. He then inserted a timed bomb into his belly. F had been drowning his sorrows at home. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and when he opened it, he was surprised to see Dutch. On the other side, the bloods with the bomb implanted infiltrated the government building. One is standing upstairs, while the other went to the most crowded area downstairs. Just then, Vasily noticed something unusual, but it was already too late. Countless staff members were invaded by the worms. Thankfully, Vasily managed to take off his coat in time to avoid the disaster. Vasily helped Justine, who also quickly took off her coat. However, a worm crawled out of her forehead. In just a few seconds, the worm burrowed into her eye. Fortunately, Vasily pulled out a UV light and successfully killed the worm, but this still didn't guarantee that everything would be fine. F and Dutch quickly received the message and rushed over. Then, F examined Justine and thankfully killed the bloodworm before they had a chance to reproduce. Justine let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The attack was highly organized, and they weren't the only targets. Staten Island and several safe zones were also attacked by bomb-carrying bloods. The death toll had already exceeded 100. After finishing their tasks, F and Dutch prepared to go home, but just as they got in the car, a blood suddenly appeared at the door. F used a stun gun to knock it down to the ground. As F pulled out his gun, the blood started speaking.
Good weather, you failed. You want to ask me about your son, good weather, but you're afraid of the answer.
Where is he?
He is with me. Always with me.
Is he turned? Answer me. Answer me!
Kelly was preparing to give her son a pet, but as soon as Zach saw the pet, he got scared. It's bloods bred feelers that are several times more powerful than normal bloods. Zach had witnessed feelers killing people, so he quickly refused his mother's kind offer. Kelly told Zach not to worry. From now on, it will be your loyal servant, and she asked Zach to give it a command. Zach, who had been bored being confined underground all day, accepted the pet that Kelly gave him. On the other side, F and Dutch were playing chess in the darkness. They were doing this to attract the attention of the bloods. Soon, there was movement from the bushes behind Dutch. Two bloods quickly emerged on F's side as well. Then, Dutch shot and killed one with a gun, and F killed another with a silver sword. One bloods remained and attacked the two of them. F used a stun baton to knock it down, and they captured alive bloods. They did this for research purposes. Soon, they brought the small bloods back to the laboratory, and F immediately dissected it. F found that even if only the brain and spinal cord remained, they would still react. He placed fresh blood near its mouth, and the stinger suddenly showed a desire to feed in the next second. From this, it could be concluded that they were controlled by parasites. All other organs had completely decayed. If a normal person's body deteriorated to this degree, it would be difficult for the heart to keep beating. F cut open the brain of the bloods to explain to Dutch. This mass of worms is what controls the body and also has communication abilities. That's why the blood ancestor can know anything through other bloods. At this moment, Dutch was ready to eat something, but when Dutch opened the microwave, the mass of nematodes began to wriggle violently. F was extremely surprised to see this, and then signaled Dutch to turn off the microwave for a moment. After Dutch closed it, the nematodes of worms returned to normal. Through repeated experiments, F discovered that microwaves can interfere with the nematode signals. On the other side, Vasily was trying to locate the nest of the Bloods again. He found a Bloods eating by the roadside. Then Vasily walked down with a signal device. When the Bloods noticed, Vasily rushed forward and placed a signal tag on its neck. Just then, another Bloods emerged from the side and attacked Vasily, but Vasily managed to knock it down. Immediately after, he placed a signal tag on the neck of this Bloods as well. By this time, Vasily had already gotten back into his car, leaving the two Bloods helpless and roaring. On the other side, Dutch built a microwave sensor. Meanwhile, F captured a Bloods and locked it in a cage. He first placed a basin of fresh blood on the ground and then stuffed an iron rod and a key into the iron cage. They wanted to test the intelligence of the Bloods. F untied the Bloods and it directly picked up the key next to it upon seeing the fresh blood. This left F and Dutch dumbfounded. As the Bloods was about to open the iron door, Dutch immediately activated the microwave sensor. In the next second, the Bloods became expressionless. Just as F and Dutch were celebrating their victory, the Bloods suddenly picked up the key that had fallen to the ground and attempted to open the door again. This caught F and Dutch off guard. In no time, the Bloods actually managed to open the door. With such a well-behaved probe, Zach is slowly accepting it and inviting it into his bed to play. On the other side, a group of Bloods emerged from underground in the safe zone last night and attacked civilians. Justine was puzzled by this, as she had dispatched a large number of police forces to clear out the Bloods in the underground tunnels. To find out the reason, Justine sent Vasily out. He installed trackers on several Bloods, and his mission was to locate the Bloods' nest. Following the signals, Vasily arrived at a record store and indeed found traces inside. The deep and seemingly endless tunnel was dug by the Bloods. Vasily went in without hesitation. The narrow passage was barely passable for an adult, but fortunately, Vasily quickly emerged from the hole. Outside, Vasily discovered that it was an unfinished tunnel. Vasily proceeded deeper into the tunnel. Eventually, he encountered two workers ahead who turned out to be Bloods. They immediately engaged in a fight upon meeting. Just as Vasily shot one of them with a handgun, the other one took the opportunity to attack and knock Vasily down. Luckily, Vasily managed to grab his gun in time and successfully killed the Bloods. Afterward, Vasily reached a very deep underground tunnel. He secured the safety rope and slid down. After passing through a corridor, Vasily found the Bloods' nest. Despite being mentally prepared, the scene in front of Vasily still frightened him. There are tens of thousands of Bloods lying in the huge pit underfoot. Vasily quickly left the area. Using the tunnel layout map, Vasily soon returned to the surface. Upon coming out, Vasily realized that he was in the city's Central Park. He quickly reported the situation to Justine. Justine was shocked to hear this. After discussions among the group, they decided to carry out a clearance plan for the Central Park the next day at noon. Abraham was translating the Oxydolumen with Quinlan's assistance. The content of the Oxydolumen was quickly deciphered. However, the book did not specifically mention how to kill the Blood Ancestor. Abraham felt that the book was hiding something. It was not until he saw an illustration of the sun that Abraham seemed to understand something. After closing the book, he prepared to take Quinlan to a certain place. They arrived at the rooftop, and Abraham exposed that page to the sunlight. Under the sun's rays, a pile of text appeared. The author's purpose was to prevent the Bloods from knowing, as they could never be exposed to sunlight. Abraham began deciphering the content of the book.
Hide the text so the Strigoi could never read it. After being surrounded by an army of thousands, the living plague was contained within a stone sarcophagus lined with an alloy of silver and lead. Tomb for the creature and for the crimson worm within it, trapped for all eternity.
A box.
The box.
Justine immediately arranged for a SEAL team to cooperate with him to carry out the clearing plan. They started the operation as soon as it was daylight. Soon, Vasily met with the SEAL team leader, Rogers. Afterward, he took Rogers back to the base to get the silver powder. Meanwhile, Dutch and F were conducting experiments at the base. when F learned that the government planned to clean up the Bloods on a large scale. He also wanted to go to the scene. This would allow for better research. On the other side, Abraham and Quinlan started to worry again. They had found a way to completely eliminate the Bloods, but they were having trouble finding out where the Bloods were hiding. Abraham decided to pay a visit to Palmer. Soon, the two met under a sky bridge. Palmer's organs were slowly failing, so he could only walk with the help of a wheelchair. Abraham said he could provide a method to extract the bloodworm but needed Palmer to reveal the current location of the blood ancestor. In order to prolong his life, Palmer agreed to his request without hesitation. Soon, morning came, and Gus was assigned another task to clean up the Bloods. The prison guards said that if they could complete this mission, everyone would be pardoned. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward to select weapons. When they were done, they were herded back into the tunnel. On the other hand, Vasily and the SEAL team also began their operation. They were attacked by the Bloods midway, and everyone could only respond in a hurry. In the chaos, one team member was bitten on the neck. Another team member was dragged away by the Bloods. After Vasily shot and killed the Bloods, the two quickly ran to save their captured teammate. But on the way, another Bloods appeared. Fortunately, Vasily shot in time and saved Roger's life. Then, the two found their teammate ahead. After being exposed to ultraviolet light, he had been invaded by the bloodworm. Regrettably, Rogers had to end his teammate's life. On the other side, the police brought Gus and the others to the tunnel that needed to be cleaned. The police ordered them to enter the tunnel to clean up the Bloods. Gus volunteered after hearing this. The police then asked Gus and another person to take the lead. After entering the tunnel, they soon encountered a Bloods head-on. The police outside heard the commotion and immediately shouted towards Gus and the other person. In a short while, Gus's voice came, indicating that the tunnel had been cleared. The police immediately let the remaining criminals enter the tunnel. Everyone entered the tunnel and was shocked to see a pile of Bloods corpses on the ground. Then, they continued walking deeper and saw a hole dug by a Bloods ahead. The police immediately ordered the woman to crawl into the hole. Disobeying the order would result in being shot on the spot. Seeing that the woman was about to crawl into the cave, Gus and Angel quickly took action and subdued the police. Gus stated that they only wanted to safely leave. However, the police opened fire directly, and Angel immediately returned fire. In this way, 2 police officers were killed on the spot. Killing police officers is a serious crime, so everyone quickly prepared to escape from here. Zach has been trapped in the room for a month. At this time, Zach is trying to get along with the Feelers. At this time, Feelers noticed someone coming and opened the door and found it was Kelly. It turns out that she learned about the humans planning to eliminate the vampires, so she is ready to take Zach and escape from here. Upon hearing this, Zach starts packing his luggage. Before leaving, he writes a message to his father in a book. On the other side, Gus leads a group of criminals in search of an exit. Suddenly, one of them is dragged into the sewer, causing panic among the others. Just then, they hear movement from above, and everyone starts shooting their guns upwards. After killing a vampire, the surroundings quiet down. Not long after, another vampire jumps out and drags a man away. At this time, there were roars from all around, and Gus had no choice but to give up the pursuit in order to take care of the overall situation. Unfortunately, they quickly run out of bullets. At this time, another vampire appeared from the side, but it was killed immediately. Nobody knows who fired the shot, but when Gus looks closely, he realizes it was Vasily. After not seeing each other for days, the two greet each other amicably. During their conversation, Vasily learns that Gus was forcefully conscripted, which surprises him. Vasily expresses his sincere apologies for the situation. However, they still need manpower for the elimination plan, so Vasily hopes Gus can help them. Out of camaraderie from fighting side by side in the past, Gus readily agrees, but they need to safely escort the woman out. So, Gus assigns this task to Angel. With Gus joining them, the mission to eliminate the vampires becomes much easier. On the other side, Justine is waiting anxiously in the control room. As it will soon be dark, the vampire army will awaken and start searching for food. The director told Justine that it was useless to worry now. They could only place all their hopes on Vasily. Meanwhile, Vasily and his group are getting closer to the vampire nest. Suddenly, Vasily notices a book dropped on the ground, and upon opening it, he realizes it was left behind by Zach. Vasily still needs to carry out the elimination plan, so he immediately contacts F via radio. F gets excited upon hearing the news and immediately enters the tunnel with Dutch. However, they are attacked by the vampires just a few steps in. F shoots down the vampire stinger, causing it great pain, but in the next moment, their location is exposed through this wounded vampire.
Guess what? They know we're here now.
On the other side, Vasily and his group have reached above the vampire nest, while Vasily is installing silver powder bombs. Several feelers surround them. Gus and the others can only provide cover, but the number of feelers keeps increasing, just as they can no longer hold on.
They're coming from everywhere, Fit! Forget the wire, just pull the pins and toss them!
No, I gotta make sure that the silver spreads throughout the cabin. It's gotta go off at the right height, or else we're not gonna get all of it.
Hurry up, Cut, let's go!
Vasily successfully finishes the installation and throws the explosives filled with silver powder.
Fire in the hole! Save me alive!
Meanwhile, F and Dutch arrive at the place where Zach is being held. They become even more worried after seeing the letter left by Zach. Dutch concludes that he couldn't have gone far, so they start searching around. Just as she leaves, Eichhorst finds F.
Where's my son?
He's a very special young man. So much potential. He's safe. From you. He told us how you abandoned him so many times. Your wife and your child called to you.
Just as Eichhorst is about to release his stinger, Dutch arrives in time and cuts off his hand with a knife. Eichhorst quickly escapes and disappears in an instant. On the other side, Justine learns that Vasily and his group have completed the mission. She becomes extremely happy, but soon another piece of bad news arrives. The vampires take advantage of their large-scale operation and attack other vulnerable safe zones, and the vampires in that pit are just a small part of it. Eichhorst roasts his severed arm in the fireplace, and then he puts it in water to cool it down. Vasily informs Satrakian about the major battle from last night. Satrakian doesn't feel disappointed upon hearing it. Instead, he says that everything is within his expectations. As long as the master is there, the vampire army will never be wiped out. Therefore, Satrakian came out today to build a coffin that can seal the master. The two came to a silverware store, but it had been looted, so the two came to the basement. Sure enough, they discover a vault. Vasily takes out several detonators and sticks them on the vault door. Then they quickly run outside. After the explosion, they promptly return to the basement. The heavy door has been blown open, revealing a pile of silverware that catches their eyes. These silverware pieces are enough to create a silver coffin. Upon their return, Satrakian melts all the silverware and pours it into the mold, letting it slowly cool down. He intends to personally craft a coffin for the master. On the other side, Quinlan arrives at the base to inquire about any new discoveries from F. F first shows Quinlan the vampire communication device. Then, Dutch presents the soundwave recordings from yesterday. Initially, the sound remained stable within a specific area, but suddenly the signal spiked. This should be the master issuing combat instructions to the vampires. If they can pinpoint this sound, they can easily trace the master's whereabouts. However, the audio signal is somewhat chaotic, and they need to isolate the master's voice from it, but they need another audio reference to proceed. Just as everyone is at a loss, F suddenly remembers the black box from the plane crash, which surely contains the master's audio signal. There is no time to waste, so they immediately head to the airport. When they reach the restricted area, they are stopped by several soldiers. Due to Quinlan's special identity, he cannot expose himself to the soldiers. F quickly presents his identification card. Fortunately, F works for Senator Justine, which exempts them from inspection. As they exit the restricted area, they hold their guns ready at all times, because there is widespread looting of supplies happening outside. Just then, a group of bandits appears ahead, robbing other civilians. Dutch immediately jumps out of the car and rushes over, with F closely following. The bandits quickly take a hostage, resulting in an immediate standoff between the two sides.
Are you dying? So why don't you just...
The rescued family didn't even say thank you and immediately got in the car to escape from here. Afterward, Quinlan starts licking the blood off his knife. On the other side, Palmer receives a shipping manifest with a forged signature. Palmer immediately suspects Eichhorst and rushes to the dock. When Palmer tries to board the ship to inspect the cargo, he is stopped by several crew members who inform him that Eichhorst doesn't allow anyone on the ship. Palmer becomes angry and asserts that the ship belongs to him, and he has the right to know what is being transported. He prepares to force his way in, but his subordinates tell him they are unarmed. Facing a larger group, Palmer has no choice but to retreat and make another plan. This is a specialized human slaughterhouse. Eichhorst is inspecting the results with the person in charge, but he becomes angry when he sees the mannequins hanging there, stating that these things can't replace humans. The person in charge informs him that an 80-kilogram sandbag is equivalent to a normal adult. Eichhorst slowly approaches them.
You see the difference now? Can a bag of sand struggle, putting added stress on the system?
No, sir, it can't.
Then, Eichhorst signals for the experiment to continue. When the person in charge presses the switch, the machine starts operating. The man is transported onto a conveyor belt and stops at a designated position. In the next moment, an iron cage quickly locks him in, and needles extend from both sides, piercing his neck to draw blood. The blood is slowly drawn into containers below, and in just a few seconds, all the blood is drained from the man's body. But Eichhorst is unsatisfied. He wants the person in charge to increase the speed. Startled, the person in charge can only comply with his demand. Later, Eichhorst arrives at Stoneheart Group. He learns that Palmer went to the dock and comes to confront him. Palmer was also very angry after hearing this. He said that he is running all this now, and without his funding, Eichhorst would not be able to succeed at all. Eichhorst warns Palmer to do his job well in order to receive the master's favor. After saying that, Eichhorst coolly leaves the place.
Mr. Duncan, get whatever manpower you need. We're going to take that ship.
Soon, Palmer gathers security personnel and returns to the dock. When they arrive, they find all the crew members on board the ship dead on the deck. Upon inspection, they discover that all these people had their necks snapped. Regarding this, Palmer doesn't care. He just wants to know what Eichhorst was transporting. When he opened the cabin, he found that there was nothing inside. It seems that the contents had already been transferred. On the other side, F and the others arrived at the airport by car, which has been abandoned for a long time. Soon they arrived at the control room of the airport. F and Dutch looked for the black box, while Quinlan stayed at the door to cover them. Luckily, they quickly found the black box, and then there was a burst of gunfire outside. When they went out, they found the bodies of the Strigoi on the ground, and Quinlan standing in the same spot. At night, Palmer invited Citrakian out. After learning that Palmer didn't find any clues, Citrakian turned to leave. Palmer immediately said that he found something else special. Citrakian, upon hearing this, decided to give him a few more minutes. Palmer said a ship in his name transported something from Egypt to New York. Although he didn't know what was inside, it was obviously of great significance to the blood ancestor. Palmer also mentioned that he no longer had the energy to continue investigating this matter. Citrakian understood that Palmer wanted the white blood to prolong his life and continue the investigation, so he took out the refined white blood and said that if there were any results, he must contact him immediately. Then he began to teach Palmer how to use the white.
One drop in each eye, but not here. I warn you, take it somewhere where you can rest afterwards. The serum's initial effect is traumatic.
Blood. After returning, Palmer handed the medicine to the nurse and told her how to use it. After hearing the instructions, the nurse took the white blood and dropped it into Palmer's eyes according to the steps. But Palmer didn't feel any changes in his body and thought Citrakian had tricked him, but the next second, Palmer fell to the floor in pain, and the nurse immediately came forward to check the situation. She turned Palmer over and found his eyes were oozing terrifying blood, so the nurse immediately began to rescue Palmer. The next second, Palmer suddenly opened his eyes, and the effects of the white blood began to take effect. At that moment, he seemed to be filled with power. The next day, Palmer made an appointment with Citrakian. He found the address information of the captain of the ship and prepared identification documents for the two of them. Then Citrakian asked Palmer to continue investigating other leads while they hurried to find the captain. With Palmer's support, it will be easier to fight against the blood ancestors. Before that, Citrakian went to find Quinlan, because he read about an ancestral vampire sealed in Egypt in the Oxida Lumen, and that ship is likely to transport the sealed ancestral vampire. Therefore, Citrakian hopes Quinlan will go and ask the three ancestors if the ancient ancestors have joined the Blood Ancestor War. Quinlan was reluctant to do so, but Citrakian asked him to put aside his pride because this battle concerns the survival of the world. Quinlan eventually agreed to Citrakian's request. On the other side, F retrieved the black box and started extracting the audio. At first, The pilot was still in communication with the control panel, but the next second, the voice suddenly stopped. F concluded that the blood ancestors interfered with the plane's signal, and suddenly a powerful sound wave came from the recording. The surrounding objects began to vibrate violently. F tried to close the recording, but he wasn't very familiar with the audio extractor. In a hurry, F simply turned off the power. Then F immediately checked on Dutch's condition. Dutch had only temporarily fainted and was not seriously injured. It seems that this is the ability of the blood vampires to instantly make people lose consciousness. What's even more terrifying is that the audio just now was only a truncated version. Immediately after that, Dutch felt very uncomfortable and began to vomit. There was no choice but for the two of them to rest first before conducting the experiment. On the other side, because Angel's old injury recurred, Gus took him to the hospital. It looked safe here, so Gus prepared to go back home to find his mother. After hearing this, Angel told Gus not to worry and to gather at home after he finished treatment. Soon, Gus arrived at the old house, which was still as chaotic as it was when he left last time. He called out for his mother but received no response. Then Gus started tidying up the room. He wanted to wait for his mother to come home here. After who knows how long, Angel finished treatment and returned to Gus's home. By then, the house had been cleaned up, but Gus was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Angel lay down on the couch and waited for Gus to come back. Angel woke up to find a vampire standing in front of him. Angel was about to take out his gun, but accidentally dropped it on the ground. Just then, Gus returned home in time. In order to protect Angel, Gus had no choice but to shoot his own mother. When Gus was a child, his father was often violent at home, and his mother was often beaten severely by his father in order to protect him. Since then, Gus vowed to protect his mother when he grew up, but now he has killed her himself. Gus slowly sat down on the sofa, and tears began to fall uncontrollably, but Gus soon regained his composure because he hadn't killed the blood ancestor yet. On the other side, Abraham and Vasily arrived at the factory owned by Stoneheart Group. They successfully entered using the employee ID cards given by Palmer. Then the two found the captain at the given address and confirmed his identity. Vasily pinned him against the wall. Then he began to ask the captain what was inside the ship, but the captain didn't say anything. So Vasily directly pulled out his gun and prepared to kill him. After seeing the gun, the captain told them that he only knew it was a large wooden crate and actively offered to take them to the place where the crate was stored. Soon the captain took Vasily and the two to a factory. This was the human slaughterhouse built by Eichhorst. Abraham immediately understood what was used for and angrily slapped the captain. The captain said he was forced to do it. If he doesn't do this, he will be drained of his blood.
As said by countless facilitators of genocide throughout time, do not speak again if you wish to remain alive.
The captain seemed to be somewhat shaken after hearing this, so he led the two to the unloading area. As soon as they arrived, they saw workers loading wooden crates. Abraham immediately shot at them, and the captain accidentally got hit and died on the spot. Then a gunfight broke out between the two sides, and Eichhorst immediately ordered his men to drive away. When they arrived, Eichhorst took the wooden crates and left quickly. It's not that Eichhorst doesn't dare to confront Abraham, but this cargo is too important to be delayed even a little bit. On the other side, Dutch got drunk again. She and F sat on the sofa and chatted. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous, and then they hugged each other and started kissing passionately. On the other side, Quinlan found the three ancestors. When Quinlan appeared, the ancestors asked him if he didn't say he wouldn't come again.
I have a question, perhaps a warning.
We are listening.
A few days ago, the Master arranged for a piece of cargo from Egypt to arrive here in New York via ship. And the Lumen recounts an incident some 3,000 years ago in which an army of Egyptians managed to seal one of your kind in a sarcophagus. Is it possible that the cargo that the Master has brought here is that very same ancient?
The ancients started to discuss after hearing this and confirmed that this was indeed the case. Quinlan then began to analyze. If the blood ancestor cooperates with the ancestors of the old era, then their three ancestors may not be alive for long, and they will launch an attack soon. Therefore, Quinlan suggested that the three ancestors cooperate with Abraham because he knew how to defeat the blood ancestor, but the ancients didn't believe in humans. But just then, a group of vampires surrounded them. The ancestors were very angry, thinking that Quinlan brought them here. Then the Blood Ancestor took control of Eichhorst's body and began to send messages. He was originally going to get rid of the 3 ancestors, but he didn't expect that Quinlan was also there. Blood Ancestor said that the 3 of them could have taken over the world, but now they have become a corrupt race. Eichhorst activated the bomb in his suitcase, and the Century War began. Quinlan drew his bone sword and charged. Finding it easy to deal with these small vampires, the other vampire warriors also started fighting. After placing the bomb on the ground, Eichhorst left the area. Quinlan, with his centuries of training, easily defeated the vampire warriors who were much weaker. The vampire warriors were soon overwhelmed by the enemy's large numbers and were beaten down. The 3 ancients started to take action after witnessing this. At this moment, Eichhorst emerged from the other end of the passage, ready to detonate the bomb. Quinlan seemed to realize the danger and started moving towards the exit. In no time, a bloody path was carved out. Seeing that Eichhorst was about to detonate the bomb, Quinlan immediately pulled out his gun and eliminated the remaining bloods. After finishing everything, Quinlan immediately ran towards the exit. Just as Quinlan escaped, Eichhorst pressed the button in his hand, and so, the 3 ancients were forever buried underground. On the other side, Abraham and Palmer met. Abraham hoped that Palmer would use his power to search for the whereabouts of the wooden box. In order to bring down Blood Ancestor, Palmer said he would leave it to him. The Bloods had already begun to occupy the human safe zone bit by bit, and it wouldn't be long before the city completely fell. Justine still hoped that everyone would hold their ground. At this time, a police officer stepped forward, stating that they were running low on ammunition. This was clearly an unwinnable war. Justine responded by saying that as long as they concentrated all the police forces, they could definitely hold on until F developed something to counter the Bloods, but the previous failures had already crushed everyone's morale. As a result, they all resigned and dispersed. Everyone decided to escape from this doomed city. Ever since the 3 ancestors were buried alive by nuclear bombs, humanity's safe zone has begun to fall. The police all started to evacuate, and this scene happened to be seen by Gus and the 2 of them. After discussing, Gus and his companion decided to leave the city first. On the other side, F was taking a shower when he noticed something slowly approaching. Just then, there was a knocking sound at the door. When F saw that it was Vasily, he opened the door. At that moment, Dutch had just finished washing her hair and walked out. After that, Vasily began to say that the city could no longer be defended, and all government personnel had evacuated. He hoped that F and Dutch would follow him to escape the city. Upon hearing this, F expressed that their research was about to be completed. Retreating at this time would be a waste of their efforts. Seeing that F was unwilling to leave, Vasily tried to persuade Dutch, but Dutch was now F's person, and she also didn't want to leave. Using the unfinished research as an excuse, seeing that they couldn't convince the 2, Vasily left disappointedly. In order to complete their research as soon as possible, F and Dutch went to the underground tunnel. They wanted to capture a feeler for research. They hadn't gone far when they were targeted by a feeler. The feeler was fast, and F couldn't aim at it at all. Suddenly, Dutch was accidentally knocked down, and F rushed forward to fight the feeler. The painful feeler immediately distanced itself from the 2, and Dutch took the opportunity to throw a net at it. Upon returning, F immediately dissected the feeler. Its sensory system was very powerful, and they could use it to develop a new type of microwave sensor. At this time, only Justine and a few police officers were left in the entire Hongo district. At this time, the director said that he had made contact with the defense zone in Manhattan, and there were still manpower and supplies there. After careful consideration, Justine ultimately decided to abandon the city. So, Justine prepared to leave the city with the remaining 5 police officers. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a bridge, but there were long queues of cars ahead, making it impossible for vehicles to pass through. Justine sent 2 officers to investigate. As everyone anxiously waited, suddenly there was a knocking sound on the door. One team member approached and opened the small window, seeing their teammates, and then opened the door. At the same time, Gus and another person arrived at the bridge by car, and coincidentally witnessed the police officers being surrounded by the Bloods. Gus, filled with hatred towards the police, decided to take a detour. However, Angel wanted to rescue them, leading to a heated argument between the 2. In the end, Gus agreed to go and rescue them. Meanwhile, Justine and the others were sitting in the car, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, gunshots rang out outside, and within seconds, there was silence. Shortly after, there was a knocking sound on the door, and Gus urged them to quickly come out and escape. With no other options, Justine and the others had to trust Gus. They then began to walk towards the bridge. However, as they passed by a school bus, a female officer accidentally bumped into a backpack, causing it to make noise. A large group of Bloods quickly swarmed from all directions, forcing them to fight and retreat. They hurriedly ran towards the car. Justine and several officers found a car to use as cover against the attacking Bloods. Gus and Angel went to a higher position, knowing that they would be safe once they passed the iron railing ahead. But just then, a Bloods quietly crawled out from under the car. Seizing the opportunity, it bit Angel's leg, and upon seeing this, Gus immediately pulled out his stinger and shot at the Bloods. However, it was too late. Angel had already been infected. Gus blamed himself deeply, but Angel urged Gus to leave and promised to cover for him. Gus refused, resulting in an argument between the two. Realizing that time was running out, Angel directly threw Gus down before it was too late. At this moment, the situation was dire for Justine's team as one officer was bitten on the neck. Seeing this, Justine immediately turned around and fired her gun, but unfortunately, a nematode accidentally splashed onto her face. Soon after, it crawled into Justine's eye. However, in the final moment, she continued to fiercely fight against the Bloods while holding her gun. Angel also faced a massive onslaught from the Bloods, and his arm was bitten as well. Seeing that Gus had gone away, Angel broke the car's fuel tank. The leaked gasoline slowly flowed towards the flames. At this point, everyone prepared themselves for what seemed like their last stand. Even though they were covered in injuries, they were determined to fight the Bloods until the end. Gus had successfully reached the safe zone, bringing relief to Angel upon seeing this. In this way, Justine and Angel met their demise in the sea of fire. On the other side, Palmer obtained the unloading address for the wooden crate and immediately went there with security personnel. However, as soon as they entered the warehouse, they were attacked by a group of people. Palmer's trained security personnel immediately engaged in combat. Soon, they broke into the factory, and within a minute, the enemies were completely eliminated. Then, Palmer entered the factory and forcibly opened the transported wooden crate. When opened, there is a suitcase inside. Under the threat of a pistol, the person in charge could only open the box. To their surprise, it contained a makeshift nuclear bomb. The case also had an empty spot for a suitcase inside. He said there was an explosion in Manhattan yesterday and it must have been done by Eichhorst. The remaining nuclear bomb must be of great importance to the Blood ancestor, so Palmer took it away directly. On the other side, F and Dutch had built a new type of microwave sensor. To test its effectiveness, they carried the device to a nearby Blood's lair. Just then, several Bloods sensed their presence and approached. F quickly drew his gun to prevent any danger. Then, Dutch activated the device. As expected, these Bloods were immobilized and remained motionless. F fired his gun, and the other Bloods didn't react at all. It seems that the microwave sensor has been successfully developed. F slowly approached a vampire and placed a silver sword on its face. The vampire burned by the silver sword showed no reaction, and F then cut off its head with a single strike. Their microwave sensor actually proved effective against the vampires. They subsequently found Satrakian and shared this good news with him. Vasily thought it was worth a try after hearing it, but F couldn't join the mission. F disagreed, despite his past betrayal, as it was for the sake of his son. Dutch also defended F upon seeing the situation, but Vasily blamed F for the city's downfall. The two of them immediately engaged in a heated argument.
How about that assault in Central Park? How'd that work out? Half the cops in New York are dead because of you. You're responsible for those people.
Hey, stop it!
As a doctor, F was no match for Vasily. However, F's long-suppressed emotions made him furious, so he stood up and fought with Vasily again. Satrakian quickly stopped the two of them. He said that the Blood ancestor wanted to disintegrate them from within, so he hoped that the two would put aside their personal grudges for the time being and fight against the Blood ancestor together. At that moment, Quinlan, who had been missing for 2 days, appeared. Citrakian began to ask him what the ancestors had said. After hearing this, Quinlan told everyone about the death of the ancestors. This news shocked everyone. They couldn't believe that the powerful ancestors were killed by the blood ancestor. Meanwhile, Palmer, who had obtained the nuclear bomb, returned to the Stoneheart group. News of his betrayal would soon reach the master, so he needed to be prepared in advance. Palmer asked all his bodyguards to hide in the room while he pretended to be weak and lay on the hospital bed. As expected, Eichhorst, upon receiving the information, quickly arrived and demanded Palmer hand over the nuclear bomb. However, Palmer refused, using the excuse that the master hadn't granted him immortality, which infuriated Eichhorst. Eichhorst stated that if it weren't for the master giving Palmer his white blood, he would already be dead, and he was now prepared to kill Palmer. Palmer remained composed and told Eichhorst that if he died, nobody would know the whereabouts of the nuclear bomb. Eichhorst proposed turning Palmer into a vampire first so that the master would know all his memories, and then he would break his neck. Just as Eichhorst was about to make a move, Palmer swiftly pulled out a gun hidden under the blanket. With a gunshot, Eichhorst was knocked back several meters. Immediately, Palmer prepared to pursue his advantage, and the hidden bodyguards also rushed out from the room. Palmer quickly went to the elevator entrance to check, but Eichhorst had already escaped. Injured Eichhorst was staggering down the street. He was on the verge of death now, and as he fell, he kept shouting for the master. After an unknown period of time, a couple searching for supplies on the street discovered him. They turned Eichhorst over and then saw his appearance. The man had never seen a vampire disguised as a human before, so he planned to keep Eichhorst's head as a trophy. However, just as the man was about to make his move, he was suddenly shot dead. The woman immediately shouted that they were humans, but she was shot on the spot. Then, two soldiers approached Eichhorst. It turned out they were Navy SEALs controlled by the master. They were here to rescue the critically injured Eichhorst. Zach was playing with feelers on the street. This was the first time Zach had been on the surface in a month. Zach stood on a car and pointed to the flag on the roof of the building. He asked Feelers to take it down. Following the order, Feelers immediately ran towards the building, climbing up like Spider-Man. Speed was one of Feelers' advantages. Just then, a car slowly approached and stopped in front of Zach. A man got out of the car and, seeing Zach alone on the street, began asking if he needed help. Zach didn't respond to the man. At this moment, Feelers, who was about to retrieve the flag, witnessed the scene. The man, frightened by this creature, immediately drew his gun to shoot. To protect Feelers from being killed, Zach gave the order to attack. Instantly, Feelers pounced on the man, driving the stinger into his neck. Zach was at a loss when he saw this. Meanwhile, Palmer arranged another meeting with Citrakian. He informed Citrakian about Eichhorst's plan to transport the nuclear bomb. Though he didn't know the purpose of the bomb, it surely held great importance to the master. Palmer explained that Eichhorst had just come to seize the bomb but was severely injured by him. To retrieve the bomb, the master himself would have to intervene, presenting the final opportunity to completely eliminate him. Palmer asked Citrakian to be prepared as he would return to the Stoneheart group to act as bait. Once the master appeared, they could kill him for good. Upon returning, Citrakian began assigning tasks to everyone. Dutch was to go to the security room and install the microwave sensor. Vasily's task was to bring in the coffin that sealed the master. The remaining individuals would lay in ambush at the rooftop apartment, and when the master appeared, Dutch would activate the machine immediately. When the master was immobilized, they would all work together to force him into the coffin. On the other side, Palmer returned to the Stoneheart group to act as bait. However, as they arrived at the underground parking lot, they were ambushed. Two vampire soldiers began firing wildly at them. The bodyguards immediately escorted Palmer to safety and then launched a counterattack against the vampire soldiers. Just as the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, the master unleashed a sonic disruption. The piercing sound incapacitated everyone, rendering them unable to fight. The bodyguards were instantly killed by the vampires, and as the last bodyguard fell, the master's sonic disruption ceased. In Palmer's surprised eyes, he discovered that the soldier was possessed by the master. Then, the master demanded the nuclear bomb from Palmer. Unfazed, Palmer told him that the bomb was in his safe, and only he knew the password. Palmer proposed cooperation once again, offering to hand over the bomb if the master granted him immortality. Surprisingly, the master didn't get angry but promptly agreed to Palmer's request. Subsequently, the master grabbed Palmer, and only then did Palmer start to panic. The master took out a handful of soil from his pocket and forcefully stuffed it into Palmer's mouth. the master intended to transfer his soul to Palmer's body and began transferring the worms. After it was over, they fell to the ground. After an unknown period of time, Palmer slowly crawled up from the ground. The master quickly adapted to his new body. Palmer and Citrakian discussed the plan to kill him, which was also known to the Blood Ancestor. He was going to unleash a furious retaliation against the vampire hunting team. On the other side, Kelly learned about Zack killing someone and rushed over. Zack was frightened and desperately explained that he did it to protect feelers. However, Kelly didn't blame him. She stated that Zack did the right thing. Being transformed into a vampire was a beautiful thing, and she informed Zack that the master already knew about it and admired his intelligence. Then she urged Zack to pack his things and go to the master. Meanwhile, Eichhorst was brought to the Stoneheart group, and the soldiers placed him in Palmer's operating chair. Blood Ancestor looked at him with great distress. After all, Eichhorst was his most loyal servant, but now he has been severely injured by humans. Eichhorst didn't understand why the Blood Ancestor possessed an old man's body. Eichhorst has always been waiting for the Blood Ancestor to use his body, but the Blood Ancestor has chosen several bodies without choosing him. After hearing this, the Blood Ancestor told him that it was just a temporary measure. Now he knows the location of the nuclear bomb, and next, all humans will fall into hell. Eichhorst saw that his master's purpose was immediately achieved, so he immediately asked the Blood Ancestor to help him free himself. After hearing this, the Blood Ancestor did not want to give up Eichhorst. After all, he has always been by his side, so the Blood Ancestor was willing to sacrifice his own power to save him. Afterwards, the Blood Ancestor tore open Eichhorst's clothes and looked at his body full of bullet holes, feeling very distressed. Then he cut a wound on his finger and dropped white blood onto Eichhorst's wound. Then the wound began to heal quickly, and in just a few seconds, Eichhorst recovered. Kelly used makeup techniques to restore Eichhorst's appearance again. After it was over, Eichhorst led them to the nuclear bomb and showed them how to use it. He gave the controller to Kelly for safekeeping. Early the next morning, the vampire hunting team arrived at the Stoneheart group to ambush the Blood Ancestor, not knowing that he already knew their plan. Just as they were transporting the sealed coffin containing the Blood Ancestor, Quinlan suddenly sensed something was wrong. He asked everyone to go and complete their respective tasks first, while he went to survey the building. Soon, Dutch arrived at the security room to install microwave sensors. Vasily, on the other hand, hid the coffin on the ground floor. At this time, Citrakian and F have reached the top, and the Blood Ancestor disguised as Palmer is sitting on the office chair. Then F and Citrakian slowly approached, obviously not realizing the Blood Ancestor's true identity. Citrakian saw his wife's heart on a display shelf. At this moment, he still couldn't let go and vowed to kill the Blood Ancestor. At this point, what the Blood Ancestor said made the two of them realize that something was wrong.
Your son, though.
What about my son?
Fine boy. Great potential.
You've never met my son.
Zack has a dark heart, don't you think?
Quinlan came to the underground parking lot and found that it had been massacred by the Strigoi. He then discovered a body that had been replaced by the Master, which made him feel uneasy. He was about to inform his teammates, but as soon as he arrived at the staircase, an ambush of vampire soldiers attacked him. The vampire soldiers were no match for Quinlan, who used sound to locate the enemy. Citrakian saw through the Master's identity and attacked him with a sword, but was knocked down by the Master's blow. Dutch in the control room witnessed this scene and immediately contacted Vasily. Vasily, upon seeing this, instructed Dutch to quickly activate the microwave sensor. Unfortunately, the machine malfunctioned. Meanwhile, F and the others were still fighting the Master on the rooftop, but soon they couldn't hold on any longer. F shouted to Dutch through the surveillance system, but she was busy trying to fix the machine. At this moment, Vasily arrived on the rooftop of the coffin, and the situation suddenly changed. Vasily launched the first attack but was thrown out by the Master. Even with the three of them taking turns to attack, the Master easily defended himself. However, the Master was very annoyed and prepared to deal with Citrakian first. Just as he spat out his stinger, Vasily wounded him with a single slash. Dutch finally fixed the machine and quickly pressed the switch. At this moment, the Master prepared to attack Citrakian again, but the next second, his stinger became limp. It seemed that the microwave sensor successfully suppressed the Master. F approached and kicked him, then raised his silver sword ready to kill him. But unexpectedly, the Master could still move and took the silver sword, slashing F. Vasily quickly came to support and directly drove the master away. However, just as he reached the elevator, a familiar figure walked out. Quinlan appeared in front of everyone. Waiting for this moment for a long time, Quinlan then grabbed the master and threw him into the coffin. The master still tried to resist, and everyone rushed forward to help. In this way, the master was successfully sealed in the coffin. Dutch also arrived on the rooftop and laughed happily upon hearing that the master had been sealed. At this moment, she noticed F's injury. Dutch quickly approached to check his condition, and Satrakian said that the mission was not yet completed. They needed to sink the master into the sea. The group then began to act. And F, seeing that he was not seriously injured, asked Dutch to help with the microwave sensor. As a doctor, he could handle the wound himself. Seeing that F was fine, Dutch immediately followed the team to complete the next task. Eichhorst, who was performing a mission at this time, suddenly couldn't feel the presence of the blood ancestor. He immediately ordered his subordinates to return to the Stoneheart group. Meanwhile, Kelly also sensed that something was wrong with the master and quickly ran to the rooftop with Zach. F, who was bandaging his wound, encountered Kelly at this moment. After seeing that Zach was fine, F was very happy.
Zach?
But in the next second, Kelly rushed towards F and they immediately started fighting. Because F was seriously injured, he was always suppressed by Kelly.
Stop! Get off!
But F still found the opportunity to push Kelly away. Immediately after, F stood up and fought with Kelly again. In this way, Zach witnessed his father kill Kelly. On the other side, Quinlan and the others had already arrived at the coast, and they quickly transported the coffin onto the yacht. At the same time, Zach was very angry when he saw his dead mother, so he took out the controller of the nuclear bomb. After seeing this, F quickly got up and grabbed the controller, but the next second, Zach ignored his father's obstruction and pressed the nuclear bomb controller. The explosion's power swept through the entire city. Eichhorst, who was heading towards the Stoneheart building, was knocked away by the oncoming aftermath. At the same time, F witnessed this scene from a window. Zach quickly took cover upon seeing it, but F foolishly remained in place. By the time he reacted, it was too late to avoid it. Quinlan, affected by the impact but unharmed, slowly stood up and walked towards the coffin that sealed the blood ancestor. The blast shook the coffin open, and the blood ancestor was nowhere to be found. The blood ancestor that were hard-earned to capture were released by Zach. The group didn't know what to do after witnessing this. At this moment, the nuclear fallout in the air began to spread, and they had to leave immediately. Otherwise, the radiation would kill them all. They quickly took refuge in an underground tunnel. On the other side, F woke up from his unconscious state, and his first instinct was to call out for Zach, but there was no response. Meanwhile, Zach had left the Stoneheart building and coincidentally encountered Eichhorst. Upon learning that Zach detonated the nuclear bomb, Eichhorst was pleased and proclaimed Zach as their hero. After saying that, Eichhorst disappeared into the dust with Zach. Meanwhile, the unleashed bloods emerged from various places without the constraint of sunlight. They roamed the streets, slaughtering humans, and the last hope for human survival was completely shattered. 6 months later, F, who had been separated from his companions, lived alone in a small dark room. One day, he went out as usual to search for supplies, but the entire street had changed. Humans were completely ruled by the Bloods, and there were blood patrols on rooftops and streets everywhere. To allow the Bloods to live better among humans, they established the partnership. The partnership could provide medical treatment and food for humans, as well as arrange jobs for them to earn a living, but the condition was that they had to donate blood without compensation every week. For those who resisted, the consequences were dire. At this time, F was walking among the crowd, and he found a vampire in front of him. He quickly ran towards an alley. F entered and discovered an oil tank truck by the Bloods. He sensed something was wrong. He waited for the truck to leave and cautiously approached. only to discover that the tanker was transporting fresh blood. After taking a look around, he decided to leave the area. Later, F came to a place where humans replaced supplies. The people living here were not under the control of the Bloods, and it functioned as a black market in human society. During the exchange between the two parties, F mentioned a tanker truck transporting blood. Neil, upon hearing this, dared not interfere. They just wanted to live peacefully. Bloods received the news and came to destroy this black market. When everyone saw this, they immediately resisted. Although they had firearms and ammunition, the number of Bloods was simply too many. Soon, they couldn't withstand the attack and were captured. Then they were taken to the bus by Bloods. That way, F and a group of humans were transported to the partnership, with 2 Bloods guarding them on the bus. Zack is playing with the feelers. At that moment, Eichhorst approached to give Zack a new toy. After speaking, Eichhorst took out a gun from the box. Zack cautiously held the gun in his hand and asked what it was for. Just then, a shadow flashed by, and it turned out to be a blood ancestor. The blood ancestor said they wanted to take Zack out to play a game. After speaking, the blood ancestor approached to give Zack white blood. Zack immediately knelt down, and the blood ancestor fed him the white blood. Soon, Zack was taken to a zoo. He walked among a cliff and suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was a cage with an open door up ahead. Zack looked up and saw a tiger. The tiger's roar frightened Zack, causing him to fall to the ground. Zack fired several shots, killing the tiger. This scene was witnessed by the blood ancestor. His purpose was to train Zack.
He shot 4 bullets where 1 would have been enough.
There is dark potential in this boy.
At that moment, Zack looked at the tiger's body, and the next second, a familiar voice came. Zack turned around and saw that it was his mother. He immediately rushed into his mother's embrace. Eichhorst laughed when he saw this, as if the conspiracy had succeeded. In reality, the person embracing Zack was the blood ancestor. On the other side, F and the others were being transported to the partnership by the Bloods. At this moment, Neil couldn't bear it anymore. He knew very well that going there would mean certain death. Ignoring F's attempts to stop him, Neil stood up and prepared to resist. However, he was knocked down by the guards and F retaliated. Soon, F was also subdued. It's unclear how much time passed, but F woke up from unconsciousness. Fortunately, was thrown out of the car just now, otherwise would have been buried in the flames. F called out for the others, but the bus exploded seconds later. F was thrown several meters by the blast, but fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. Immediately, F got up and left the scene, but halfway through, he suddenly noticed a man pleading for help. F didn't want to get involved. If he didn't leave soon, the Bloods would definitely come, but the man asked F to save him. After intense internal struggle, F ultimately decided to help him. F first helped the man to a safe place, then took out a backpack and started to stop the bleeding. Through their conversation, F learned that the bus had been blown up by them. He was angry about it. He mentioned that the bus was used by the Bloods to transport humans, and besides him, there were 6 other people on it. The woman expressed her regret upon hearing this. After bandaging the man's wounds, F said they needed to leave quickly, because the Bloods would soon come for backup. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them immediately got up and left the area. On the other side, Vasily was discussing ways to combat the blood ancestor with Abraham. Just then, a voice called out to Vasily, urging him to wake up quickly. Fortunately, it was just a nightmare. At this moment, Vasily was with his new girlfriend, Charlotte. As the day broke, the 2 of them rode their motorcycles on the road. Their mission was to find a nuclear bomb that hadn't been destroyed by the blood ancestor. But after running for half a year, they had achieved nothing. They soon came across a human settlement. Vasily intended to inquire about the nuclear bomb project there. However, these people had malicious intentions. They took an interest in Charlotte and wanted to forcefully claim her. They pulled out a knife and threatened Vasily, but he remained calm. After dealing with them, Vasily's larger group arrived. After getting off the vehicles, they immediately looted all the supplies in the area. It had been 6 months since the last nuclear bomb explosion, and they had traveled to many missile bases. Without exception, all the nuclear bombs inside had been destroyed. But as long as they found one, there was a chance to end the blood ancestors' rule. Later, Vasily and Charlotte went to a field to harvest corn. While they were chatting and laughing, Vasily suddenly realized that Charlotte had disappeared. He immediately searched everywhere, shouting her name, but there was no response. The next moment, he was ambushed and knocked unconscious by a group of people. When Vasily woke up, he found himself locked in a warehouse. He shouted Charlotte's name loudly. Just then, someone spoke up nearby. They advised Vasily not to waste his energy. This was a female gang, and they would keep men locked up and use them as slaves for labor. Women would be brainwashed to join their organization. Unable to escape for the time being, Vasily sat on the ground and started talking with the man. During the conversation, he learned that the man's name was Roman, a staff member at a missile base. Vasily immediately asked Roman if the nuclear bomb was still there at the base. Knowing that the nuclear bomb where Roman worked had not been destroyed, Vasily immediately decided to rescue him. Roman expressed disbelief upon hearing this. Every day, Zach boredly practiced playing the guitar in his room. Just then, a maid walked in. Zach turned off the music and transformed into a shy young boy. The maid said she was here to clean, and the feelers jumped in front of her. Seeing this, Zach went up and gently tapped the feelers, then started apologizing to the maid. He assured her that as long as he was there, nothing bad would happen. The maid gradually calmed down upon hearing this and began tidying up the room. Meanwhile, Eichhorst found the blood ancestor. He mentioned that Zach showed no interest in what they were doing and didn't possess the talent for it either. The blood ancestor responded by saying that great leaders are nurtured over time. Eichhorst was confused by this. Did the blood ancestor want to possess Zach's body? The blood ancestor confirmed that was indeed what he had in mind. Eichhorst disagreed, stating that Zach didn't deserve the blood ancestor's favor.
You question my judgment.
In the evening, Vasily pretended to be unconscious on the ground in order to escape. The female leader immediately approached to check on him. The next moment, Vasily took her hostage. Just as the two sides were at war with each other, a burst of gunshots suddenly sounded outside the door. Charlotte took the opportunity to take the gun from the woman's hand and began forcing others to hand over their guns and keys. At that moment, Quinlan walked in, and his appearance startled the women. Subsequently, Vasily mentioned that Roman knew the location of a nuclear bomb, which excited Quinlan. The group immediately embarked on a journey to find the bomb. In the end, they let these women go. To live a decent life, they have no choice but to work for the Bloods and provide blood and food for them every week. The amount of blood donated each day can fill an oil tank truck. After Raoul donated blood and returned home, he suddenly encountered an attack from someone. Thinking it was a robbery, Raoul struggled desperately. However, when he turned around, he discovered it was Gus. The two, who hadn't seen each other for days, immediately embraced. After a brief exchange, Raoul asked Gus what he was currently doing for work. Gus, being cautious, looked around to make sure there was nobody present. Then, Gus revealed the purpose of his visit. He hoped that Raoul could help him infiltrate the place where they worked for the Bloods. Upon hearing this, Raoul was instantly frightened, as being discovered would surely result in being drained of blood on the spot. Seeing Raoul's reaction, Gus played the emotional card. After hesitating for a moment, Raoul agreed to Gus's request. This is the production base built by the Bloods, where they capture women for artificial insemination in order to breed the next generation of Bloods. At this moment, Dutch is also being held captive here. She has been captured for several months but still hasn't conceived. There is still 1 week until her next ovulation period. If Dutch doesn't successfully conceive by then, she will be sent to the slaughterhouse to have her blood drained. Why Dutch was arrested starts a few months ago. When Dutch and Abraham first arrived at the base, they witnessed a group of Bloods arresting humans. Abraham wanted to retrieve the oxytolumen, but Dutch refused. Abraham pointed out that their house was engulfed in flames. Suddenly, Abraham had a heart attack and took out his medication to consume. Now, he was unable to retrieve the book himself and could only request Dutch's help. Dutch had no choice but to embark on a risky journey. She went up from the side of the house, but as soon as she entered the corridor, she met a Bloods eating. Upon seeing Dutch, the Bloods launched an attack against her. Dutch immediately headed towards the room and saw the raging fire. She then opened the ventilation duct above and retrieved the oxytolumen hidden inside. After packing the book into her backpack, Dutch quickly began to flee the building. Just as she stepped out, she encountered two Bloods, forcing Dutch to run upstairs. She quickly escaped to the rooftop. In order to evade the pursuit of the Bloods, Dutch jumped to the neighboring building. However, the Bloods continued to chase her closely. Seeing this, Dutch immediately jumped from the rooftop to another platform. Although she resolved the immediate crisis to be on the safe side, Dutch quickly hid the oxytolumen in a ventilation duct. After completing these tasks, she swiftly left the building to meet up with Abraham. Just as she reached the entrance, a bus stopped in front of her. Then a few Bloods got out of the car. Dutch was about to turn and run, but she was already surrounded by the Bloods. In this way, Dutch was captured onto the bus, where many humans had already gathered. While Dutch looked around, she spotted Abraham. Their eyes met, and a sense of despair began to spread within them. In this manner, the two were taken to the partnership. After getting off the bus, they saw a large group of survivors ahead. They were lined up to have their blood drawn, and Abraham felt that this place was like hell. They will drain the blood from men while women will be inspected by feelers. If qualified, they will be taken to the production base to cultivate the next generation of Bloods. Dutch and Abraham are both controlled, and then feelers start inspecting Dutch. After confirming her qualification, Dutch is taken to the production base. After being knocked unconscious, Abraham is also locked up. Dutch has been staying here for a few months. Unfortunately, she has not been able to conceive a child. If there is no successful pregnancy this week, she will be taken to have her blood drained. In order to escape, Dutch has no choice but to sacrifice her own body. She has made a deal with Jeremy to help her escape tomorrow. But as the time approaches, Jeremy suddenly changes his mind. Upon hearing this, Dutch becomes furious. She threatens to report to the person in charge if they don't stick to the plan. Jeremy is intimidated and agrees to take the risk. Then Dutch goes to the restroom and suddenly hears crying next to her. Dutch immediately asks what's wrong with the person inside. Rosalinda comes out and says she just had a miscarriage in the restroom. If it's discovered, she will definitely be sent to the slaughterhouse to have her blood drained. Dutch quickly comforts her and says she has a solution. Then Dutch takes Rosalinda out of the restroom and goes to Jeremy's studio. Jeremy is shocked to see two people and says the fridge can only fit one person. Dutch suggests sending Rosalinda out first this time. Although Jeremy disagrees, Dutch has the leverage and can only send Rosalinda out first. They mention there are only 2 minutes to escape. Just as Dutch and Jeremy start pushing the fridge out, Rosalinda's claustrophobia suddenly kicks in. She jumps out of the fridge. Dutch immediately approached and comforted, saying that she just needed to endure a few minutes before they could be free. Rosalinda was extremely scared and wanted to give up the opportunity to escape. Seeing the two still hesitating, Jeremy pushed the refrigerator and left. Dutch immediately blocked it and accidentally knocked the glass bottle off the shelf. Jeremy expressing that he wanted to leave right away. Dutch immediately got into a heated argument with Jeremy. The guard was quickly drawn to their argument. Upon witnessing this, he immediately reported to the nurse in charge. Dutch was about to explain when the nurse in charge rushed over and, upon seeing them, knew they were planning an escape, so the nurse had the guard take Jeremy away to be eliminated. Jeremy was terrified and his legs went weak upon hearing this. The head nurse is going to take them to the person in charge before they're dealt with. On the other side, Gus took Cream and they arrived at the partnership. He had made an arrangement with Raoul to meet there, with the intention of seizing the stored food. Soon, Raoul, who had been waiting behind the trash bin, came out. After exchanging greetings, Gus began to inquire about the location of the warehouse. Cream was ready to take action, but Gus stopped him and said they needed to deal with the surrounding Bloods first. Then he instructed Cream and the others to hide. The Bloods sensed someone approaching but only saw a row of footprints when they turned around. While the Bloods were puzzled, Gus suddenly stabbed one of them in the foot. Blood sticks Stinger out, only to be flung away by Gus in a death grip. Everyone was scared and broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. Afterward, using Raoul's work ID, they opened the warehouse door. Once inside, everyone's eyes were dazzled by the abundance of food. They quickly started moving the supplies outside. Although Raoul was an employee here, he did not have the privilege to eat these fresh food items. Seeing Raoul's hungry gaze, Gus gave him an apple first. Without hesitation, Raoul stuffed the fruit into his mouth, having not eaten fresh produce for half a year. However, in the next moment, the warehouse manager discovered the group stealing. Gus immediately grabbed his gun, but Raoul stopped him. Their usual relationship was very good, so Raoul hoped Eddie wouldn't interfere. However, Eddie said he had a wife and children to support and couldn't let this slide. Gus approached to comfort Eddie, saying they could share some of the food and medicine with him. He hoped that Eddie would keep this incident a secret. At this point, Cream shoots straight for the kill, but Eddie ducks. Then, Gus and Eddie immediately chased after them. They followed the chase all the way to the food processing area. Just then, the alarm suddenly sounded, and Eddie, who was hiding in the dark, immediately slipped away. Despite Cream firing several shots, he didn't hit anything. They had to leave now or it would be too late. Gus quickly pulled Cream away from there. In the haste, only a small portion of the food was successfully taken out. Afterward, Gus and the others returned to their hideout. Raoul expressed concern that Eddie would surely report him. Gus assured him and told Raoul to stick with him from now on. However, Cream disagreed, saying that he nearly got everyone killed and only allowed Raoul to stay for one night. Gus strongly opposed this idea, stating that Raoul lost his job because of them. This led to a heated argument between the two. Gus was firm in his stance, so Cream reluctantly agreed to let Raoul stay. On the other side, F and the resistance fighters from the Bloods were together. After F's treatment, Alex's teammate was out of immediate danger. To show their gratitude, Alex allowed F to freely choose the supplies he needed. Just then, there was an urgent knocking at the door. Upon opening it, they found an injured man. He explained that while on a mission, they were unfortunately discovered by the Bloods. The others were instantly drained of their blood, and he was the only one who managed to escape. F immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He explained that once humans are turned into Bloods, their memories are known by the Blood ancestors, indicating that the place is no longer safe. Upon hearing this, Alex quickly instructed everyone to pack their belongings and leave. Learning that they had no other hiding place, F suggested they seek refuge at his place. Alex wasted no time and took action. Before leaving, she wanted to bring all the bombs with them, but F said there was no time. The Bloods would soon arrive at their location. He instructed everyone to grab the food while leaving the bombs for him to handle. Soon, everyone transferred all the supplies to the vehicle. At this time, the Blood followed the clues but found that there was no one left here. Only a pile of bombs remained in the middle. F asked Alex to wait while he checked for any survivors. A Blood's creature rushed out of the fire, and F immediately shot it on the spot. Shortly after, another one charged out from the house. Once it was confirmed that the Bloods were completely eliminated, F quickly left the area. That night, F led the resistance fighters to a safe place. F prepared to say goodbye, but Alex approached to stop him. She wanted F to join their resistance and fight against the vampires together. However, F was not interested. Having lost everyone he loved, he just wanted to live his life peacefully. Upon hearing this, Alex started accusing F of being a coward. Early the next morning, F started preparing a poison. Since there were no medical facilities available to create a virus, F decided to try using rat poison. This type of rat poison was essentially a potent blood thinner. F believed it could damage the blood's physiological structure, but the problem now was how to administer the poison. He suggested hijacking a blood tanker and posing as delivery personnel to drive it over. F dismissed this plan, as he knew how tight the security was for transporting blood tankers. If find out the delivery guys changed, they'll be suspicious. Just when everyone was at a loss, F came up with a perfect plan. At night, F and Alex ambushed the bus in the partnership's overalls. After a long wait, a blood tanker slowly passed by their vehicle. F immediately started the car and followed it. As the car approached the intersection, Alex immediately signaled the partners to start the plan. Then, two cars emerged from the alley and collided head-on, blocking the entire road. The drivers of the crashed vehicles immediately got out and pretended to argue. F quickly pulled out a pipe from the bus and secured it onto the blood tanker. Seeing F's signal, Alex immediately activated the machine. Slowly, the poison began to flow into the blood tanker. The driver of the blood tanker got out and urged the two arguing individuals to leave. When he saw that they were still arguing, the driver threatened to call the Bloods patrol if they didn't leave. Realizing the situation, F quickly stepped forward and helped move the cars out of the way. As the Bloods patrol approached, the group joined forces to push the cars aside. By this time, the poison had successfully been poured into the blood tanker, and Alex quickly got out of the car and removed the pipe. The plan was successfully executed. F and Alex returned to the bus, watching the blood tanker drive further away. They arrived at the entrance of a Blood's nest and observed from a distance. Since the blood tanker left, there had been no sign of any Bloods coming or going. It seemed that the poison had taken effect. But to confirm, F decided to break in and take a look. Sure enough, F found dead bloodworms on the ground. They continued to explore deeper and found groups of dying Bloods in the next room. It seemed like their time was running out. The group continued to venture deeper and discovered a pile of dead Bloods under a staircase. It appeared that their plan was successful. On the other side, the Blood ancestor sensed that something had happened in Philadelphia, and over 2,000 compatriots were poisoned to death. After hearing this, Eichhorst believed that it was definitely Abraham and his group who did it, so the blood ancestor instructed Eichhorst to go there immediately and kill him. On the other side, Quinlan and Vasily finally arrived at the missile base that Roman had mentioned. Strangely, there were many soldiers' bodies lying next to the missile silo. Quinlan immediately prepared to check if the nuclear bomb was still there, but he was stopped by Vasily. Vasily wanted to first check if there were any bloods. Vasily stood on the edge of the missile silo and took out 2 silver grenades from his pocket. Roman was instantly frightened after seeing this. Vasily explained that it was only silver dust inside the grenades, which could burn the hiding bloods.
Fire in the hole!
Seeing no reaction inside, Quinlan walked towards the edge of the missile silo.
Some good news.
This shot startled the people above, leaving them at a loss. Vasily took out a mirror from his pocket to see who was shooting, but in the next second, the mirror was instantly shattered, which worried Vasily about Quinlan. Fortunately, Quinlan wasn't in danger of losing his life, but he had broken his leg when he fell. Quinlan tries to see who's shooting, but he's knocked back before he can show his head. Vasily shouted towards the inside, stating that they were human beings without any malicious intent, and that he hoped that both sides could put down their weapons and talk. However, there was no response from inside. Vasily started to ask who Roman was. Roman reported his name and rank, but there still wasn't any response from inside. Vasily started to ask Roman if there were any other entrances. After learning that there was another exit, Vasily decided to go down alone to rescue Quinlan. At this moment, Quinlan was being held at gunpoint and unable to move. He decided to first treat his wound. Quinlan used all his strength to reset the broken bone, then grabbed a handful of silver dust from the ground and evenly sprinkled it on the wound. This would effectively stop the bleeding, but the pain still made Quinlan grimace. At this moment, Vasily had already entered through the emergency exit and started walking slowly inside. Quinlan saw the shooter at this moment, who was completely focused and aiming below. After dressing his wound, Quinlan took out a gun to prepare for counterattack. Quinlan cautiously exposed his head, but was shot back again. Quinlan peeked out again and fired a burst of shots at the soldier. Meanwhile, Vasily quietly approached from behind the soldier. He shouted loudly at the soldier, hoping to have a conversation. However, the soldier clearly didn't trust them. When he didn't listen, Quinlan was ready to kill. Abby is cleaning and suddenly she sees fresh fruit on the table. Hunger overcame reason, so she secretly took 2 fruits, but in the next second, she was discovered by feelers.
Help! Please! Hey! Back off! I said get back!
Luckily, Zach arrived in time, so Abby was not attacked. Although Zach explained that feelers did not mean any harm, Abby was still frightened and then she left. After Abby left, Zach noticed the fallen fruit on the ground and immediately chased after her. Finally, Zach met her again in an alley. Abby asked Zach why he was following her, and Zach immediately took out the fruit from his pocket. Abby glanced at the patrolling blood clan and hesitated to reach out. When Zach saw this, he said it didn't matter. It was a voluntary gift. After hesitating for a moment, Abby finally accepted the fruit, thanked him, and then left. Zach immediately caught up and said that he was bored staying at home every day and he hoped someone could chat with him. Abby didn't want to say much to Zach and signaled him to go home quickly, because humans talking on the street can be captured by vampires. As soon as he finished speaking, a vampire walked slowly towards the 2 of them. Zach told her not to worry and that as long as they were together, there would be no danger. Then Zach said to the vampire,
"She's with me." See?
Abby felt relieved after seeing this. Zach said he wanted to take her to an interesting place. Abby agreed, and then they went to a museum. There were many animal specimens here, including a tiger killed by Zach himself. After spending time together, they both opened up to each other. Abby is a member of the partnership. Her parents died in a nuclear explosion, and now she lives with a group of orphans. Their lives are okay, but there is not enough food. After hearing this, Zach said he could share his food with the children. Abby was very happy and expressed her gratitude to Zach. Zach is deeply attracted to her. After separating from Abby, Zach returned to his residence, and he couldn't hold back his excitement in the elevator. When the elevator door opened, he saw 2 vampires standing in front of him. the blood ancestor signaled Zack to come forward and asked him how his day went, but Zack looked worried and asked the blood ancestor if the people outside really live in hunger every day. After hearing this, the blood ancestor said that it was the consequences caused by humans themselves. The nuclear bombs they created destroyed the Earth's ecology, making it impossible to grow food. Then the blood ancestor led Zack to the window and said that the most dangerous animal on Earth is humans. They often commit atrocities out of impulse, and he is building a new race. Everyone's consciousness and goals are connected, and there will be no more wars in the world.
And you, Zack, can help me do that. Or you can return to being an ordinary, lonely boy. The choice is yours. Of course, you will no longer live here. I wonder how the girl will feel when she has no job, and you have nothing to offer her.
When the blood ancestor mentioned Abby, Zack became determined and said he would do his best to assist the blood ancestor's plan. The blood ancestor was pleased to hear this and slowly extended his hand. Zack knelt down and accepted the blood ancestor's blood again. At this time, Quinlan was targeted by a human soldier with a machine gun, making him unable to move. Quinlan wanted to counterattack with his gun, but the soldier shot first. Vasily, seeing this, prepared to sneak attack. Quinlan understood the situation and decided to attract the soldier's attention, allowing Vasily to subdue him. So Quinlan threw the gun in his hand hard, and sure enough, the soldier was fooled. After that, Vasily slowly approached and asked him why he didn't respond earlier. The soldier, struggling to sit up from the ground, told Vasily that all his teammates were killed by vampires, and the main culprit was a human collaborator of the bloodsuckers, so he no longer trusts anyone. Vasily sympathized after hearing this and said he would immediately take care of his wounds, but just then...
Because I said I would.
He was finished. He couldn't hurt anyone.
He should have put the gun down when I told him to.
At night, Vasily and the others loaded the nuclear bomb onto a truck, and then Roman removed the casing to start the inspection, but an important core component was missing inside. Quinlan stood up after hearing this. They had been busy for so long, only to find a non-explosive nuclear bomb. Roman said that as long as they find the core, the bomb can detonate properly, but the problem is they don't know where to find the core. After hearing this, Vasily suddenly remembered that he had seen some vampire convoys transporting nuclear bomb devices. After hearing this, Quinlan said that the blood ancestor would definitely remove all the remaining nuclear weapons. After hearing this, Roman concluded that the blood ancestor would only hide the nuclear bomb device because the core would not be damaged even if it fell from a height of 10,000 meters. If they try to destroy it, it would undoubtedly be suicide. Vasily said they must find the vampire convoys. On the other side, the escaped Dutch was brought to Desai. After understanding the situation, Desai did not punish Dutch. He hoped Dutch could help him manage these pregnant women, because Dutch had a high reputation in their eyes. But Dutch did not agree. Desai started threatening her, saying that if Dutch didn't obey, he would immediately send her to the human slaughterhouse. Dutch could only reluctantly accept it after hearing this. Then, Desai and his wife went to the restaurant to eat. These humans who had sided with the vampires could enjoy music and a feast. Just then, Eichhorst found Desai, and when he saw him, Desai stood up as a sign of respect. He came this time to discuss something important with Desai. The blood ancestor is very dissatisfied with the output of the production base, because it takes 10 months for a newborn to be born, which slows down the master's plan. Therefore, Eichhorst hoped Desai could improve efficiency. Desai said it was a natural law, but Eichhorst told him they could perform cesarean sections in advance. If the baby is healthy, it can be done in 6 months. In that case, each person can give birth to nearly 2 children in a year. Desai was shocked to hear this, but he couldn't resist, so he agreed. At this time, F came out of the vampire nest and began the next stage of the plan. They discovered that the vampires had been transporting something recently, and F believed there must be something important inside. So F prepared to go explore, and Alex agreed with F's plan. The man was observing the situation outside when suddenly a group of vampires rushed out of 2 trucks. F and the others immediately started to evacuate upon hearing the alarm.
You gotta move.
At this time, a large number of vampires had rushed into the house, and the resistance army was immediately blocked by the vampires. When everyone sees this, they can only fight against it, but there were too many vampires, and they soon couldn't hold on. At this time, F and Alex were attacked by a large group of vampires on another road. Suddenly, a few vampires appeared from behind, and Jason was accidentally bitten on the neck. Alex killed the attacking vampire, but no matter what they did, it was too late. Once bitten by a strigoi, there was no hope of survival, and Jason knew this, so he asked his sister to kill him. Alex raised the gun, but she couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger, so Jason turned his gaze to F. F slowly approached after seeing this.
You make him pay.
Just then, the vampires attacked again, and F could only pull Alex away from there. The two of them escaped to a factory, and F forcibly opened the lock on the gate. Then the two cautiously entered. Suddenly F was startled by the dummy in the room. This was a clothing factory. They didn't find any trace of vampires here. On the other side, Gus was cleaning up supplies when suddenly a companion covered in blood walked in. Gus immediately asked what had happened upon seeing this. The companion said that he was originally going to deliver goods, but two people suddenly appeared and robbed him of the supplies. Gus saw his companions wound and quickly stopped the bleeding.
Said it was their spot now.
We're getting down!
But soon his companions slowly lost vital signs. Then Gus started to analyze who took their supplies, and he concluded that it was a gang, because only two people wouldn't dare to rob their things, so he decided to go investigate the gathering point of this group of people. Then Gus went to the black market to inquire about the situation, and he found some suspicious people. After that person left, Gus cautiously followed him. After tracking him, Gus arrived at an abandoned warehouse where several people were guarding the entrance. In order to find out the truth, Gus prepared to enter through the ventilation shaft. After crawling for a distance, Gus arrived inside the warehouse. He happened to see several people cleaning up the stolen supplies.
Put it away over there. Alright.
When's the next delivery coming?
At this moment, he suddenly noticed that one of them had the words New York Police Department on his clothes. After returning, Gus reported the situation to his friends. He told everyone that he had found the people who were robbing their supplies, but they had plenty of weapons and ammunition. If he could get the ammunition back, it would be enough for them to use for a long time. And he discovered that these people were once New York police officers, so they need to make a plan. After all, the other party has received strict training. Therefore, Gus suggested going around to their rear through the ventilation shaft, and then sending two people to deal with the guards at the nearby building. In this way, they will be able to deal with them easily. After hearing Gus's plan, everyone expressed their agreement. At this time, a cesarean section was being performed. The child in the woman's belly is only 7 months old, but the blood ancestor doesn't care. As long as the baby is healthy, Dutch was forced to cooperate with Desai, and her task was to comfort the pregnant woman. Soon, the scalpel cut open the woman's belly. At this moment, the pregnant woman appeared very panicked, and Dutch immediately started chatting with her. Sure enough, after diverting her attention, the pregnant woman became noticeably calmer. After the surgery, the baby was taken out, and Dutch immediately started congratulating. The pregnant woman was happy to hear this, so she wanted to take a look at her baby, but the doctor ignored her and walked out with the baby in his arms. Upon seeing this, Dutch asked the doctor where to take the child. The doctor was very impatient and asked someone to kick her out.
I want to see my baby.
Dutch was very angry about this. Dutch escaped from the production base, but the alarm caught her attention. Desai took the opportunity to push her against the wall. When Desai wasn't paying attention, Dutch directly attacked Desai, making him lose the ability to resist. He was instantly knocked down to the ground, and then Dutch started running upstairs, but she only ran from one hell to another. Meanwhile, Gus began his operation to seize supplies. One person went upstairs to snipe the guards at the door, while the others entered the enemy's territory through the ventilation ducts. At this moment, the other party is playing poker. The time they agreed upon soon arrived. Upon hearing the gunfire, the people inside the house rushed to provide support. Once they left, Gus and the others crawled out through the ventilation ducts and coincidentally encountered someone coming back to retrieve their gun. Gus immediately killed him, and the others returned upon hearing the gunshot. Both sides immediately engaged in a fierce gunfight. The well-trained police officers were powerful, and Gus and the others quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Gus and his team quickly ran out of ammunition, and they were soon surrounded by the enemy. At that moment, Cream saw a heavy machine gun, and so... they collected all of the enemy's supplies. On the other side, F and Alex were walking on the street when they noticed scattered flyers on the ground. The general content was that the vampires would relocate survivors outside the city, where there would not only be comfortable accommodations but also fresh food supply. After seeing this, F believed that it couldn't be that simple, so he and Alex decided to investigate outside the city. The next day, the two secretly left the city. They made their way to a nearby town, but it was evident that no one had been living there for a long time. They found a house and confirmed that there were no vampires. So they decided to rest there. Alex sat on the bed first and then invited F to rest on the bed as well. Alex's words made F stunned for a moment.
I should probably hit the couch.
Didn't mean it like that. Safest thing for us to do is to be together. I promise I won't take advantage of you, Dr. Goodweather.
No, it's not like that. Normally I'd let you. I'm just trying to be a different person.
Will you just shut up so we can go to sleep?
Dutch arrived at a factory, and everything in front of her instantly terrified her. There were many survivors locked in cages, and this place was a human slaughterhouse built by vampires. The vampires quickly noticed Dutch. Dutch wanted to turn and run, but she was already surrounded and couldn't escape in time. Soon after, Dutch was taken to a room with dinner set before her. Just as Dutch was puzzled, Eichhorst appeared and invited Dutch to sit down and eat. Dutch immediately grabbed a knife from the table.
I had so hoped we could have a civilized conversation.
Go to hell, you sick piece of shit.
Dutch was immediately restrained in the chair. Eichhorst smelled Dutch's hair, which scared her from moving. This blood is of the highest quality. No ordinary vampire has the right to drink it. Then, Eichhorst began to enjoy the delicious meal. At this moment, Dutch realized what their production base was used for. Seeing such a twisted vampire, Dutch cursed out loud. Eichhorst, instead of getting angry, asked Dutch one thing: where is Abraham hiding? They have been fighting for nearly 100 years, so Eichhorst wants to personally defeat him to satisfy his own sense of honor. After hearing this, Dutch said it was impossible in this lifetime, because when they were captured by vampires, she saw Abraham being taken away for blood extraction. He is probably a dried-up corpse by now, and Eichhorst became furious upon hearing this. He couldn't bear to think that Abraham died like that. He started threatening Dutch, saying he would turn her into a vampire if she didn't tell the truth. Dutch remained calm and insisted that every word she said was true. Then, Eichhorst took Dutch to Desai's office. He wanted to search for the list of survivors captured together with Dutch that day. Then he would narrow it down to those around 90 years old. After a system search, there were 4 people who met the criteria that day. 3 of them had their blood drained on the spot, and the remaining person was undergoing bone marrow experiments. After learning the location of the last person, Eichhorst immediately got up and left. Before leaving, he instructed Desai to take Dutch to the slaughterhouse and drain her blood. Soon, he arrived at Laboratory 7. This place contained survivors undergoing bone marrow experiments. Following Eichhorst's description, the doctor led him to a bed. When the curtains were opened, it was indeed Abraham lying on that bed. Eichhorst placed his hand over Abraham's heart, feeling the frequency of his heartbeat. Eichhorst was very satisfied. He instructed the doctor to wake him up, but the doctor expressed concern over the danger. They administer a large amount of sedatives every day. If he's injected with amphetamines, his heart won't be able to handle it. Eichhorst became impatient upon hearing this. He threatened that if Abraham didn't wake up, the doctor would become the next subject of the experiment. The doctor, frightened, immediately ordered the nurse to inject amphetamines into Abraham. A group of survivors were locked up and lined up to have their heads shaved. They were about to be taken to the slaughterhouse, but the staff lied to them, saying it was to prevent nuclear radiation. At this moment, Dutch was also captured and brought in. She saw Rosalinda here, Shortly after, Rosalinda was taken away to have her head shaved. Dutch couldn't bear it anymore and started telling everyone that it was all a scam, that those who had their heads shaved would be taken to the slaughterhouse to have their blood drained. The guards immediately moved to control Dutch upon hearing this. Dutch fought back, causing chaos. Upon hearing Dutch's words, all the survivors launched an attack against the guards. With the advantage in numbers, the survivors quickly gained control over the guards. The survivors' anger erupted completely at this moment. Dutch instructed Rosalinda to lead everyone out, while she went to save Abraham. Abraham woke up from unconsciousness and felt something moving in his lower body. He tried to reach out to check, but he was tightly bound to the bed and couldn't move. In the next moment, a venomous snake emerged from the blanket. It was only after Abraham regained his senses that he realized it was an hallucination caused by the injected medication. Then he saw Eichhorst. Eichhorst was delighted to see Abraham awake. He mentioned that they had been fighting for nearly 100 years. He could have ended the feud on the spot. He didn't want Abraham to die like that. He wanted Abraham to personally admit his own failure. However, Abraham had an intense hatred for vampires and wanted to witness Eichhorst's failure even if it meant going to hell. Just as he finished speaking, an alarm suddenly sounded, and Eichhorst immediately went to check. When everyone was drawn away by the alarm, Dutch quietly entered Laboratory 7. She had triggered the alarm herself. Dutch was thrilled to see Abraham alive. She approached him and began to untie him, but just then, Eichhorst appeared behind her.
How touching! What can you possibly do with that?
On the other side, Vasily and the others found the vampire convoy transporting the nuclear bomb. However, there were too many of them, so they could only ambush them halfway. Afterward, Vasily and his teammates began to formulate a plan. Quinlan stood on the route that the convoy had to pass through, watching the slowly approaching cars. Quinlan drew his ancient sword from his back. As the vehicles approached, Quinlan swiftly plunged the sword into the side of one of the cars. Bone Sword scrapped the car on the spot. When the large truck behind it approached, Quinlan slipped under the trailer. Then, Quinlan appeared on top of the truck. When the guards at the back saw him, they immediately contacted the front truck. Upon receiving the alarm, the vampires climbed onto the roof of the truck to drive away the intruder. Just as they were about to go another round, Quinlan was suddenly lying on the roof of his car. In the next moment, the vampires were severed in half by a cable. After dealing with the trouble, Quinlan went to the driver's cabin and forcefully pulled the driver out. Immediately, he stopped the truck. The car behind couldn't avoid it and crashed directly into the truck. Just then, Vasily, who was lying in ambush, emerged from the side and opened fire on the vampire convoy. Just when everyone thought they were safe, one vampire miraculously survived. It was about to launch a surprise attack on Vasily when Quinlan swiftly killed it with a sword. Then Vasily loaded the truck with the necessary parts for the bomb. As long as Roman could fix them, they would have a chance to completely eliminate the blood ancestor. Watching Vasily and Charlotte's joyful expressions, Quinlan also remembered his former lover. In 1800, Louisa is walking down the street when she is suddenly molested by two men. Louisa pulled out a small knife and slashed one of the men's faces upon seeing that. The man became furious and directly taking back the knife, he then cut Louisa's hand, leaving a wound. Just as the two men were about to continue their assault, Quinlan appeared. He swiftly threw one of the men away and then snapped the other one's neck. Louisa was instantly frightened and panicked, but after she saw Quinlan's face clearly, she gradually calmed down and even revealed Quinlan's identity.
You are an immortal.
He was suffering from syphilis and was on the verge of death. Unable to bear seeing her brother suffering from the disease, Louisa brought Quinlan back home. At that time, Quinlan was known as the immortal demon, and thus, many people who desired immortality saw vampires as their belief. Louisa brought Quinlan to the living room, hoping that he could cure her brother's illness. For this, she was willing to pay any price. After hearing this, Quinlan expressed that he couldn't do it because he didn't have the bloodworm inside him. He couldn't turn others into vampires. Louisa was instantly filled with despair. The next day, she personally saw off her own brother. Quinlan sympathized deeply with Louisa's actions. Although Quinlan didn't help much, the woman developed feelings for him. Soon, Louisa slowly led Quinlan into the house. Through her exquisite makeup skills, Louisa transformed Quinlan's demonic appearance into that of a noble prince. Quinlan stared at himself in disbelief. Since childhood, he had been treated as a monster and had always been a wanderer. It wasn't until today, with Louisa, that he felt a hint of warmth. Louisa looked at Quinlan, preparing to give him a passionate kiss. However, Quinlan extended his stinger to reject her. Louisa didn't give up but instead led Quinlan to the edge of the bed. She wanted to experience the pleasure of being bitten by a vampire. Seeing Louisa being so proactive, Quinlan laid her down on the bed. Instead of biting her neck, Quinlan lifted her skirt. He used his stinger to bite her thigh. And Louisa, who was bitten, not only wasn't afraid but also enjoyed it. The next day, Louisa held a funeral for her brother, and Quinlan attended as her boyfriend. They thought Quinlan would continue to live happily like this. However, after the funeral, the priest returned to his residence. Strangely, there was suddenly a large box in the house. Curious, the priest approached and found that the box was filled with soil. Just as the priest was puzzled, F and Alex were lying on the bed discussing life. Suddenly, there was a noise downstairs. F immediately grabbed a gun and went outside. Finding that someone had opened the door, the two slowly walked downstairs. Just as they closed the door, a gun was aimed at them. F and Alex were controlled by Francis. Upon learning that F and Alex were just staying overnight, Francis let his guard down. Alex saw that she was just scared, so she told her that as long as humans work together, they can turn the situation around. Francis, upon hearing this, burst into tears, indicating that she didn't have much time left. She then pulled out a handful of hair from her head. F immediately understood that she had been bitten by a vampire. From Francis's words, they learned that she had escaped from a vampire-established New Horizon. This was the place they had been searching for all along. They immediately became determined and wanted to go there. Francis mentioned that they had painted a rosy picture of the place, making humans believe it was an agricultural community with abundant resources. However, she felt that something was off as soon as she arrived. She escaped quietly, and was pursued by a vampire. And after being bitten, she fled to this place. F hoped that Francis could take them there. If they could figure out what the vampires were up to, perhaps they would have a chance to defeat them. Francis hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed to take them to New Horizon. However, on the way, F suddenly noticed a pile of suitcases. F was ready to rush off, but Francis suddenly hesitated. She said that place was like hell, and she wanted to spend the rest of her life in peace. F pulled out a gun and threatened to kill her on the spot if she didn't take them there. Francis begged for mercy, desperately hoping that F would spare her. Alex intervened and stopped F's impulsive actions, stating that she had the right to choose how to live her life. After hearing Alex's words, F reluctantly put down the gun and watched Francis leave. They were left to continue their search alone. After crossing a small hill, they finally saw the New Horizon that Francis had mentioned.
We're not the farmers. We're the livestock.
In the evening, as everyone was sitting in the snowy ground discussing their future plans after leaving Vasily, a figure slowly approached. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was Eichhorst. Benjamin, noticing this, asked him what he wanted. Eichhorst said he was looking for Vasily and Quinlan. Benjamin immediately launched an attack. After dodging the bullets, Eichhorst didn't kill Benjamin. Instead, he demanded Benjamin to take him to find Vasily and the others. To save his own life, Benjamin had no choice but to comply with Eichhorst's orders. Meanwhile, Vasily and the others were discussing how to quickly reach New York. Upon hearing this, Roman mentioned that he had an old friend at an airport nearby. If they exchanged all their supplies, they might be able to get a plane and return. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately started packing and preparing to depart. Before that, Vasily had a private conversation with Charlotte. Because the mission to drop the nuclear bomb would be extremely dangerous, Vasily hoped that Charlotte would stay behind. Charlotte understood Vasily's determination and pretended to agree for now. On the other side, Benjamin, who was being held hostage, was not planning to sit idly by. Taking advantage of Eichhorst's distraction, he quickly turned on the car's radio. At that moment, Vasily and the others were heading towards the airport when suddenly the radio started buzzing. Everyone was puzzled upon hearing it. Then, Benjamin's voice came through the radio. The next second, Eichhorst's voice followed, and upon hearing it, everyone felt that something was seriously wrong. Therefore, they immediately quickened their pace, aiming to fly to New York before Eichhorst could find them. On the other side, Eichhorst discovered the open radio. He immediately questioned Benjamin about when he turned on the radio, and Benjamin remained silent after he was exposed. Eichhorst ordered him to pull over, but Benjamin, instead of slowing down, slammed down on the accelerator. Eichhorst threatened Benjamin to stop, but Benjamin quickly opened the door and jumped out. Immediately, Eichhorst took control of the steering wheel and veered the car into a pile of snow, bringing it to a stop. Meanwhile, Benjamin was desperately fleeing, but he was no match for Eichhorst. On the other side, Vasily and the others finally arrived at the airport. However, there were several bodies at the entrance, which made Vasily feel uneasy. As the car approached the iron fence, the rearview mirror suddenly shattered from a gunshot. After Quinlan identified the sniper's location, he decided to launch a surprise attack. Just as they were about to take action, Roman stopped them. He picked up the walkie-talkie from the car and started calling for Arthur. Upon hearing Roman's voice, the sniper immediately opened the iron gate for them. Subsequently, they drove to the base of the airport tower. Arthur warmly welcomed Roman's arrival. At that moment, Arthur saw Quinlan's vampire-like appearance and immediately drew his gun, while Vasily and the others also raised their weapons.
He's one of the good guys.
He doesn't look like one of the good guys.
I can assure you, Sergeant, you would already be dead if I were not one of the good guys.
After resolving the misunderstanding, Vasily explained their purpose for coming. Upon hearing this, Arthur stated that as long as the price was right, it would be fine. Vasily and the others opened the trunk, indicating that all the weapons and ammunition here could be given to him, except for the nuclear bomb. Seeing so many supplies, Arthur agreed to the deal. The story begins 2 days ago, with Zack and Abby walking on the streets filled with vampires. Since Zack is a trusted follower of the Blood Ancestor, he doesn't have to abide by human rules. Soon after, Zack dropped Abby off at her place. As Abby was about to turn and leave, Zack called out to her. He then handed her a bag from his backpack. To Abby's surprise, it contained fresh fruits, instantly capturing her heart. She leaned in and kissed Zack on the cheek, leaving him dumbfounded. After seeing Abby off, Zack returned home. Noticing Zack's worried expression, the Blood Ancestor inquired about it. However, Zack remained silent in response, leading the Blood Ancestor to immediately suggest that it might be because of love. Zack reacted quickly upon hearing this, confirming that the Blood Ancestor's guess was correct. He admitted that he had fallen in love with Abby, which seemed to excite the Blood Ancestor, who advised Zack to express his feelings openly. Zack decided to give it a try. The next day, Zack started grooming himself early in the morning. He then sat in a chair, waiting for Abby to come for cleaning duty. However, Abby's presence was noticeably delayed. Zack went to the kitchen to inquire and found out that Abby had taken a day off. Zack decided to go and find her. Soon, Zack arrived at Abby's place of residence. It was dark and damp, resembling a dormitory for factory workers. Zack then saw Amy, who was distributing food, he appearing quite cheerful, but the next moment, Zack froze as he witnessed Abby being intimate with another man. They even shared a passionate kiss, which infuriated Zack. Abby had never mentioned having a boyfriend, and Zack couldn't accept it. He left in anger. The next day, Abby came to clean as usual. She didn't notice Zack's moping in the slightest.
So, how are the plums?
Oh, they were amazing. Thank you again.
Did your boyfriend like them? Yeah, I saw you with him.
Where?
In your room.
You were spying on me?
You kissed him!
Yeah, he's my boyfriend.
I was supposed to be your boyfriend.
Look, Zack, I'm sorry, but I don't really think of you that way.
Zack, filled with anger, grabbed a plate from the table and threw it at Abby's feet. Seeing this, Abby became furious and immediately declared that she had had enough and wouldn't work anymore. She headed towards the exit. At this moment, Zack realized that he had gone too far and pleaded with Abby not to leave, but Abby had reached her limit with him and impulsively pinned Zack against the wall. Feelers, upon witnessing its master being attacked, immediately jumped out. Abby calmed down at that moment and requested Zack to let her go. However, Zack turned a blind eye to her plea. Unable to do anything else, Abby ran towards the other side where the elevator was. Once again, she asked Zack to save her. Zack, after hearing her plea, slowly walked over, but he did not drive away Feelers. Feelers extended its stinger and bit Abby on the neck. Meanwhile, Vasily and the others had switched to an airplane. If the inspection went smoothly, they would be able to take off. With the mission completed, Vasily planned to send Charlotte away to prevent Eichhorst from catching up to them. Charlotte hesitated upon hearing this, then tried to persuade Vasily to stay. She suggested going to live a peaceful life in a cabin in the woods. However, Vasily felt a heavy sense of responsibility and insisted on going to kill the blood ancestor. Seeing Vasily's resolute attitude, Charlotte chose to respect his decision. She then rode off on a motorcycle, leaving the airport behind. Watching Charlotte's departure, Quinlan was reminded of his past love once again. In 1800, at this time, Quinlan and Louisa were living happily together. Louisa's daughter from her previous marriage also liked Quinlan very much. They were happily walking on the street, but when they reached a corner, Quinlan noticed a vampire in the corner, feeding on humans. The presence of the vampire here indicated that the blood ancestor had come to find him. Subsequently, Quinlan asked Louisa to stay in place while he approached to deal with the vampire. Suddenly, another one jumped out from the side, but Quinlan was able to handle it easily.
Invictus! Is that you?
You've come.
And I shall come for you.
After dealing with the vampire, Quinlan realized that something was not right. When he returned home, Quinlan started packing his weapons. He was going to find and duel the blood ancestor. Louisa, upon hearing this, was reluctant and hoped Quinlan would stay. This way, he could protect both Louisa and her daughter, but Quinlan insisted that he had to defeat the blood ancestor. It's what he was born to do. Louisa respected Quinlan's decision and asked him to come back after fulfilling his mission.
The Master's life and mine, they are entwined. When I end his, mine shall also end.
Louisa was heartbroken when she learned that Quinlan might die no matter what. However, she couldn't stop Quinlan. Soon, Quinlan came to this place based on the clues. When I entered the house, found the blood ancestor, sucking blood.
Invictus, my son.
Much time has passed since our last encounter.
I hope you have enjoyed the years. They will be your last.
After the blood ancestor finished speaking, he launched an attack on Quinlan. The two immediately engaged in a fierce fight. Quinlan was slapped against the wall but quickly regained his composure and continued fighting the blood ancestor. Quinlan seized the opportunity and stabbed the blood ancestor in the waist with a sword. The blood ancestor quickly fled, and Quinlan immediately chased after him. Later, in the corner, he saw the blood ancestor crouched down. Due to Quinlan's momentary carelessness, he was firmly pinned to a pillar by the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor then mocked Quinlan and left the scene. With all his strength, Quinlan managed to pull out the bone sword and break free. He immediately ran towards home, but when Quinlan arrived, he found that both Louisa and her daughter had already been drained of blood and placed on the bed. Quinlan was devastated upon seeing this. He poured a basin of water and forcefully wiped off the makeup from his face. From now on, Quinlan would no longer have any emotions. He had to continue pursuing and hunting down the blood ancestor. Quinlan slowly approached the mother and daughter, took out the bone sword, and struck down. Roman conducted a check and confirmed that the plane could operate normally. Currently, there is a large-scale storm in the eastern region, and they must detour, but they are unsure if they have enough fuel. Just then, Vasily noticed that Eichhorst was chasing after them. Roman immediately started the plane, but he needed to gain speed before taking off. Eichhorst had already rushed out from the side and closely followed behind the plane. Seeing that he was about to catch up, the tires of the vehicle suddenly burst. It turned out that Arthur was providing cover for everyone and forced Eichhorst to stop with a few shots. Then Eichhorst got out of the car and brought out a heavy machine gun from the back, aiming it at Arthur. Faced with a high density of fire, Arthur quickly couldn't hold on and fell into a pool of blood. At this moment, Roman successfully took off with the plane. Eichhorst, upon seeing this, turned his gun towards the plane. Just then, Eichhorst suddenly took a bullet. It turned out to be Charlotte who fired the shot. Immediately, she fired another shot, bringing Eichhorst down to the ground. Eichhorst watched the plane go away with great anger. Afterward, Zach no longer had a smile on his face. He spent every day in the company of cobras. Noticing that Zach hadn't left the house for many days, the blood ancestor transformed into Kelly's appearance and found Zach. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he could brainwash Zack once again. The blood ancestor claimed that the human heart is inherently greedy and constantly seeks to take things, using deception to hurt others. Zack remained confused after hearing this, unsure if what he was doing was right or wrong. Upon hearing Zack's confusion, the blood ancestor mentioned that he had helped Abby, freeing her from desires and impulsiveness. Now, Abby had become a member of the vampire family and would never abandon or betray him. Understanding the underlying message, Zack embraced the blood ancestor, grateful for his guidance. On the other side, Vasily and the others had already arrived in New York by plane. After landing, all needed to do was find a vehicle to transport the nuclear bomb to Manhattan, and the plan would be halfway completed. However, trouble immediately arose for them as soon as they landed. Several trucks filled with vampires were approaching from the front. Seeing this, Vasily instructed Roman to stay in the plane while he and Quinlan went down to deal with the situation. Armed with submachine guns, they kept the vampires at bay, preventing them from getting close. At that moment, another truck arrived from the side. A mutant vampire got out of the car. It was extremely fast and pinned Quinlan to the ground. Vasily immediately shot the vampire in the head, killing it instantly. Quickly, they disposed of the vampires. Afterward, Roman finally came down from the plane. The trucks driven by the vampires were perfect for transporting the nuclear bomb. Vasily couldn't wait to share this good news with Abraham. At this moment, Quinlan noticed that one vampire had survived. Slowly, it crawled towards Quinlan, and the blood ancestor took control of its body.
Yes, we're here.
After Eichhorst returned, he found the blood ancestor. He expressed his apologies for the previous mission and promised not to disappoint the blood ancestor next time. The blood ancestor was now filled with anger. Instead of killing Eichhorst, and then he used the trick of provocation, says he was a German officer before. Now, being defeated by a Jewish person, how did Eichhorst feel? If he resigned himself, he would surely be nailed to the pillar of shame within the Bloods. This comment managed to piss off Eichhorst, and he's going to go all out against the exorcism squad. If he couldn't do that, he wouldn't want to live in this world. On the other side, Abraham and the escaped Dutch arrived at their previous hideout. During their escape from the vampires, Dutch had hidden the oxydolumen on the rooftop. As Abraham prepared to ascend the stairs, he suddenly felt unwell. Dutch sees this and tells Abraham to wait here for her. When Dutch left, Abraham suddenly felt weak all over his body. Dutch returned with the backpack and noticed Abraham's abnormality. She quickly asked what was wrong, but Abraham reassured her that everything was fine. Then he asked Dutch to open the backpack. Dutch revealed the book, and Abraham breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. When F sees the truth, he immediately prepares to head to the temporary rendezvous point of the exorcism team. Meanwhile, Abraham and Dutch were studying the oxydolumen, hoping to find other ways to eliminate the blood ancestor. However, Abraham suddenly felt dizzy. Dutch noticed his discomfort and urged him to rest, but he insisted on finding the weakness of the blood ancestor. The next moment, Abraham collapsed to the ground. Dutch quickly helped him onto the bed and tried to wake him up. At that moment, Dutch heard the sound of the door opening. She picked up her gun and cautiously approached the entrance. When she saw two people coming in, Dutch shouted for them to stay put. Upon hearing the voice, F recognized it and called out Dutch's name. Dutch, happy to hear F's voice, embraced him. F then approached Abraham. After examining him, F discovered that Abraham's blood lipid levels were higher than normal. He asked Dutch what had happened. Dutch explained that Abraham had been captured for human experimentation. Upon learning the truth, F said they needed to find medication to thin Abraham's blood in order to save his life. Dutch immediately thought of Gus, who might have some medication. However, they couldn't leave Abraham behind. Alex offered to stay and take care of him, assuring them that they could go. F and Dutch then arrived at Gus's camp. Gus was overjoyed to see them and embraced Dutch. Gus began asking about Abraham's condition. After learning that he urgently needed medication, Gus led them to the drug storage area. There, they found a wide variety of medications and food. Gus told them to take whatever they needed. In a corner, F finally found the medication they needed and also grabbed a pack of saline solution. At that moment, Cream demanded that F give him other supplies in exchange. Dutch felt embarrassed because they didn't have anything useful to offer. Gus said these were for them. This angered Cream, leading to a heated argument between the two. Gus is highly prestigious here and Cream immediately left here. Gus followed F and the two of them left the base together. He wanted to visit Abraham. At that moment, A truck passed them. Upon closer inspection, they found that it was a wanted poster for F and his group. After seeing this, Gus suggested that they shouldn't linger on the main street and instead take a small path in front. Soon, they bypassed the vampire guards and arrived at the stronghold. Little did they know, Cream had been following them all along. On the other hand, Vasily and his group were preparing to transport the nuclear bomb into the city center. They disguised themselves as staff of the partnership in advance. Although their identities passed the verification, the guard wanted to inspect the cargo. Vasily immediately claimed that it contained medical equipment and had a certain level of radiation. However, the guard insisted on checking. Quinlan directly took off his hat and frightened the guard with his vampire identity. The guard didn't dare to offend him and gave up the inspection, but just as the guard was about to let them through, another guard came over and handed them a wanted poster. Abraham was on the first page, and then the guard started flipping through. Suddenly, Vasily's wanted poster appeared in front of them. Cream demanded something from the blood ancestor. Cream claimed to know where Abraham and the others were hiding. He then pulled out a bomb and held it in his hand. He knew that the blood ancestor would gain memories from the transformed humans. If he didn't get what he wanted, he would detonate the bomb. Curious, the blood ancestor asked what he wanted. Cream said he wanted Roosevelt Island, with no vampires or law enforcement on it. Additionally, he wanted control of all the black market business. In return, the blood ancestor offered to assist with any clues or finding specific individuals. At this moment, Eichhorst was about to lose his temper. However, the blood ancestor intervened and stopped him. The blood ancestor wanted to see how long Cream's daydream would last. Cream, who had no bargaining chips left, was terrified and desperately begged, saying he didn't want anything, but the blood ancestor was already angry and extended his stinger to bite Cream's neck. On the other side, Abraham woke up after being injected with medication. He dragged his weary body and walked outside. When he saw his companions in the living room, Abraham finally felt relieved. F was excited to see Abraham safe and they embraced each other. Afterward, F reminded him to rest more. Gus slowly approached, expressing his desire to continue fighting alongside Abraham. Abraham seemed emotional upon hearing this, mentioning that they could have fought side by side, but he joined forces with Cream along the way. Gus, feeling ashamed, expressed that he just wanted to survive. F continued to administer fluids to Abraham. Thanks to F's treatment, Abraham's condition had improved significantly. F showed Abraham the human concentration camp he had found. Abraham recognized it immediately, as it resembled the scenes from the concentration camps in Germany. Eichhorst was undoubtedly the mastermind behind this plan. Their goal was to deceive survivors and use them as food. Now the only way to defeat the blood ancestor is to read the keywords in the oxidolumen. F told Abraham not to worry and to focus on recovering his health first. He pulled out a bottle of warfarin from his pocket. This is a blood thinner, commonly found in rat poison. Then F mentioned how he used rat poison to kill thousands of vampires. Upon hearing this, Abraham said he would give F a prescription. It was developed by alchemists in the last century. It contained instructions on how to extract bloodworms, when absorbed by the human body, could restore vitality, prolong life, and prevent infection from the vampire virus. F found it impossible, as he had already conducted hundreds of experiments. Abraham mentioned that he was already 95 years old this year and had been able to continue fighting because of it. Subsequently, F brought a captured vampire to the laboratory. He followed the prescription to extract the bloodworms. Soon, F had a large bottle of it, enough for Abraham to regain all his strength and continue the fight. Gus returned to the campsite and started organizing weapons and ammunition. This time, he chose not to flee anymore. Raoul hesitated for a moment after seeing this. Then he picked up the gun from the table as well. He also wanted to fight alongside Gus. They transported a nuclear bomb into the city. Later, Vasily and the others arrived at the riverside to plan how to transport the nuclear bomb to Manhattan. After a survey, Vasily realized there were no vampires on the bridge. This was clearly a trap set by the blood ancestor. While they were discussing what to do, there was a sudden and intense explosion on the bridge. The bridge leading to Manhattan was instantly shattered. Before Vasily and the others could react, other bridges also experienced severe explosions. The blood ancestor looked satisfied as he watched the bridges collapse. Now they couldn't transport the nuclear bomb. Desai then revealed that he filled the tunnels leading to Manhattan with bombs. Even if Vasily and the others brainstormed, they would have no solution. The Blood Ancestor was pleased with Desai's capability. At this point, Cream had already been transformed into a vampire. Therefore, the Blood Ancestor found Abraham's hideout in Cream's memories. He assigned this task to Eichhorst. Meanwhile, Abraham was studying the oxydolumen inside the hideout. Only Alex was with him. Suddenly, they heard Eichhorst's voice, accompanied by several vampires. Alex immediately opened fire, but Eichhorst evaded the shots. Cream, who had mutated into a vampire, snapped her neck. Abraham immediately pulls up the sword of Sadhu and prepares to fight him. Eichhorst looked disdainful and signaled for Abraham to stop struggling. Cream prepared to attack, but Eichhorst stopped her. He wanted to personally settle this grudge, causing Cream to immediately retreat. The battle between the two sides was about to begin. Abraham attacked first, but Eichhorst easily dodged his feeble swords. Suddenly the sword falls to the ground, and Abraham is instantly exhausted. In order to humiliate Abraham, Eichhorst asks him to pick up his sword and continue. Abraham bends down.
So where is your goal now? Watching you. Through me.
So now you are an avenging angel, huh? An instrument of divine retribution.
No, just an ordinary man. But that is all that will be required to bring your master to his knees.
This statement seems to have angered Eichhorst, and he is preparing to turn Abraham into a vampire. He wants him to witness firsthand how vampires achieve victory. Suddenly, the sound of gunshots is heard, and it turns out that Gus and another person have arrived in time. Seeing the situation is not favorable, Eichhorst pushes Gus and the other person away and escapes. Afterwards, Gus checks Abraham's injuries. Seeing that Abraham is fine, Gus tells him to wait here for a moment while he continues to chase after Eichhorst. The two of them walk in a dark corridor, searching for Eichhorst's figure. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashes by, and when they turn around to shoot, it has disappeared. As they continue walking inside, a few drops of white blood fall on Raoul's head, and a nematode lands on his face. In the next second, it directly burrows into his eyeball. In the midst of Raoul's panic, Eichhorst suddenly descends from above and takes Raoul hostage. After mocking Gus, he immediately snaps Raoul's neck on the spot. Gus immediately opens fire, but in the next second, he is ambushed by Cream, who tightly restrains Gus against the wall. At this moment, Eichhorst walks over from the side. He greatly admires Gus's courage and wants to turn him into a vampire for his own use. Just as he is about to extend the stinger, an unexpected incident occurs. It turns out Abraham has arrived in time. Eichhorst becomes angry and knocks Abraham to the ground. He exerts all his strength to pull out the Sutta sword inserted in his body. He steps forward and grabs Abraham, wanting him to admit his own failure personally. Abraham responds with disdain, saying if they're going to fight, they should hurry up. Eichhorst extends the stinger and bites his neck. Then, a bottle of medication falls from Abraham's hand. It is the warfarin given to him by F. Halfway through sucking, Eichhorst suddenly feels something is wrong. He then withdraws the stinger, but it's too late now. The warfarin has already entered his body. Gus immediately begins to counterattack upon witnessing this. He restrains Cream and stabs his neck with a nearby small knife. Abraham, holding the Sutta sword, slowly stands up. Looking at Eichhorst, who is spitting white blood, Abraham reveals the truth to him. He took a bottle of warfarin before coming here, intending to die with him. After finishing, Abraham makes him raise his head. He wants the Blood Ancestor to witness how his underlings are being slain. Soon, through Eichhorst, the Blood Ancestor sees this scene.
I have something to say to you. You are the hunger, the strain that feeds on us since time immemorial. But make no mistake, you're still a parasite. And we will flush you out and burn you. It will not be me. It will not be now. But it will happen, no matter how long it takes. In another face, in other eyes, you will see me as you die.
Abraham raises the Sutta sword and beheads Eichhorst with one strike. The Blood Ancestor's most loyal servant is now dead. and Abraham's long-standing grudge is finally avenged. After an unknown amount of time, F completes the extraction of the white blood and rushes back. As soon as he enters, he sees a floor covered in corpses, and then F continues walking inside. The sight before him brings him joy. He sees Eichhorst's decapitated head lying in a pool of blood. Just then, someone suddenly approaches from behind. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be Gus. Dutch and the two of them immediately inquire about what happened here. Where are Abraham and Raoul? Upon hearing that Raoul has already died, Dutch begins to worry about Abraham's safety. Seeing Gus's distressed expression, the two of them sense that something major is not right. Gus brings the two of them to Abraham's room, where he is still studying the oxydolumen. Dutch is relieved to see that Abraham is fine. When he turned around, several nematodes had appeared on his face. Dutch and the others are stunned in place upon seeing this. Abraham says he doesn't have much time left. He needs to understand the oxydolumen quickly. Upon seeing this, F immediately wants to examine Abraham, but Abraham points his sword directly at F, saying he only wants to use his remaining time to study the oxydolumen. F was helpless after hearing this. On the other side, in order to enter Manhattan, Vasily and the others find a boat to cross the river. However, there are many guards on the shore. Since Vasily and the others are wanted, Roman is of great use in this situation. The guards approach to check Roman's identity, and after confirming it, they prepare to inspect the boat. But at this moment, the lights suddenly go out. After dealing with these small soldiers, Vasily walks out of the cabin. They have successfully transported the nuclear bomb into Manhattan. Now the problem is where to hide the bomb. Vasily drives the car to the largest reserve bank on Wall Street. After getting out of the car, Vasily gives a walkie-talkie and a gun to Roman. Roman wants to join Vasily and the others. Upon hearing this, Vasily immediately refuses Roman on the spot because the bomb needs to be guarded for 24 hours. Reluctantly, Roman has to stay here. Meanwhile, Abraham still refuses to receive treatment, which worries Dutch a lot. Just then, Vasily and Quinlan arrive at the base. Upon entering the house and seeing the sad expressions of everyone, they are puzzled. Vasily then approaches and starts boasting about finding the nuclear bomb, but when he stands in front of Abraham, he notices the nematodes on his face. Vasily immediately asks what happened. In the next moment, Abraham almost loses his balance and almost falls to the ground. Seeing this, everyone rushes forward to support him. Once Abraham is seated, he begins to explain his last words. In the past few days, he has found some more clues in the oxydolumen. Upon hearing this, Vasily immediately asks what to do with the nuclear bomb he brought, but Abraham still hopes to use the power mentioned in the book to destroy the blood ancestor, and asks Vasily not to let his efforts go to waste. Seeing Abraham's repeated request, Vasily agrees without hesitation. Then Abraham hands the oxydolumen to Vasily, as he is the most trusted teammate in Abraham's life. After finishing his instructions, Abraham suddenly feels a buzzing sensation in his head. Then he turns around and picks up the Saga sword one last time. With the support of his teammates, he slowly stands up. He points his sword at Quinlan, hoping Quinlan will end his life. Quinlan walks slowly towards Abraham and takes the Saga sword from his hand. Abraham kneels down in front of Quinlan. He takes one last look at his comrades who fought side by side with him, and then signals Quinlan to strike. Afterwards, they bury Abraham together with their combined efforts. He fought against vampires his whole life, remaining unwavering no matter what obstacles he faced. This spirit deeply admires Quinlan. Everyone sat together and discussed what to do now. Vasily thinks the nuclear bomb is still a viable option, but F wants to honor Abraham's last words. Quinlan suggests that Abraham was likely being controlled by the blood ancestor when he was unclear-minded, trying to mislead them. Upon hearing this, F immediately opposes it, stating that even if the nuclear bomb works, millions of people have already died and the world is in a nuclear winter after the last explosion. Detonating another bomb in the city would be a devastating blow to humanity. Vasily gets angry upon hearing this. Thinking F is indecisive, F brings up Abraham's last words. As the two argue fiercely, Quinlan decides to go and deploy the nuclear bomb immediately. Vasily immediately stops him, stating that they don't know where the blood ancestor is hiding now. Just then, Dutch interrupts their argument. She knows how to find blood ancestors, and the only breakthrough is Desai. He is the human that the blood ancestor trusts the most. so he is likely to know the blood ancestor's whereabouts. They just need to capture him. On the other side, Gus returns to the base and gathers all his brothers. He tells everyone how Cream turned into a vampire and was killed by him. Gus says that now they face a battle that determines the survival of humanity and hopes to get everyone's help. This mission is extremely dangerous. It's okay if someone quits, because Gus has always treated everyone with loyalty. His brothers express their willingness to follow him. Zack holds a high position among the vampires. Every day, the blood ancestor personally feeds Zack with white blood and even sends Abby, who is about to become a vampire, to him. Under the influence of the blood ancestor, Zack gradually loses himself. Now, Vasily and the others have successfully transported the nuclear bomb into Manhattan. Thus, the blood ancestor summons Zack. He tells Zack that his father is preparing to destroy everything they have built. If they succeed, humans will return to a world of mutual slaughter. Therefore, the blood ancestor is preparing to send Zack to stop all of this.
A task only you can perform.
Me?
Yes, my son. You are uniquely suited for it. What happens next will determine the fate of all of us.
In order to be with Abby, Zack agrees. On the other side, the group is preparing their equipment. Their plan is to first kidnap Desai and then force him to reveal the whereabouts of the blood ancestor. Once they know the exact location, they can accurately launch the nuclear bomb. They pretended to be staff from the partnership and went inside the enemy. Quinlan drives using his vampire identity, while the others pretend to be captured survivors. Upon seeing them, the guards suggest taking these people to the docks for processing. Quinlan immediately claims it's a special order. The guards, realizing Quinlan is a vampire, dare not ask further questions and quickly open the gate for them. In this way, the group passes through the security check without incident. While they are waiting for the elevator downstairs, a vampire guard notices them. As he prepares to approach and investigate, Quinlan quickly steps forward. The guard, seeing a vampire, feels relieved and leaves. Subsequently, the group successfully enters the elevator. F goes to the control room to disable the alarm, while Vasily and Dutch head to the production center to rescue the pregnant woman and capture Desai. Meanwhile, Quinlan and the others go to the human slaughterhouse to rescue other survivors. At this moment, Desai is leisurely staying in his office. Suddenly, a guard at the door calls him on the phone. He says that a van of prisoners has just entered the partnership, claiming a special order, so he wants to confirm if it's true. Desai senses something is wrong and starts investigating. However, there is no record of any special order in the system. He immediately checks the surveillance, but there are no prisoners in the slaughterhouse footage. Desai concludes that this is an invasion by the rebels. He immediately orders his subordinates to seal off the entire partnership. Meanwhile, F has arrived at the control room. He first subdues the guard and quickly disables the alarm. On the other side, Vasily and Dutch have reached the production center. Guards hear the commotion and rush out, but they are all taken down by the two of them. It is at this moment that Desai notices Dutch and the others outside his office on the surveillance feed. He immediately orders his subordinates to evacuate, but Vasily and Dutch have already stormed in. The guards counterattack, and a fierce gunfight erupts between the two sides. Amidst the chaos, Desai is safely escorted away by his men. Vasily and Dutch easily eliminate all the guards. They then begin to pursue Desai. On the other side, Quinlan and Gus arrive at the human slaughterhouse. The scene before them shocks them in place. Soon, the vampires sense the intruders and prepare to launch an attack. Gus quickly shoots and kills one of the vampires, while Quinlan prepares for close combat. Unfortunately, Gus's gun malfunctions at a critical moment, and the vampires immediately launch an attack on him. Quinlan finds himself amidst the vampire horde, fighting fiercely in all directions. Later, Quinlan finally sees Gus under attack. However, Gus, having received professional training, picks up an iron chain from a cage and fights back. At the critical moment, Gus's followers arrive just in time to kill the vampires. After dealing with all the vampires, Gus immediately instructs everyone to quickly rescue the survivors. On the other side, Dutch and the others continue to pursue Desai and reach the production center. Amidst the chaos, Desai grabs several pregnant women as hostages. He and his bodyguards hide in a room, and the bodyguards quickly block the door. Desai's intention is to delay until the vampire army arrives for support. Just then, Dutch arrives. Desai warns them not to make any rash moves, or else the pregnant woman will be executed on the spot. This puts Vasily and Dutch in a dilemma, as it's evident that Desai is buying time. If the vampire army comes to support, they will be completely overwhelmed. Dutch thought for a while and finally decided to let Vasily force his way in. However, the door is tightly sealed, and it will take several minutes to break through. Desai immediately orders the bodyguards to shoot as a warning, but they hesitate to pull the trigger. Unable to wait any longer, Desai decides to take matters into his own hands. Just then, one of the bodyguards steps forward and takes control of Desai. He can no longer tolerate Desai's actions, and the pregnant women immediately seize the opportunity to escape. However, Desai takes advantage of the situation and pulls out a gun, shooting the bodyguard in the chest. He then quickly escapes towards the outside. Just as Desai escapes into the corridor, F happens to come out of the control room. Desai freezes in place upon seeing F, and they both raise their handguns simultaneously. However, F is quicker, and Desai is immediately frightened and flees in panic. The scene shifts back to Quinlan's side, where they have successfully rescued all the survivors from the cages. The roars of vampires suddenly came from behind. Quinlan turns around and realizes that it's a mutated vampire. Gus prepares to attack, but Quinlan stops him. The mutated vampire is incredibly powerful, and Gus is no match for the vampires. Soon, a fierce battle ensues between the two sides. At this time, Quinlan accidentally fell into a disadvantage. He was suppressed to the ground by the mutated vampire. Gus quickly shoots the mutated vampire's stinger, allowing Quinlan to catch his breath. The two sides then resume their attacks. At this moment, the injured vampires are no longer a match for Quinlan. Just as Gus and the others are about to retreat, Desai arrives at the scene. He had intended to seek help from the vampires, but all the vampires have been slaughtered. Upon seeing this, Desai immediately flees. However, he runs into Vasily and Dutch, who are pursuing him. Desai shoots at the two, but he quickly runs out of bullets. He can only desperately escape once again. With nowhere to run, Desai hides under a water tower, but Dutch quickly catches up. In order to capture him alive, Dutch takes out a knife and stabs Desai in the ankle. In this way, Desai is successfully captured by them. Later, the group brings him back to their base. Just then, one of their subordinates informs them that they have captured a child who wants to see F. F immediately questions him about the child's physical characteristics. Based on the description, he realizes that the person is likely Zach. F quickly goes outside to check, and indeed, the person who has come to find him is Zach. Zach has been groomed by the Blood Ancestor as his successor. In order to find out where Vasily and others hid the nuclear bomb, Blood Ancestor asked Zach to find F. When F saw Zach, he did not feel surprised and immediately locked him in a room. After that, F started asking about what happened between Zach and the Blood Ancestor during these 9 months. Zach, who hadn't rested for several days, said he wanted to rest before talking. As a father, F did not pressure him and decided to wait until Zach woke up to talk about other things. Then, F left the room and locked the door. At that moment, Quinlan suddenly appeared behind F and started asking what Zach said. F told him to let Zach rest before asking other questions. Then, Quinlan began to raise suspicions. He told F that they had just brought a nuclear bomb into Manhattan when Zach appeared, which was too coincidental. F also realized that something was wrong, so he didn't explain too much and just said that Zach must have been brainwashed by the Blood Ancestor. As F was about to leave, Quinlan blocked his way again. He warned F not to harm everyone for his own selfish interests. On the other side, Desai woke up from his coma. Immediately, Vasily and Dutch started listing Desai's crimes. He betrayed his own kind, built production centers and human slaughterhouses. To everyone's surprise, Desai showed no remorse. He said that before the partnership was established, humans were constantly killing each other. After being ruled by the vampires, the world became peaceful, and people could live together peacefully instead of starting nuclear wars at the slightest disagreement. All he could do was save more people from this kind of event. Dutch was furious after hearing this. She said that the newborn babies had done nothing wrong, yet they were treated as food and had their blood drained. Unexpectedly, Desai said that those babies had no self-awareness and that by sacrificing them, their mothers could be saved. Dutch couldn't control her anger anymore and started beating Desai. Fortunately, Vasily stopped Dutch. Otherwise, Desai would have been beaten to death on the spot. On the other side, Roman was bored guarding the nuclear bomb inside the bank, but suddenly, he heard some noise outside. Feeling that something was wrong, Roman cautiously stuck his head out with a gun in hand, but he didn't find anyone and felt that something was off. Roman slowly opened the door and walked out. He immediately walked towards the direction of the nuclear bomb with his gun raised, and there was indeed someone acting suspiciously behind the car. Roman immediately told him not to move, and then asked him to walk slowly towards the light and put down his weapon. The person immediately raised his gun to surrender. At this moment, Gus pulled out his gun from the side and took control of Roman. This was the first time Roman saw Gus, so he didn't know that they were sent by Vasily. Afterwards, Gus told Roman to put down his gun and informed him that they were sent by Vasily to retrieve the nuclear bomb. Then Gus began describing Vasily's physical appearance, but Roman still refused to believe, stating that his wanted poster was everywhere and anyone could describe his appearance. Seeing this, Gus directly mentioned Roman's name and rank, which only Vasily and a few others knew. Roman thought for a moment and finally chose to believe Gus. Then Gus introduced his comrades to Roman, stating that they were also here to protect the nuclear bomb. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Gus immediately let his subordinates in. They not only had manpower now, but also a whole car full of heavy weapons. This left Roman stunned on the spot, and he then led a few people to see the nuclear bomb. The nuclear bomb in front of them shocked everyone. On the other side, Vasily and the others began interrogating Desai, but he still refused to confess. So Dutch directly opened the iron door. They wanted Quinlan to personally interrogate him. In order to interrogate the blood ancestor's location, the exorcism team had to ask Quinlan to use violent interrogation. After punching Desai to the ground, Quinlan grabbed him and dragged him into the house. At this point, Desai was already panicked, begging for mercy from everyone, but no one sympathized with him, and soon Desai was taken to a small dark room. To their surprise, his wife was also captured by Vasily and the others. Desai became even more panicked when he saw his wife, claiming that she had nothing to do with this matter. Quinlan, ignoring morality at this point, grabbed the woman's hair and gave Desai a final ultimatum. If he didn't confess, Quinlan would immediately drain her blood. Desai still refused to speak, stating that if they betrayed the blood ancestor, they would be better off dead. After hearing this, Quinlan immediately stretched out his stinger and then hovered in front of his wife's neck.
Stop it! Okay! Alright! The Master's nesting in the Empire State Building. He's on the 102nd floor.
After Zach woke up on the other side, F came to his room. He hoped that Zach could tell him what happened in the past 9 months. Zach had no intention of hiding anything and told F about how the blood ancestor had raised him. He also apologized to F. He knew that once his mother became a vampire, she lost her self-awareness. The reason he resented F at the time was because he missed his mother too much. He claimed to have thoroughly thought about it during the past 9 months. F was relieved to hear this and immediately asked about the purpose of the blood ancestor's arrival. Zach did not hide anything and said that the blood ancestor had sent him to monitor and find out where the nuclear bomb was. F found this hard to believe. He then brought Zach in front of everyone to further confirm whether Zach had betrayed them. Vasily started asking about the location of the blood ancestor. Unexpectedly, Zach's answer was exactly the same as what Desai had told them. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Vasily then asked Zach to draw a layout of the floor where the blood ancestor was located. Zach took the drawing board and sat on the sofa. Under the gaze of everyone, Zach slowly started drawing. He quickly drew the layout, which turned out to be exactly the same as what Desai had described. However, everyone still didn't trust Zach. Upon hearing this, Zach suggested that if they didn't believe him, they could continue to lock him in a room. After saying that, he slowly stood up and asked F to lock him up again. F had no choice but to bring him back and they both went to the rooftop. It was the first time they had an open and heartfelt conversation as father and son. Zach apologized for his previous rebellion, and F was touched and hugged him. F also admitted that it was his neglect of the family that caused their relationship to break. If given another chance, he would choose to be a good husband and father. Under their mutual apologies, they both let go of their grudges. Just when everyone thought Zach had changed for the better, he accidentally cut his finger while opening a can. F felt sorry for him and immediately took Zach to bandage the wound, unaware that Zach's blood had been exposed. After bandaging the wound, F noticed something unusual and immediately asked if Zach did it on purpose. Zach lowered his head and refused to admit it, but F felt that Zach was hiding something. He started questioning him loudly, and Zach knew his intentions had been discovered. He admitted it directly, and F's eyes filled with tears. He never expected his son to betray him for the second time. Upon seeing this, Zach said that this was all for F. As long as F tells the location of the nuclear bomb, his life can be saved. Zach then mentioned that the vampire clan would be coming soon, and time was running out. Unable to bear it any longer, F pulled out his gun and pointed it at Zach's head. Zach cut his finger while opening a soda can, purposely exposing the scent of blood to attract the attention of so that blood ancestor can come with his man. However, F quickly saw through the trick. He pulled out a gun and pressed it against Zach's head, unable to believe that Zach would betray him a second time. But in the end, F couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. he told Zack to take care of himself, walked out of the room, and locked the door behind him. F came to his partner's side and then spilled the beans about Zack's betrayal. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately packed their belongings and left the place. Later, they rendezvoused with Roman and the others to discuss their next move. Zack must have had some kind of plan when he named the Blood Ancestor's location. The Blood Ancestor had probably moved away and possibly set traps. After hearing this, Quinlan decided to use a strategy of his own. After Quinlan heard this, he decided to go to the Empire State Building alone to draw out the Blood Ancestor. If the Blood Ancestor entered the explosion range, there would be a chance to eliminate him once and for all. Quinlan obtained the detonator for the nuclear bomb from Roman and decided to sacrifice himself along with the Blood Ancestor. Upon hearing Quinlan's plan, the others agreed that it was the only way. The group transported the bomb to the Empire State Building, and Quinlan went in alone to find out where the Blood Ancestor was. On the rooftop, they found the Blood Ancestor, and the others immediately detonated the nuclear bomb. At this moment, the Blood Ancestor and his vampire army found Zack. They were angry to learn that Zack had failed in his mission. Meanwhile, Desai was arguing with his wife when the door was suddenly pushed open by the Blood Ancestor. Seeing the scars on Desai's face, the Blood Ancestor knew he had been tortured. He immediately questioned Desai about whether he had betrayed him. Desai, terrified, denied any betrayal. However, Zack claimed that Desai had revealed everything. They already knew that the nest was in the Empire State Building, which angered the Blood Ancestor. Desai quickly shifted all the blame onto his wife. Before she could defend herself, the Blood Ancestor grabbed her by the throat and snapped her neck. Witnessing his wife's death, Desai quickly composed himself. He told the Blood Ancestor that he would never reveal any information. The Blood Ancestor knew full well that it was Desai who betrayed him by pinning him against the wall. Quinlan arrived at the base of the Empire State Building. Upon entering the lobby, he saw no sign of any vampires. He took the elevator to the top floor, but it was empty, except for the scattered soil where the Blood Ancestor had rested. At that moment, Abby emerged from upstairs. With the Blood Ancestor's consciousness transferred into her body, Quinlan immediately informed Vasily and the others about the situation. When Vasily asked what to do next, the Blood Ancestor summoned a group of vampires to surround Quinlan. Quinlan glanced back and began taunting the Blood Ancestor.
Is this the best you can do? Dispatching these vermin, instead of having the courage to face me yourself?
Blood Ancestor was not fooled at all after hearing this, because he knew that Quinlan and others wanted him to enter the explosion range of the nuclear bomb. With their plan exposed, Quinlan swiftly decapitated Abby. He contacted Vasily on the radio and urged everyone to evacuate with the nuclear bomb. Meanwhile, the Feelers had already discovered Vasily and the others. Suddenly, hordes of vampires emerged. Everyone quickly raised their guns. Gus instructed F and the others to safely transport the nuclear bomb while he and the rest of the group held off the vampire army to prevent the nuclear bomb from falling into the hands of the Blood Ancestor. Vasily and the others immediately drove away from the scene.
Where are they coming from, man? Here's my man! Keep shooting, keep shooting!
The powerful firepower successfully held off the vampire attack, but Cream was accidentally bitten on the neck. Gus immediately killed the vampire, but it was already too late. The virus had already begun spreading within Cream's body. Just then, another group of vampires surged forward. Gus prepared to pull out a hand grenade, but in the next moment, Cream snatched it away. He knew he didn't have much time left and decided to go down with the vampires. Holding the hand grenade, he charged into the vampire army. Another group of vampires emerged from behind, but Gus didn't have time to retrieve the weapons in the car. He quickly led his teammates into an alley to escape. Quinlan, facing the swarming vampires, remained calm. He pulled out 2 guns and began firing relentlessly. In a matter of seconds, all the vampires were annihilated. At that moment, the Blood Ancestor controlled another vampire to appear behind Quinlan. Quinlan was growing impatient. On the other side, the Blood Ancestor learned that Vasily and the others had successfully escaped, which made him angry. He called Zack over and told him that his father didn't really care about him. Betrayal to save stupid humans is a selfish person. The Blood Ancestor decided to show Zack something outside. Soon, they arrived at the rooftop. and when the blood ancestor raised his hands, the vampires below became excited. They would search the entire city for the location of the nuclear bomb, which would be the final battle between the two sides. Meanwhile, Vasily and the others arrived at the predetermined meeting point. They got out of the car and began to survey the area. Just then, Dutch was startled by Quinlan. Vasily turned on the lights to assure everyone that it was a safe place and led them into an elevator. As the elevator descended, Vasily explained the situation to everyone. They were in New York City's third water tunnel, which reached a depth of 240 meters. It was supposed to be completed this year, but due to the vampire invasion, it had been abandoned. Now, it was the safest place to store the nuclear bomb. On the other side, Gus was trapped in a house after his retreat, surrounded by vampires. It was difficult to escape as the area outside was filled with vampires. Unfortunately, all their weapons were in the car, so they had to find a way to get the car and leave. After hearing this, the group decided to rest and make plans. But just then, Roman noticed that Marcus seemed off and immediately asked him what was wrong. Marcus claimed it was just a bit of a fever, but Gus was alarmed. He walked up to Marcus, and when Marcus looked up, his eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Realizing that he couldn't hide it any longer, Marcus admitted that he had been accidentally bitten. To prevent the location of the nuclear bomb from being exposed, Gus pulled out his gun and shot Marcus on the spot. Unable to control his anger after losing his close friends one after another, Gus became uncontrollable. Roman quickly stepped in to stop him, hoping Gus could calm down first. Gus was surrounded by a horde of vampires as he tried to take back the car. Without hesitation, Gus slammed the accelerator and crashed into the vampire army. The vampires used their bodies to block the incoming car. Gus immediately rushed out from another weak point. Meanwhile, Quinlan found Vasily and informed him that he had foreseen their victory but needed Vasily to give his full strength. Quinlan recognized Vasily's determination to achieve their goal, and thus, this plan required Vasily's full support. After discussing the plan, they found F and the others. Vasily then addressed everyone, stating that if they intentionally exposed their location, the blood ancestor would surely lead the vampire army to attack. At that moment, Quinlan would find a way to lure the blood ancestor here, while Vasily would be responsible for detonating the nuclear bomb. Detonating the bomb here would cause no harm to the entire New York City, as it couldn't penetrate the bedrock at a depth of 240 meters. Upon hearing this, Dutch called out Vasily. In Dutch's heart, Vasily had always been the one she loved the most. She couldn't bear to see Vasily sacrifice himself to save humanity. Seeing Dutch's concern, Vasily embraced her and kissed her. Then, Dutch tried to persuade Vasily to reconsider, but Vasily made it clear that he wouldn't easily change his mind. Respecting Vasily's decision, Dutch had no choice but to accept it. Soon, Gus arrived at the rendezvous point and joined the others. He said the whole street was full of vampires and they were searching from house to house. If they had any plan, they needed to execute it quickly before the vampires found their location. Seeing this, the group immediately started preparing for the plan. First, F and Vasily pretended to patrol outside. After a long wait, they finally encountered a vampire scout. With the successful completion of the first step of the plan, they headed back to the base. This way, the blood ancestor would be able to learn their hiding place. At the same time, the blood ancestor had learned the location of the vampire hunting team through his spies. He immediately gathered all the vampires, preparing to launch an attack at night. As long as they could disarm the nuclear bomb, humanity would be completely finished. He decided to personally lead the team there. Just as the blood ancestor was preparing to set off, Zach called out to him. Then he ran into his room, took the gun that the blood ancestor had given him, and walked out. He expressed his desire to join the fight. Seeing Zach's determination, the blood ancestor felt very pleased. On the other side, the vampire hunting team had made all the necessary preparations. Quinlan began instructing everyone to fight while retreating. This way, they could not only weaken the vampire army but also lead the blood ancestor to the elevator entrance. Upon hearing the plan, the group immediately went into ambush positions. Soon, several vampire scouts arrived at the factory. Roman and Gus opened fire upon seeing them. After dealing with these vampires, more and more of them flooded in. After firing at the vampire army, Roman and Gus retreated deeper into the factory according to the original plan. Just as the vampires were chasing after them, F and Vasily, who were lying in wait, immediately emerged. The vampire army suffered heavy casualties, but their numbers were still overwhelming as they continued to charge into the factory. This scene was witnessed by the blood ancestor, who had just arrived. With a command from the blood ancestor, all the vampires rushed into the factory. Seeing the dense enemy numbers, Gus took out a hand grenade and threw it. In the next second, the grenade exploded, tearing the vampire army apart. But before everyone could catch their breath, the Blood Ancestor and another group of vampires charged in again. At this moment, F noticed Zack by the side of the Blood Ancestor. Just then, Gus pulled F away to retreat. Upon seeing this, the Blood Ancestor ordered the entire vampire army to follow. And so, the vampires walked into the ambush points that Vasily had set up in advance. Immediately, Vasily took out the last hand grenade and threw it. In the next second, the grenade exploded among the vampire horde. Silver powder fell on the vampires, causing a burning sensation that instantly rendered them unable to fight. The group quickly rushed out and began clearing the vampires. At this moment, the Blood Ancestor's throat moved, emitting a kind of ultrasonic wave. Humans who heard it would feel dizzy. This caused Vasily and the others to lose their ability to resist on the spot. Just as the Blood Ancestor was feeling triumphant, the uncontrollable Quinlan suddenly charged out from the side. He directly barged into the elevator with the Blood Ancestor and Zack, then suppressed the Blood Ancestor. Without the interference of the ultrasonic waves, everyone immediately stood up and launched a counterattack. At this time, F saw Zack on the elevator, at a loss for what to do. As soon as he stepped forward, Vasily and Dutch quickly closed the elevator door and the elevator fell down. Now, the plan was left with the final step, which required Vasily to go down and detonate the nuclear bomb. While Dutch and Vasily bid their final farewells, F slipped into the elevator. Seeing this, Vasily immediately ran towards the elevator entrance. The two of them knew that F went there for Zack, but they didn't know if F would give up detonating the nuclear bomb to save Zack. At this moment, Gus announced that more vampires were charging in. Dutch and Vasily immediately plunged back into the battle. Meanwhile, Zack woke up after reaching the underground. He didn't see the figures of the Blood Ancestor and Quinlan. He only heard the intense sound of fighting outside the elevator. At this time, Quinlan and the Blood Ancestor were engaged in a fierce battle. Both were using all their strength to attack. Quinlan had been waiting for this battle for 1,000 years. In order to kill the Blood Ancestor, Quinlan had made thorough preparations. In front of the Blood Ancestor, Quinlan was slightly inferior. Although he managed to dodge a fatal blow, Quinlan accidentally injured his arm. The Blood Ancestor grabbed Quinlan and threw him to the ground. Then, the Blood Ancestor pulled him up and unleashed a brutal beating. At this point, Quinlan had lost all ability to resist. Although Quinlan managed to tear out a flesh spike from the Blood Ancestor, he was already powerless to fight back. The Blood Ancestor was now filled with anger. After being attacked by Quinlan, his body was on the verge of collapse. He approached Quinlan and, after bidding his final farewell, lifted his foot. Just like that, Quinlan was stepped on by his Blood Ancestor and his head exploded. At the same time, F accidentally bumped his head and passed out while the elevator was descending. When he woke up, he immediately stepped out of the elevator. The prepared nuclear bomb was right in front of him, but it was only when F turned around that he noticed the presence of the Blood Ancestor and Zack standing there. Fortunately, the two of them didn't notice F's presence. At this time, the Blood Ancestor stood in front of Quinlan's body and mocked without knowing it. F immediately walked towards the nuclear bomb, but the sound of the door closing still attracted the attention of the they. Zack fired a shot next to F's head, which deeply saddened F. He couldn't believe that Zack would actually shoot at him. At that moment, the Blood Ancestor gestured to Zack to take action, believing that killing F would bring peace to the world. Zack hesitated for a moment, but ultimately put down his gun. Then, Zack turned the gun towards the Blood Ancestor and opened fire. Seeing Zack successfully buying him more time, F prepared to detonate the nuclear bomb. However, the Blood Ancestor crawled back up once again. His body was on the verge of collapsing, and he grabbed Zack, preparing to switch bodies. Just as the Blood Ancestor was about to succeed, F rushed over and pushed the Blood Ancestor away. The two of them immediately engaged in a fight. The Blood Ancestor took the opportunity to start replacing the body. As the final bloodworm entered F's body, the Blood Ancestor collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Vasily and the others were still resisting the vampire army above. At this moment, the vampires all stood motionless in their places. Dutch and the others drew two conclusions from what they witnessed. Either the Blood Ancestor had died, or he was in the process of replacing the body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they prepared to break through the vampire encirclement. After Zack kicked the Blood Ancestor aside, he crouched beside F. F quickly regained consciousness from his unconscious state. At this point, the blood ancestor's consciousness had not fully taken over F's body. With Zach's support, F stood up. They immediately headed towards the nuclear bomb. Just as F inserted the detonation key into the bomb, a roaring sound echoed in his head. Immediately, he lost all ability to move. When F looked up again, the blood ancestor had completely taken control of his body. Zach knew that the blood ancestor controlled his father's body, so he hugged F in order to make him relax his guard. After bidding farewell to F, Zach pressed the button on the nuclear bomb. The resulting blast wave caused Vasily and the others to stagger. With the death of the blood ancestor, vampires all over the world became extremely feeble-minded, making it easy to exterminate them. It took humanity 5 years to eliminate all the vampires from around the world. Life returned to peace once again for everyone. Roman became the largest real estate developer in Manhattan. Gus returned to the countryside and helped numerous refugees, enabling them to return to their homes. Vasily and Dutch lived happily ever after.